Welcome to day 2 of Microsoft Build. How is everyone?
Let's get the energy up.
That was pretty good for first thing in the morning on day 2. I'm not going to do the thing where I'm like, oh, I'll do better. Anyway, I'm Burke. This is my colleague, Pierce. We were just talking about, like, what is your title? What do you do here? What is it that you say that you do here?
So I work on the VS Code team, but I also work on all things GitHub Copilot, GitHub Copilot app, CLI, et cetera, et cetera. So things.
And my name is Burke. I also work on Copilot CLI, Visual Studio Code.
Yep.
I do my best to make some YouTube videos from time to time. And otherwise, just sort of hang out with Pierce.
Yeah.
A couple of announcements for you today. So this right here is streaming Windows stuff after 2:15. So if you want to hear Windows stuff, this is where you definitely want to be. Hi to everyone watching here at Builds. I guess that's y'all. There's nobody. Yeah, that's just these people here. Okay. And then also the people watching online on our social handles, VS Code social handles, on YouTube, on X. I guess we're streaming on X as well.
Yep.
GitHub, YouTube, Microsoft Developer. Terminal Live, the live coding from the expo floor. Have y'all seen the live coding booth? It's like a glass, it's like a fish tank with people inside. Can anyone go in there, or do you have to be?
I think you have to be sanctioned. I'm going to be locked in there for 2 hours today.
Are you really?
Yeah.
What are you going to build?
No idea.
Huh, interesting.
We'll find out together. Anthony
was in it last year. Didn't you build like a programming language or something? Yeah, Anthony built a programming language in 10 minutes because that's what you can do now. I'm sure it works too. Everybody's using it. Let's see. We have from 10:15 to 11, VS Code team's AI adoption story. That's breakout 204.
Yep.
Is that yours?
That's my, yeah.
That's you and?
Me and Josh from the VS Code team. So
okay.
The basic concept is like, okay, you use AI, now what? There's a lot of things that break.
I thought it was going to be about like our AI adoption story, like why we put AI in Visual.
No. It's like literally like our team uses AI now. Okay, now what?
Gotcha.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay, and then we have the Copilot game show that's going to be happening on the keynote stage.
Yep.
That's going to be a ton of fun. Kent Dodds is going to do you have to say the C when you say Kent C. Dodds?
I don't know.
Where's Kent?
Where's Kent?
Yeah. Anyway, he'll be there co-hosting. We're going to try to vibe code something in 45 minutes. See how far we can get. It's going to be a lot of fun. Join us for that. And then we have monthly release live streams, y'all, on the VS Code channel. If you want to keep, because look, how many people have no ability to keep up with what's going on right now? Am I the only one? I work on the product and I don't know what's in it because they're shipping every 15 minutes. Those monthly release live streams are a really good way to keep up with everything that's going on. You still won't know, but at least you'll know more than you do now, right? It's not possible to keep up with everything. And then they want me to mention the blog. I'm not doing that. Okay, opener. We just said all that. All right, Pierce, let's talk about the highlights from day 1.
Let's do it.
So first, let's talk about the GitHub Copilot app.
Yep.
It's this new thing. It's an app. It's not an editor. It's not a CLI.
Yep.
What is it exactly?
It's an agent-native desktop experience for building things. So like, that is a very marketing answer, right? But I think we've all kind of used these session managers, right? Where you spin up some agents, you're running multiple things at once, they're isolated in Git work trees. And so like the app can do that too. But really, like, when you think about your job, right, there's a lot of work that is around all that, right? Like deciding what issues to pick up, triaging your backlog. Once you actually do stuff with agents, okay, sure, you submit a PR, you have to get it across the finish line. The app helps with all that stuff as well.
So I've noticed this. I don't know. I'd just like to poll the audience, but how many of y'all are actually running multiple agents at one time? Okay, so several folks. Like more than 2? More than 3? Anybody out here running like 50 agents and your screen is just a bunch of terminal sessions, or is that only on social media? Like no one is doing that. So I did have this question about like how many agents is feasible, in your opinion, inside of these apps to run? Like should we be running 50 agents at one time? What is expected of me now? What am I supposed to be able to do as a developer? I don't even know anymore.
I think there's a lot of performative productivity of, like, to your point, people running 50 things at once. But it's just like always, like when I sit down and write my performance review, it's like, what impact did I deliver, right? And if I can get there by running a couple things at once, great. I personally don't think I can go beyond 3 or 4 because I really start like losing track of what's actually going on. And I have to batch the tasks together. I can't like constantly just be jumping in and out of things all day. So for me, I think the max is 3 or 4, but with the app, like even if you're only running one thing at a time, the interesting thing is like the code is intentionally backgrounded, right? We have an awesome editor, VS Code. If you want to see the code, you go to that. But the whole point of the app is you can stay outcome focused. So there's like a browser, you can click one-click run. And so your first like kind of outcome that you do after the agent is finished is you're actually checking to make sure, did it do the thing, right? And then secondarily, how do I feel about this code? And so the app is more focused on that first problem than the second.
Do you really ask yourself how you feel about the code? Or
Depends.
You're
it
supposed
depends what
to
I'm
ask
working
yourself
on.
that question, but then you're just like, it works. I'm just not going to look. Because here's what I've noticed, y'all. With these new tools, it's like out of sight, out of mind. You know what I mean? Like if you don't see the code, then you don't get nerd sniped into worrying about it, and it just goes, and you're like, does it work? I don't know. This has been my experience. So the other thing we had is, we got a lot of stuff on here, the SDK, which it's not obvious to me why I need a Copilot SDK. What is that for exactly?
So there is, in every single GitHub Copilot product, there is this thing called the agent loop. And that's the prompts, tools, context that actually is powering the experience you get in all these things. So traditionally, those had all been many different things. And then we built GitHub Copilot CLI. And so basically what the SDK is taking that thing that we do a ton of offline evaluation on, we work with the labs on to really make sure is an awesome experience for everyone using GitHub Copilot. And we take the core of that, and it's an SDK. And so you can basically package that agent runtime from GitHub Copilot into any application.
Yeah, it's very cool. And if you're into these, like, is anybody out here using OpenClaw or Hermes Agent, any one of these personal? Only one hand, wow. Okay, so yeah, that's been my experience as well. But one back there. So if you have a Copilot sub, you can use the SDK and you can basically one-shot your own assistant just to play around with it and see how it works. I encourage you to try that out there. All right, last question. You have 45 seconds. New coding model, MAI Code 1 Fast.
Yeah.
What is it? And is it true that it's better than Mythos?
It is the first coding model we built from scratch here at Microsoft, so I'm very excited about that. In the blog, we compare it to Haiku, so it is kind of in that class of models that's built for like fast, efficient work. So like a lot of the training philosophy for this model was how do we get this to be really good in GitHub Copilot? So specifically trained on GitHub Copilot's tools, agent trajectories. So that should give it really, really good results when using it specifically in our harness inside of GitHub Copilot. And there's a whole bunch of other efficiency things that it's also trained on, like it's supposed to dynamically control like its response depending on the prompt you give it. So if you say, hey, it's not going to go on some diatribe, right? So it has like adaptive solution length training. So it has all that going on. So yeah, I'm super excited. I mean, it's the first model that we've shipped for coding here at Microsoft from scratch.
Yeah.
We've had some fine tunes we've shipped before.
Is it really the first coding model?
I think so. Maybe there was one before, like in the early days, but within recent memory, we had like Raptor Mini, but that was a GPT-5 Mini fine tune.
That's right.
That wasn't something that was built from scratch entirely. So yeah, we're excited. Like, give it a try. Want to see your feedback. It's definitely like our first attempt in this space. So like it's rolling out in Model Picker right now for VS Code developers. You can also get it in auto. So if you don't see it, like keep checking back. We're rolling it out slowly, but we'd love your feedback.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you so much, Pierce. Round of applause for Pierce here. Please go see Pierce at his breakout session. It's over there on the floor. I don't know what the number is anymore. There it is. All right, see ya. Bye.
See ya.
Did you know you can use voice to text when prompting in VS Code? All you need is the VS Code speech extension, and it's a game changer to be able to just directly speak to kick off your agents. I have this VS Code community contributor website that lists some of the top contributors for the latest VS Code release. It has a feature where you can give kudos to contributors, and I think that this could use some confetti. To prompt this with just my voice, click the microphone icon in the chat input. Add a confetti animation when a user gets their first kudos. We'll send that prompt off, the agent will get to work, and in just a few moments, without typing a single key, we have that feature implemented.
All right, Tom, am I supposed to say we're back?
We are back.
We're back. All right, folks, as I was saying, director, Google Cloud AI best-selling author, yes, speaker on AI, developer experience, user experience, Addy Osmani.
You're very kind.
Thank you for being here.
Hi, folks. It's nice to be here.
So I told you I was watching a Bloomberg piece about AI, and you were in it. And I told my wife, I was like, I know that guy. She's like, no, you don't. It's like, I do. She didn't believe me.
She didn't believe you?
No.
It was probably for the best.
Yeah. But Addy, I've known you for a long time. You've been writing and making videos and speaking since way back jQuery days.
Oh my gosh.
Doing the web.
jQuery days.
Yes. A lot of web performance stuff.
Yes.
And now, a lot of AI agents and skills.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. A lot of agents.
And today we talked about you coming on and talking about you have a skills repo, which was on the front page of Hacker News multiple times.
I try not to look at Hacker News too much these days. You never know if it's going to be good or bad.
Well, tell us about it.
All right. So today I wanted to talk to you about agent skills. And a lot of people here probably know what they are. But very quickly, I'm Addy. I work on a bunch of agent stuff at Google. So things like the Agent Development Kit, Agent Platform, and we work on a number of skills-related projects at Google, so we've been thinking about skills for a while. If you're not really sure what skills are, they're basically a standardized way to give AI agents new capabilities and expertise. And they've been a really hot topic over the last couple of months, especially as, do you remember back in the days when people would share their secret shell config, and there'd be a lot of files, and they'd be like, hey, these are my magic tricks.
Yes, dot files.
These are my dot files that work really well for me.
My magic tricks.
This is my bag of tricks. And you'd be like, I want that bag of tricks.
Yeah.
But then you think, well, my bag of tricks might be different than your bag of tricks. And so I think of skills in a very similar way. Sometimes you want to be inspired by other people's ones. Sometimes it's okay to just copy their bag of tricks.
Right.
And so I think there's going to be some stuff in here where people can just copy and take themselves. And sometimes there are going to be things here that will be inspirational. Now, just in case skills are not something you have spent a lot of time on, I thought it'd be interesting to just give people a very quick primer. And so I vibe coded this very quick, very silly Windows desktop in a browser. And I thought that I'd drop Clippy in here because I haven't seen Clippy. I haven't seen Clippy so much at Build.
We're not allowed to mention Clippy. It's a very
okay.
Yeah, it's very well. There actually is a Clippy suit that you can wear, but if you wear it, you're not allowed to speak. True story.
Really?
Yep. Those are the rules.
Well, you didn't mention it, I did. So we're fine. We're totally fine.
You broke us into jail.
I broke you into jail.
This is weird because we have the Mac OS dock down here, but then the Windows above it. I like it.
It's bringing the best of all. This is just terrible. It's
quite
the worst of all worlds. Okay, so if you're not really sure what skills are, basically there's a standardized way of packaging expertise and context that your agent may not necessarily have. They can package workflows, there are instructions for your agent, and the structure of them is kind of this. You have a name, you have a description. There can be a lot more content in here, but basically the name and the description are the main pieces that every single skill file is going to have. And these are repeatable. Typically, you're not going to have a skill for something that's one-off, because a one-off thing is going to be more like a prompt. But a skill is something that you or your team might be using on a reusable basis, and it might be useful across a few different projects. Now, skills load on demand. So you have a task that arrives into your agent, it will match it with a skill, it will load its steps, and then it will try to follow them. It doesn't necessarily need to know more than the name and the description. So agent skills, as you mentioned, this is a project that I created a while back, and for some backstory, I had been taking a little bit slower on open source for a few years. You and I have been doing a lot of open source for a long time.
Long time.
Long time. As you know, you create an open source project, it's a lot like having a kid. You have to maintain it. And so you have to be explicit about like when you want to get an open source project out into the world. And it's been a while, so I thought, okay, I will get one of these things out there. I had seen that Gary Tan had put out GStack.
That's right.
Right? And I thought, well, if Gary Tan is doing GStack and people are learning from it, there's nothing to stop me from putting my perspective on agent skills out into the world. And so I started this project, and it got some traction, and I thought, it'd be interesting to maybe walk folks through it. My perspective on agent skills is, I would say, just a little bit different to other folks. I ground my agent skills around the software development lifecycle. I think that I lean very heavily into agentic engineering, AI-assisted engineering, that side of things where you try to be very disciplined about, I'm going to be explicit about what I want built. I'm going to verify what gets built. I'm going to keep quality in mind. And so for my agent skills, I have a lot of steps that kind of map to the SDLC in here. So define, plan, build, verify, review, and ship. And for each of these different phases of the SDLC, there are a number of different skills that are inside this project that map in here. So for defining, we've got skills that can interview you to get clarity around an idea. If you have a very vague idea, so maybe you have, you've had an idea in the shower and you're like, well, I kind of know what the outcome is, but I actually don't know what the UI is going to look like, or I don't know what the details are going to be. You've got a skill here that can help refine it into something more concrete. You can do spec-driven development. We've got planning skills for turning things into tasks. We've got building skills that can help you sort of refine this to a place where you've got very, very good front-end UI, your API and interface design is in a good place. And then sort of skills for a number of these other phases for verification. That's really important. I think you and I have done a lot in the browser over time, right? I still build, I used to work on Chrome. I still build a lot of, projects that will render in the browser. And so testing in the browser automatically with an agent these days is something that I care about. So I have a skill that will do that. Automated debugging is also part of this workflow. I've got a code review loop in here too. That includes things like code simplification, security. And then I've got ship skills as well that will help you with everything from your CI to your Git workflow, your documentation, shipping, and launch. Now, there are a lot of phases in here. I'm actually going to show you how these work, but there's basically a pattern that I use for all of my skills. There's an overview. I capture like when these things should be used. I have rationalizations, like why should this be used and why should this not be used, so the agent has a little bit of a guardrail that it can keep in mind. And then red flags as well, so that the agent knows if things are really going kind of off kilter. And then verification. So how do we know that we actually did the steps right and in a good job? Now, all of that stuff just maps to commands as well. So you can explicitly just use like a / command in Copilot, in any of your agentic coding tools, and trigger any of these phases. Now, you don't have to use, of course, my agent skills. As I was saying, they're a lot like your bag of magic tricks, your dot files. If there's something in here that's useful to you, copy it, steal it, have it make you productive. If you find that the way that I do things is helpful, you can go in and use it wholesale. But I wanted to just show you a little bit of this in action. So I've got a scaffolded out project here where I've installed the skills. We've got some agent files. We've got prompts for just mapping all of those skills. This is what happens when you just install it inside a project. And then we've got some of the skills themselves. And I'm over here inside sort of the Copilot sidebar. I've selected Gemini 3.5 Flash. I work at Google, I work on Gemini, so I'm going to be using Gemini 3.5 Flash here. It's a great model for agentic coding and for agent tasks. I believe that VS Code has also got like an agents view these days as well, right? So all of these commands, you can just type in /. You will see that there are additional commands populated here through using the agent skills. And you can use any of these, so like things like refine, things like the code simplification, etc. But just so that we can see what's actually getting built out, I'm going to stick with using this view. And we can start off with maybe just even doing a quick look at our skills. And I'm just going to show you test-driven development. I was talking about maybe giving you a bit of an insight into what these files contain. Now, you'll see a lot of content in here. I try to be very diligent about what ends up in context windows. So again, if you feel that there is too much that is in here for your needs, you can always trim it back, you can always optimize it further, but I try to be very explicit. So for test-driven development, I capture the TDD cycle. I have a very explicit take on like, what does it mean to have a failing test? What does it mean to have a passing test? How should you think about refactoring? What are other patterns that I personally think work really well? Many of these patterns are ones that have been inspired by how we build software at scale at Google. And so I thought they'd be interesting to kind of encode inside these skills. So you'll see things like the test pyramid in here, decision guides. There's a number of best practices that are encoded in here as well. Lower down, you'll also see that I capture things like test anti-patterns, things to explicitly avoid, how to approach browser testing. So this is that connective tissue that can then take us back to things like browser testing, browser debugging. I tell it what to check. I tell it how to think about security boundaries where testing is concerned. You can be as explicit or open-ended as you kind of want with these things. I try to be explicit just because I think that there's value to being intentional with how you approach these things. Now, what I thought would be interesting, I've been someone that for a lot of my life has been trying to optimize my productivity. I think I've probably failed at it a lot. And so habit tracking is something that I look at now and then, right? I think a lot of people try to improve their habits and their systems. So I thought it'd be interesting for us to try building out a habit tracker. And maybe, if you take a look at, everybody's kind of looked at their GitHub contributions graph. Maybe we have a habit tracker that uses that kind of visual to show you, like, how well are you doing at following your habits over time? So what we're going to kind of start off with here is I'm just going to trigger the refine command. And the reason I'm going to do this is I have a raw idea. So I want to build out a habit tracker, right? So we're going to say just something like a habit tracker, GitHub inspired, and I don't really want a database backend. Maybe let's just have it all work in the browser. So store everything in the browser. That's relatively vague.
It's pretty vague.
It's pretty high level.
Are you going to say contribution graph, or are you going to leave that out?
I'm just going to keep it GitHub inspired. I could say contribution graph, but that's being explicit.
That is.
Right? So we're just going to go and trigger refine now. And so it's analyzing our prompt parameters. It's analyzing the core components of the request. It's triggering the skill. You can see that it's been reading that skill in place. Now, the first thing that's popped up here is it's asking me clarifying questions. So who is the primary target user? Great question. It doesn't know if this is just for me, or I'm building this for a team, or I'm building this for my family or my friends, or what. So the audience is going to be, let's say, a room of software engineers at Build, right? Or YouTube, because people are going to be watching this later.
So just anyone.
Just anybody. What are the constraints and expectations for browser-only storage? Great question. You could be using IndexedDB, local storage, session storage, lots of different options. I'm going to keep it very simple. I'm OK with local storage for this. Beyond the standard contribution grid, so here, it was able to figure that out itself. What GitHub analogies do you want to explore, like committing, a habit, branching, variations, pull requests? I don't want to go too deep into these analogies.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I think let's keep it simple with the contribution grid.
Interesting that it's leaning into that. It's like it wants to make the whole thing about GitHub.
And this is one of those things, if you take a look at how that skill is defined, it actually has language around trying to begin converging on the direction, the idea that you have, leaning into like, okay, well, I kind of get what you're going for. Let's keep going down that path. So what does success look like for the MVP? Because very often, if you define like just a high-level prompt, it doesn't know if you're trying to build out something for a startup or a side project at the weekend or what. So I feel like the performance requirements are good. Like all of this stuff seems good. I don't necessarily need it to be offline first with service workers just yet. So load fast, clean UI. That's about it. Load fast and have a clean UI. Be responsive. Okay, so we've got all of these answers now. Didn't take us very long just to start getting clarity around this, right? I didn't have to go writing a big spec myself or anything like that just yet. And so it's trying to read the rest of my project yet just now, trying to see if there's any other context in there. This is a fresh project, so there's not a whole lot that it needs. And here's the output, right? It has a problem statement. It has statements around like how we differentiate directions, think about stress tests, and it gives us a few directions we can take. So direction A is a dev profile configurator. So a very minimalist, high-fidelity clone of a GitHub profile that allows us to track habits the same way that you would GitHub repositories. There's a lot more detail in here. Direction B is more of a keyboard-driven habit terminal. I'm more of a...
TUIs are so hot right now. Yeah.
TUIs are so hot. Direction C is a markdown SVG exporter, so a plain text backend tool. Your habit configuration and grid data are represented. So this is more data. This is more like you really want to enter in raw data and manage that, which is not really the vibe I was going for. I think that the first one's probably the closest to what I had in mind. So I'm going to go with direction A. And you can also see that it's got other assumptions in here and pushbacks. So it's asking me which direction resonates the most. I'm just going to say direction A.
Did it recommend one? I couldn't see under the counter there.
So we can scroll back. Once you pick A, B, or C, I will produce one. It didn't recommend one. You can actually change your skill files to say, well, I want you to provide your own perspective on it.
Okay.
In this case, I'm trying to,
because I notice models like to recommend.
Yeah,
they almost always, when they give you choices, be like, well, this is what I do.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, well, if that's what you do, then that's what I want to do.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes I will ask the model, like, give me 3 choices and tell me what you think I should do, just in case.
Yes, but then I feel like I'm just always doing what the model wants. You know what I mean? I'm like, well, if you think it's best, then it's probably best, which is not true
I have
at all.
so much to say about cognitive debt and cognitive surrender.
That's right. Your next article on the front page of Hacker News.
So what we have here, so the app is called Streak. We have a problem statement. We've got a direction here. We've got some assumptions to validate, like what is the retention rate? What is like the frequency going to be around habits? What's the mobile usability going to be? So since engineer configure setups on desktops, but often complete habits on mobile, is local storage enough? Well, probably, yeah. Local storage is well supported everywhere at this point. So I think that pretty much all of these ideas are cool. So we have our MVP scope defined for us here. And it also says what it's not doing. So it's not doing cloud sync. It's not going to be doing advanced social features. And it's got some open questions for us if we want to provide clarity around that. And it also asks us, do we want to just save it? So I'm going to say yes, save it. So we've now taken a very high-level idea, and we've refined it. Now, the next phase of this is actually turning this high-level idea. So we've gotten it into a better place. Let's turn this into a more detailed spec.
Yep.
Now, for some folks, you might say, well, it feels like it's a few steps. You don't have to follow my way of doing things. If you want to just have like one step for creating your spec, you can do that. I just happen to like specificity.
So you like to plan, you want the plan, the spec, and then the implementation.
Yes,
okay.
yes, exactly.
I'm a plan implement guy myself.
Yeah.
I just skip over.
Yeah, that's totally okay. Everybody's got their own workflow. Here you can see the file that it's generated. And this is going to be a starting point and entry for the next step. So the next step is going to be spec. So we've got our idea. We can go and just type in /spec. And it's then going to read in the output from that last phase. And it's going to start being able to generate something that's much more concrete. So it's taking in those assumptions, is defining success criteria, scaffolding out the tech stack a lot more in detail, and then it's got those open questions in a little bit more detail for us.
That is really snappy.
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
That model is quick.
Use Gemini 3.5 Flash. Or whatever model is out at the time you're watching this on YouTube.
Yeah, because
AI moves fast,
24 hours, everything will be different.
Everything will be different. So we've got some open questions. Grid generation technique. Should we use a standard GitHub contribution grid? Do we prefer rendering grids as modular dynamic SVG group structure or CSS grid element layouts? I'm going to be honest. I know CSS grid. I use SVG, but I'm not an expert.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to, for one, I'm going to say, choose what you think is best. And then first visit boilerplate. What default habits should we set up for new visitors? It's a good question.
Bad habits, or are we tracking bad habits or good habits?
We're tracking good habits.
Okay.
What are good habits? We should.
Good habits: exercise, hydration, Reading.
Reading? Meditation? Do people meditate?
Doom scrolling.
Doom scrolling, okay.
Meditation probably better than doom
meditation
scrolling.
after you're doom scrolling. Okay. Do you have a desired location for this file? I'm just going to let it do what you think is best. Cool. And what I love about this is all of this UI, all of these questions are directly inside of the Copilot sidebar. I don't have to use some other app for it. Whatever your agentic UI surface is, you can just have a similar experience there. So it's now created a spec for us. I'm going to keep this. And the next phase, you can go and you can take a look at the spec, by the way. It's over here. It's going to be a much more detailed version of that original file that we had. But you'll see that we have success criteria. We've got metrics in place here for performance, so things like largest contentful paint. We've got a tech stack that's defined. This is going to be very simplistic. So vanilla JavaScript, I didn't say I wanted something in React. I'm okay with
never
vanilla.
asked you about the tech stack, did it?
Yeah, it didn't ask me about the tech stack. And that's another thing that you can encode inside of your skills.
So this is an assumption that you just let it go with?
This is an assumption that I'm okay with. You can assume like it's defined Vitast and Playwright for our end-to-end testing, which I'm okay with, our storage, and then project structure and code style. And if there's anything in here that you don't like, you can always go back and either manually tweak it or work with your agent to configure this more. So you've got your spec now. The next thing that you might want to do is actually start breaking this down into individual pieces. Now this is useful if you've got a large project that you're working on. If you're working on something small, you probably just want to go straight into implementation.
Yeah.
But I'm going to show you this plan in action anyway. So we've got a plan step here. And what we can do with plan is, I can go and I can run plan. I'm just going to show you this working. And what this can do is help break down, what we say in software engineering often is if you've got a big problem, break it down into smaller pieces, right? And plan kind of helps you with that. It breaks your big spec down into granular chunks that can then be implemented. And that's really good if you're working with TDD because you've got very individual pieces that can be tested, verified as you move on to other pieces. People have lots of different ways that they like doing TDD, so I'm not going to assume that my way is the right way or anything like that. So it's going and it's scaffolding out the basic parts of the project right now because that's fine. Like it can set up our boilerplate before we actually go and start implementing the rest. I'm just going to do keep on that. And you'll see that it's asking, before beginning phase 1, I should initialize our structured to-do list to provide full transparency, and it's going to do that now. So what you're going to have here is the package.json file, which we see has been created. The implementation plan is established and saved to plan. So we've got a task list here. You see phases and tasks. So we've got phase 1, task 1, which has its acceptance criteria. And this is like build the pure logic TypeScript interfaces, your types, your functions to compute the streaks, your total contributions within the last 365 days, the local storage pieces, basically stuff that doesn't necessarily touch your UI. And we've got some acceptance criteria here as well. So we've got a list of things that have to be true, as well as verification. So the test suite has to be able to run on that piece of logic in order to move forward. It also suggests what files are probably going to be touched as a part of this, just to really hone them down. If you've been doing any vibe coding or agentic engineering for a while, you know that one of the ways in which we try to limit our blast radius is by saying, well, I'm just going to target these specific files. Because especially if you're working on an existing project, you don't want it to start overwriting or touching files that maybe have nothing to do with the task at hand.
Yeah.
Right? So we have a few different phases and tasks here. Some of the other phases will include our data storage, so that layer for local storage. It'll include sort of the visualization of our habits as that GitHub style contribution graph, as well as the rest of our UI. So we've got our plan here. What you can do, again, this supports being very granular or not having to think about that in as much detail. So if I wanted, I could do something like /build task 1 and just have it do the first task on that list. So let's see what it does. It's created 4 to-dos as a part of that. It's evaluating it. It's reading our test-driven development skill right now. You can see that it's installing those first things. I'm also just going to do
if you go,
always allow.
You can do it down to the very bottom and turn on bypass approvals if you want to.
I'm learning something new. Oh, wait. I see what you're talking about here.
Right there, yeah. And then we'll stop asking. Are you a bypass approvals? Do you recommend bypassing approvals?
I bypass approvals on all my personal projects.
So now you're building one phase at a time. Is this generally how you work, or are you more?
I think it really depends on what you're building.
Okay.
So if I am building a personal side project and I just want to build something like maybe it has one purpose, I'm probably going to skip building out one phase at a time this way and just have it build the entire thing. If I'm building something relatively complex, I'm okay doing it a phase at a time. It might feel like it's slower, but the fact that you go through all of these steps and you know, well, this slice is tested. As we build out the UI, I know nothing else is broken.
Yeah.
I've now done our data layer, nothing else is broken. This gives you a lot more confidence as you're working through. It's just a different way of approaching this.
It's such a trade-off, though, because then, the human's back in the loop. Like, once again, you're the problem.
Yep.
You're slowing the agent down.
Yep.
It's tough. I struggle with this myself.
Yes, absolutely. And I would say that, you have to make a judgment call at the end of the day about how much time you want to invest and where in the software development lifecycle you want to invest it. Do you want to put a lot of time into your spec? Just have your agent build out a lot of code and then spend time reviewing it, defining your tests at that point, figuring out how do I evaluate quality? That can be okay as well. Or do you want to approach it with TDD in mind? Do you want to have an explicit strategy around how you're going to verify quality so that as you're going through, it's already addressing these things? And I don't think there's a right or wrong way, it's just different ways of working.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So what you can see with this first phase is that the implementation is test-driven. We have our first target failing red test to tell us that, okay, we have a test, it's failing. We're going to implement the minimal clean logic in streaks.
So we're red-green here, yes?
Yeah, yes. And as I said, you don't have to do this with individual tasks. We can just keep running build to work through the rest of this. And then we can get on to other phases. So you can see that it is, thanks to Burke's tip around bypassing approvals, we're just going to keep running through this. And I'm a person that people will often talk about, how do you as an engineer understand what is getting generated if you're not reading all of the code?
Yeah.
Very often as your agent is generating stuff, what are you doing? Are you switching over to another agentic task? Very often, I found myself doing that. And so I started to slow down a little bit. And these days, I try to read the trajectory a little bit more. What did it say? What was it thinking? Why was it thinking the way it was thinking? And is there any nugget of information in there that I can extract that just lets me know, oh, okay, well, that was the way I was expecting, or it wasn't.
I see what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I don't know what everybody else does, but I watch the agent work. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not reading everything that it's doing. I'm mostly just staring at it.
Yep.
When I should be doing something else. But I'm literally watching agents spin. But I'm curious, are you looking at the code?
Great question. So I generally, unless it's a personal project, because a lot of personal projects end up being throwaway things.
Yeah.
Oh, I have this need for an hour. I'm just going to build something and throw it away. And in those situations, I'm very okay with saying, if I don't understand the code, the agent is going to go fix something for me. However, if it's going to be something I'm going to maintain for at least a few weeks or a few months, I generally go back and at least understand the architecture, and I try to read through some of the core files so that if I discover that the agent wasn't able to fix something or it goes off on a tangent, I am able to go back in and make fixes myself.
Yeah.
Very often, so I'm going to keep working through build and we can keep chatting.
Yeah.
So it's going to keep doing its TDD phases. As each slice gets implemented, it's going to go from red to green, implement the phase, and get everything done.
This is so interesting. I didn't even know about red-green testing until SpecKit came out. It was the first time I'd ever seen that. That's the idea of writing failing tests and then making them work. And I was 45 years old. It's kind of sad.
You do not look.
You
do not look over 45 at all.
I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah. Or 45.
It was yesterday.
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
So we're going to keep doing this. I also wanted to share a comment on this. I think that very often in the entire sort of agentic engineering diaspora, the industry paints very broad strokes about best practices. If you're on Twitter, if you're on any social network, very often the best practices for a solo founder or a small startup team will be shared. And
Yeah.
the best practices for that kind of team that are maybe don't have users yet, maybe they're working on an evergreen code base, those are very different to people who are working on something either legacy, brownfield, with a team. And so I think that it's important just to understand that, there are situations where it's okay to just give into the vibes and have the agent figure things out. And if something goes wrong, we'll just have the agent fix it. In other situations where actually understanding what's happening behind the scenes is still quite important.
Yeah, 100% agree. I actually, so what's super interesting about this is that I think myself and most people are looking for just tell me what to install that's going to make everything work, right? Is it agent skills? Is it superpowers? Is it GStack? Like, what is it? And the answer is, it might be some of any of those things, but your job is less about writing code now and more about building these workflows that actually work. And it's not always the same even for different projects within the same organization.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It's a very, I don't know what to call it. It's not software engineering. It's not automation. It's, how would you even describe this? It's like we all work at McKinsey now.
I don't know. I acknowledge that agentic engineering, we're now working on a spectrum, right? And there are going to be times when we're vibe coding, there's going to be times when we're agentic engineering, and the more diligence you have to apply to the process, the closer you are getting to agentic engineering. And I think that at big companies, small companies, anytime that you're working on something that exists and has existing users, you owe it to them to care about quality, to care about not breaking things in ways that sometimes agents subtly do.
Yeah, 100% agree. If you're building a habit tracker, that's one thing. If you're shipping VS Code, you have to be pretty meticulous about not breaking that.
Yeah.
So we have about 10 minutes left here.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit and just show you very quickly some of these other phases. So the agent skills package also includes a verify step. Now, what verify does is it's able to just check that the implementation as it has been done so far, whether it's complete or whether we've partially implemented something that can actually be used just yet, can run in a browser and actually do what it needs to do. So it's going to go and check that it's actually able to spin something up. Let's see if enough of it has been built that it's able to do that. So it's doing its npm run build right now. It's going to spin up its npm run dev. And we'll see if this actually works. So we have something that looks like a GitHub profile.
Where did you pull that picture from?
I have no idea.
Who is that?
The magic of LLMs.
That's someone, if that person's watching the stream now going,
someone in the world.
Hey.
Hello, whoever this is. This could be like a non-developer as well. This could be a person that just likes to bake cookies somewhere in the world.
It just happens to be on GitHub?
Yeah, it just happens to be on GitHub. But it's opened up this browser directly inside of VS Code. It's able to run its checks behind the scenes to see, okay, well, is anything actually broken? If I interact with UI, does anything actually begin to break? And I think that this is very interesting. Like if you actually go to the prompts and you go to our verify skill, it will end up trying out the browser testing with DevTools skill. There are many ways to do sort of automated browser testing these days, whether you're using Puppeteer, Playwright, the Vercel agent browsers. There's a lot of different options. I'm not going to say there's a right one, but choose what makes sense to you. I just think there's a lot of really great tools these days for just making sure that your thing basically works. Whether you decide to kind of encode all of your user journeys and test them out very, very holistically is kind of up to you at the end of the day.
Web devs, as usual, have it better than anybody else, right? It's so much harder to do with native apps.
Now, for my skills, the review phase ends up being really important, and people have a lot of opinions about review. I tend to find, and this is something that I found talking to engineers at Google as well, we still have a culture where we tend to have engineers manually review code. Even with that, even with trying to bring AI into our code review process, having an agent do a local first pass or multi-pass is really, really valuable. Now, there are some people that will take this all the way to adversarial code review with very deep patterns. There are people who will have other models, hey, maybe I'm gonna use Gemini for the implementation and Opus or Codex for other. So you have a lot of flexibility here. There is, again, no right or wrong way. People will often decide these things based on vibes. But what you'll see is we have a number of different kinds of review checks that were done here. So what's working well? What's technically considered correctness? So all of the unit tests that were implemented so far appear to be, passing. We have no security issues, it seems. We're working with vanilla JavaScript. We of course want to avoid XSS issues or cross-site scripting, anything like that. Readability and architecture seems to be in a good place. Performance seems to be in a good place. This is a simple, application, and it also applies some recommendations. So keyboard navigations for that contribution graph makes sense, right?
Yeah.
That's not something that I had considered, and you might find that depending on the complexity of what you're working on, that you can have this be much more elaborate. Another part of code review that I find useful these days is code simplification. Now, very often what we'll do is we'll have an agent implement something, we'll verify, maybe you'll read the code, maybe you'll verify that, hey, it at least runs in the browser, or if you're building a native app, hey, it at least runs. But you don't necessarily go back and ask yourself, hey, could this actually be simpler? And one of the wonderful things about TDD or having tests or quality gates around is that you can now go and do that code simplification loop and have something that can verify the rest of your logic still works.
Yeah,
right?
Very interesting. So a question on the security one. Mm-hmm. How much do you trust the non-deterministic? Because to me, this is where the rubber meets the road, right? The rest of this stuff you can deal with. The security stuff cannot. Yes. How much do you trust that review that you're not pushing a key, you're not pushing some SQL injection, something that's just going to get you in a ton of trouble down the road?
Oh, yeah. I think that there are a lot of good open source and commercial offerings that go even deeper into security than these skills do. And so there are a lot of things that, we've seen, anybody that's been doing vibe coding and genetic engineering for a while has run into these issues, right? Very often people will be using API keys in horrendous ways, right? They will be quickly putting together something and not realize that, oh, hey, wait, there are actually tons of data leakage issues, or the way that auth is implemented is leaving you exposed to all kinds of problems.
Right, or somebody can just nail your API over and over again because it's not locked down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you're a senior engineer, if you're experienced, you know what to look out for. If you're intermediate, if you're not quite as technical, if you're coming at this without as much of that background, or maybe you are an experienced engineer and you're just lazy, because sometimes we are lazy, it's useful to encode those things in skills just as a sanity check for yourself.
Oh, actually list specifically?
Yeah.
So I find that I cannot think of all the edge cases, but models are actually really, really good at this. If you ever ask a model to review a code base, it will almost always find something that you need to change or improve.
Yeah.
Right? They're really, really meticulous and good at that. So, yeah, again, I don't know. I feel like we need maybe better products or whatever it is, but all of this, to me, agentic code should go through some deterministic gate that's yes, security sign-off has been achieved, because I don't trust, I'm scared to death to push anything live on Twitter and be like, here's what I built, and then have somebody be like, oh, and here's your Gemini key.
And I think that's where there is a lot of value in understanding what does good mean, what does done mean, right? And if you care about security, you care about quality, you care about performance, you care about accessibility, you care about any of these things, that's a good reminder to try encoding those into how you approach quality gates in your projects.
Yeah.
Skills are just one way of encoding that into how you think about all this stuff. But I think that just having tooling in place to make sure that you're not merging in code that's going against those best practices is always a good idea.
Yeah, I feel like we need more of these deterministic gates. I just don't know what they are. Right now, Markdown is the solution to everything. It's we have non-determinism. How are we going to fix that? With more non-determinism.
With text files.
So we're at about 6 minutes here. I'd like to do some Q&A. If we could, you can continue building.
So I'll wrap this up in a minute. So there are a lot of great teams, labs who've been thinking about code simplification. And very often what I love to do is anytime that they open source their work or they write up a blog post about their work, I go and study, is there something that I can learn from what they're doing that I can then incorporate into my skills or how I work? You can do that for code simplification as well. Even for this simple app, it's already found 3 or 4 opportunities to simplify the code. So that's great. We've got a ship step in here as well. Just for time, I'm just going to skip ahead and show you one that I built earlier. This is called Streak. It's got a GitHub contribution graph style,
Very nice.
graph at the very bottom. And it just shows us over time, like, are you actually following some of these best practices? So for me, am I going screen free for some portion of the morning? Am I, getting my workday goals planned? Am I reflecting? So you can, this is not a complicated app, but you can pop open, your browser dev tools. You can go into the application panel, local storage, and we can see that all of our data is kind of here. We've got all of our entries for each of these things. It's all local. It all works. Like, all of this will work offline, but it does the trick. Now, we can do Q&A.
You want to do Q&A?
Yeah,
Let's
we can
some
do Q&A.
So let's spend a few minutes. Do we have a, Tom, how do we do this? Do we have a mic, or if we're going to do Q&A? Oh, right there. Yeah, so if you do, we'll continue building here. If you want to ask questions, now is your chance to do so. In the meantime, we can continue building or chatting about skills if you want to. It's up to you.
Awesome. If folks have questions, I'm happy to take it. Otherwise, I'm happy to keep showing you stuff.
All right, we got one. It's Anthony.
Hey, question for you. How would you split up the work between like a Flash type model and a Pro model? Would you plan in Flash and then implement in Pro? How would you split the work?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, interesting question. So how do you split up between models? Like, do you plan in Flash and then implement in Pro? Like, are you multi-model between the Gemini family? Like, what's your personal take here?
Yeah, that's exactly my workflow. I tend to, and especially if you're trying to optimize for cost, that's a great way to go about it. You can use a lower cost model often for the planning phase, especially if you're trying to optimize for tokens. Use a lower cost model for the planning phase, use a much more capable model for your implementation. And whether that's going to be one of the Gemini Pro models or Opus or Codex, any of those options can be good for your needs. But I found that flexibility works well. And Copilot and many other tools also let you just easily switch between different models for these needs and these different phases, which is great.
Interesting. I have a question for you. Where does MCP factor into this workflow?
That's a great question. I have too many strong opinions on MCP these days. I think that
let's do it. we actually have some extra time, so we can go over a little bit.
Right. I personally think that things have been moving so fast, right? And earlier on, we would talk about the difference in, hey, MCP was really good for, the connectivity, right, between data and agents and so on. And I think that people found that very often there are cases where you actually want a CLI instead of an MCP. And we've started to see workflows begin to evolve a little bit more because maybe you don't need to have so many tools exposed. Maybe just directly using a CLI is going to be a more efficient way to achieve your goals. So I personally feel like we're still in that kind of evolution phase of seeing okay, well, where is MCP going to be the best fit versus just having people directly use the CLIs for things?
This is kind of a contentious area, I feel like. Because at one point I did say your MCP server should probably be a skill and a CLI.
Yeah.
I kind of still stand by that just because AIs are so good at using CLIs. Yeah. The only rejoinder I have to that, I was chatting with Reese, who I think is over at OpenCode now, about this on X, and he pointed out that the authentication is a real problem, and that MCP does this really, really well. And with CLIs, it's really hard to control auth and permissions for your agent. So I agree with it, but generally speaking, I almost use entirely skills. The only MCPs I use is, of course, WorkIQ, right? Because if you're in the Microsoft ecosystem, that's the best thing ever. And then Context 7. I always talk about
Context 7 is great.
It's amazing.
It's so good.
If y'all aren't using the Context 7 MCP server, that's the one thing you should install today, and just tell your agent, always read the docs before you do anything, and it will use Context 7 to read the documentation. It's brilliant.
I love that, even in Google Cloud, I know in lots of other places, people have started to release and maintain more skill packs just because you can get so far these days with making sure that regardless of what cutoff date your agent's data is going to be, you've got up-to-date documentation, up-to-date instructions about where to go, where to find things, exactly what the developer workflow should be. So I'm a huge fan of skills. People don't know that by yet.
Yeah, they're amazing. And the other advantage, you talked about this early on, is like they're loaded progressively, right? So one of the things we're all struggling with right now is that the context window is a problem. And honestly, I feel like we need a better solution than a context window in general at some point in the future. This is like a really rudimentary primitive for interacting with LLMs. But the problem is that the context window fills up really fast, and MCP has to specify all the tools. So if you didn't know, skills are progressively loaded. So what the model gets is like the skill name and a brief description. And then from that, it then will load in the skill, and then the skill may point to other files, and then it will load in those files. And so it's just really, really economical for token usage, which is more important now. It's becoming more important every day as we are moving from a world of use as much AI as you want to this is how many tokens you have.
Absolutely.
Use them wisely.
Absolutely.
All right, well, Addy, thank you so very, very much for being here. I learned a ton. I was looking forward to it just for the free training on your skills repo, so I got something out of it. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it.
It's great.
All right. Thank you so much. So we will be right back with our next guest, and I guess maybe folks can come chat with you if they want to.
Sure thing.
All right.
Thanks, folks.
There we go.
We have an SDK. It's available in Node, TypeScript, Python, Go, and .NET. And you can use this SDK for multi-turn conversations, tool execution, and full lifecycle control. Now, this is in technical preview, but already we're seeing people build some really fun stuff with it. Beyond that, there are some great new features that have been added to the GitHub Copilot CLI in the last few weeks, including access to more models, built-in custom agents for things like Explore, Task, Plan, Code Review. And then you can use those custom agents with agent skills to have a really robust workflow. You can also install the CLI now via Homebrew, Wingit, and there are install scripts. And if you install any of these methods, then Copilot CLI will automatically update, which is great. But don't worry, we still have standalone releases if you're needing that because of your distribution or however you want to get things. There are a bunch of new flags for using the Copilot CLI in scripts. There are improvements to the diff view, there's some web controls, there's lots and lots of stuff. So if you have not had a chance to play around with the GitHub Copilot CLI, give it a shot, especially now with the SDK. It's getting really good, and the team is working really hard on adding stuff to it all the time. We are also actively seeking out your feedback, so if you have any thoughts, any wish list items, feedback, let us know. You can let us know in the comments of this YouTube video. Let us know, on social media. Create an issue or post a discussion in the repo.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. And we are here at Build 2026 live in a vast open area. And I'm here with Patrick Nikoletich from the Copilot SDK.
Yep, CLI SDK team. We're one big team because we ride on the CLI server.
Your mic is really, I can hear you better than I can hear myself. That's amazing. Yeah, fantastic. So for those of y'all watching at home, we're in this vast, what even, do you know what this was before?
No idea, honestly. It's a beautiful building, well set up, but no idea what it was.
Yeah, it
before.
looks like it's like an airplane hangar.
Yeah.
No, it's not wide enough, is it?
Maybe
anyway.
a boat,
Yeah, we're
kind
here.
of boatyard.
All right, so we're going to be talking about the Copilot SDK today. And this is something I've used extensively, and I love it. This is one of these things where it's specifically for developers. Like once you see this, you'll be like, oh man, that's amazing.
Yep.
I can do anything. So take us into it.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, we just GA'd the SDK yesterday, which is fantastic because we've been working on it since January this year.
Just GA'd?
Just yesterday,
okay.
1.0 stable. And so we've been quietly working internally, mostly to drive up quality and also make sure teams across Microsoft, LinkedIn, Xbox, GitHub, we can all adopt the SDK and we can use a shared agentic harness together as much as possible.
Nice.
And so that journey internally is now going outward. We're GA, which means customers can use the SDK, stable, they should stick it in production, can support it in a wide array of environments, and we're here to help you put our harness in whatever solution makes sense for you.
Awesome. So do we have any demos or anything we can walk through in terms of looking at how this actually works?
Yeah,
this is one of those things where when they first told me about it, I was like, I don't get it. And then I actually used it and I was like, well, that's incredible.
Yep. I'll show probably my favorite use case because it's very personal.
Okay.
even though it's the same SDK that's rolling out in things like Office Excel right now and CoWork and Copilot Studio as an example. Oh yes, I can actually bring up a quick slide to just highlight a lot of the collaboration that's been happening across literally dozens of teams, hundreds of people, all the people on the ground building these products across these different solutions we've engaged with, learned how they're trying to adopt agentic solutions and modernize using the Copilot SDK. It's been wonderful.
Just to clarify, when we say Copilot SDK, what do we mean there exactly?
Yeah, so the Copilot SDK, it actually comes in 6 languages, which are right here. So there's the 4 we released at technical preview in January. There's the 2 that we've added since, which is Rust and Java. What it really is a thin client that sits over the Copilot CLI server that we've all known to grow and love over time.
Yeah.
And it's the same exact CLI server that's used in things like our GitHub Copilot app. We use the CLI very hands-on, and the SDK is yet another way to consume the CLI, but in a way where you can integrate it into custom applications.
Yeah, so the way that I thought about it was it just basically allows you to add the agent that's in the Copilot CLI to any application.
Yeah, and we really mean any application too. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're doing beyond just what was shipped in GA. We are rewriting our runtime in Rust, so it can actually go in more places, more performant.
Okay.
All of those things are on the horizon. And
wait, the SDK runtime?
The SDK runtime, yes, correct. So we're making it more performant and we're optimizing it. It's another piece that I showed off yesterday during the session where we just
Was it Node originally?
It was all Node.
Yeah,
so when you talk about loading up the CLI server, it's probably 100, 120 megabytes of RAM that it's using up.
Yeah.
We're trying to shrink it to sub 10 megabytes for the most part, and we're destined to get there for the most part. We have run some earlier tests and things like that, which show the difference between Node and Rust. And even while this was a POC, it was a fully working runtime. I can actually show you in a different demo as well. But the main core outcome of that is that we just saw benefits across every performance dimension that we cared about. And then there was also the need to actually get our SDK into more platforms that require a native runtime.
Right, gotcha, interesting. That's phenomenal. I see Rust popping up in so many places now.
It is. It's a very good language for agents.
The other day I was building some of the Copilot CLI and I said, how should I build this? And it was like, I would do it in Go. And I was like, but I don't know Go. And then I remembered, that is irrelevant. The agent knows Go, and so I built the thing in Go because I could.
Absolutely, and I think that's what's really amazing is it's pushing the teams inside of GitHub to think beyond the boundaries of their experience. Fundamentally, just the environment has changed, and we recognize that probably 6 to 7 months ago, and we've been really internalizing what that means for ourselves. And so when you look at the Copilot CLI and SDK team, we fully embraced very large experiments. We fully embraced seeing what the technology can do. It's one of the luxuries that we have at GitHub to just burn a ton of tokens to really see what the limits are of the models themselves.
Best perk of the job.
Honestly, it should start as a line item in the modern era because it is the biggest cheat code in general.
This is when you become like health insurance, right? Like you have how good is your health insurance, but more importantly,
how many credits are you giving?
How many tokens do I get in this job?
Exactly. Mainly because you can just shorten the gap between idea to outcome.
Yeah.
And when you don't feel as token constrained, you can go test those outcomes much more.
I hate it, man. It's really, really bad when you have to, every decision you make is based on like, well, should I spend these tokens in this way? Do I really want to use Opus here? And it really constrains your productivity.
Oh, absolutely.
Do we have any demos that we can see on the SDK?
I'll show you one of when we shipped the technical preview, it was a technical preview, so we didn't expect it to go into like production grade applications at the time. So we saw a lot of personal assistants, and I use one of my own, of course, being that I work on the SDK.
I made one. That was one of the first things I did.
Multiple flavors, but I actually have really just been loving my current form because I'm a PM. And one of the things that's really essential to being a great PM is you have to write all the time. And so I think coding tools are awesome. They're wonderful. But really like this desire for a great way to write, deploy agents to support me in that action is where I'm currently at in my trajectory and what I'm really obsessed about day to day.
Can you show it to us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because did you use this? Because we were working on something together and you did a write-up and you sent it over to me. It was like, I did a one-pager and I read through it. I was like, that's really good.
Exactly.
And you used your agent for that.
Exactly, yeah. And I call it whim because I want everything to be at a whim, which is why, for example, I can hotkey it anywhere I am in the system. You can leave it up, you can pin it, you can resize it. But really, the core of it is that when you are thinking about being a PM and you're putting things on schedules and you're trying to really encapsulate the job that you're doing and then transform it into something that's repeatable, I only really need kind of spaces to write. I need little workers. and I need skills. If I have those three things, you can accomplish, sadly enough, a whole range of PM responsibilities. And I find that it's more fun than ever to ideate, think about the right thing to do. And so it's all canvas-based. What I mean by that, similar to what you see in the GitHub Copilot app, where we're exploring ways to render content and make it interactive, this is the inverted version of that, meaning you start with the writing canvas and you spawn all your agents out of it directly. And so what I love about this is inside...
Wait.
Yeah.
What? You're going to write up the file first and then spawn the agents
it's simpler than that.
You're not going to write anything.
I'll actually just highlight first that there's a variety of agent personas in my Win app, which allow me to, one, run my agents in ephemeral cloud environments. I can now spawn an infinite number of workers, not worry about my local machine. I can close my laptop. I can pick up and resume whenever I want. That's one version of an agent I can use. There's my development agents, where just by calling it into action, it will code for me. It will develop. It will check out repos. It will modify. It'll do all of those things you would expect. And then I have my editor, which is my main agent that I use because we're always working on the content. And then the last piece is my sandbox. If I want to run something local, it's a bit dangerous, I can deploy this agent and I can let it run it in a nice, secure MXC sandbox that we shipped yesterday as well. But when it comes down to the action, right, there's intent and then there's the outcome. And normally there's a whole lot of steps in between. And in reality, what I like to do is shorten that as much as possible. And so when I think of things I need to do today, I just start building a list like most humans do. And I'm like, well, I need to triage Copilot. Just actually spell correct. Copilot SDK, GitHub issues. And then I can just say editor deploy.
Oh, you're tagging the agent there.
I've actually put it already in motion and I don't have to think about it any more than that. And the way that it actually shows up is you'll see it present in the document. You'll see that the session has been fired open right here. I can actually drill down into any of the chats. So as I deploy the agents across my canvas, I can actually check on what they're doing. If I care about what's happening across canvases, I can get that view as well. You get similar controls. So if I want to turn these into sessions I can remote into, I can just click a little button. It'll give me the remote link. I can dive into it from my phone so I can pick up on the go. You have, of course, things like YOLO mode, because I like to run unconstrained.
Yeah, I see it's asking for approvals right there.
And you can continue to drill down a little bit deeper. So this idea of multi-agent orchestration, not really feeling like multi-agent orchestration, is where I think, in general, we're all headed, because there's a lot of cognitive load we're all feeling.
Oh, man.
And so when I think about the way I engage with people, how do I weave agents in to feel as normal and as common as how I communicate day in and day out?
Yep. So I had the same thought where it's like, I don't want a coding agent. I just want an agent that's everywhere that I am. So if I'm in Outlook, it's the same agent. It knows I was chatting with it about code. Now I'm chatting with it about email, right?
Exactly.
We don't need an agent just for coding.
Exactly.
But this is interesting. I've never seen a modality here that's not a chat.
And the nice thing is you can close these things out, and I rarely go into the chats anymore in this thing to begin with, because the output actually ends up back on the canvas. So I'm communicating through the canvas with the agents themselves, or they're off doing work and they'll open a PR, whatever it might be. And if I open up my Wim workspace, you'll actually see me working on Wim in Wim, where I'm like giving it bug fixes, sending it off, it's opening PRs, and it's just updating my canvas. And I think what's really beautiful about that is the record itself is being built as I'm doing the work. And so at any point in time, I can reflect back on that, I can roll that up, and I've already encapsulated what I've been doing and how it's been done.
Man, that's super interesting. Yeah. There's so much, the thing that's so irritating right now with AI is there's so many people talking about their like I have, I got OpenClaw and it's running everything in my life. And you're like, well, what's it doing?
Yep.
And they're like, everything.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, but what? And they're like, all of it.
Yeah. It's fun though,
But then you're like, but I don't know what all of it is.
Yep.
But so it's interesting to see how you're actually using it. You know what I mean? It does feel like it's snake oil sometimes to me.
Yeah,
where
absolutely.
people are like, I use it to automate my job, but they can't tell you what exactly it is that they're doing.
Yep.
There's so much of that going around.
A little semblance to a few other industries in that light, in terms of making sure that we ground it in real use cases. They're easy to communicate. People understand them. I think that's really important because the technology is very generalized. Yeah.
100% agree, but often you have to build your own 100%. In order to realize that, and that's what the SDK allows you to do.
Oh, definitely. And to build something like this, it used to be a tremendous amount of work. and now you can spend a weekend talking to your agent and get a whole lot of distance. And we continue to pack more capabilities in the SDK that make all of this just tremendously much easier. So things like remote didn't exist until a few weeks ago. The ephemeral sandboxes in the cloud is yet again another way for you to break free of some of the constraints that are available
Can everybody
locally.
use those now?
Yes. We ship them. The cloud sandboxes are in preview, but they are available. They're in there and they can be used, as well as local sandboxes were shipped in preview today or yesterday as well.
Yeah. So again, for those watching online, those are here of you who are here. Like, if you're interested in how can an agent how can I use AI to do something actually useful? I would absolutely start here and use the Copilot SDK, if you have a sub, to build your own personal assistant, to do what you need to do. Forget about what everybody else is doing. Forget about installing something that's just going to magically work out of the box. Build your own that works the way that you want to work, and start just trying to automate the simple things that you're doing throughout the day.
Yep, absolutely.
Like, for me, that was the most transformative thing, was when I built my own that works how I work.
And I think it's like you're getting at a really interesting insight, probably one of the greatest, which is that we all have to build intuition for how the models perform and they behave. Similar to when you engage with a person, you're trying to understand the nuances of other person themselves. And trust is built over time. And then that intuition scales across models. You can understand how to deploy them and leverage them. But it's really important to dive deep, and that's why I love starting with Copilot CLI. It's like the simplest way to go straight into a model, get a very pure experience. You can scale that up to the GitHub Copilot app, which will give you cross-session, multi-agent orchestration. But I think diving in and really understanding the parts and the bits using the SDK will help you go an extra distance that's truly valuable.
And there's something that's so rewarding about building your own agent, even though it is the CLI harness, but because mine's called Max, and Max is like I have a repertoire with Max. I know Max. Max knows me. That's probably some sort of psychosis, isn't it?
A little bit.
I need help.
I mean, you have to lean in a little bit to the psychosis to embrace the capabilities that are available there. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, Patrick, one question for you.
Sure.
What's your go-to model? What's going on behind the scenes here? Which one are you going?
GPT 5.5 these days has honestly been really great, and I was somebody that sat on Sonnet and Opus models for almost a couple years at this point. But I find there's a nice balance, especially between the two classes of models. And so I'm a big, let one model do the implementation, let one model verify. You get a nice mixture of answers and responses to balance it out. They all have different training data and inputs that help them decide what the right thing is to do. And so I find GPT 5.5 is really great, especially for reviews. Still love Opus for generating code as well, but I've started to use GPT 5.5 pretty much exclusively the last few weeks or so.
So I've had the exact same experience. I just recently posted about this, but I'm mostly on 5.5 now. Opus, to me, still use that for design and creative thinking, but for implementation and actually executing, I'm a 5.5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Patrick, thanks you so much for being here. You got any other sessions?
I do. It's 4 to 5. We're giving a Copilot SDK session where we'll talk a little bit more about the great work we've been doing across Microsoft, what's going on right now.
Where is that? Is that here in this?
Should be in Breakout 1.
Breakout 1. All right. So if you want to know more about the SDK, Breakout 1 at
4 o'clock today.
4 o'clock today. All right. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you, Burke.
Thanks for being here.
Cheers.
Right. We'll be right back.
I'm Ori. I'm a senior product designer at GitHub, and I help to design the remote control sessions with Copilot CLI or VS Code on GitHub Mobile. You get to start work on your computer, and then you can remotely connect to it on your phone and work on the go.
I'm Josh. I'm an engineer at GitHub. I've been getting all of GitHub's agentic offerings speaking the same language. One of the things that has enabled is remote control.
I'm able to stay connected and kick off new tasks with Copilot CLI, respond to it, and have it continue my local work. You can have multiple agent sessions going on at once. You can actually see all your sessions in one view.
Remote control enables me to check on the progress of my work and direct that work while I'm not at my laptop.
That frees you up to do anything you want.
You don't have to stay close to your desk to stay close to the code.
Things happens when you do Git operations and it purrs. It's like it was a cat, but then someone wanted goblin mode. We don't.
Oh, are we on? Are we live? Oh, thank you, Tom. What's up, everyone? Welcome back. Welcome back, folks. Folks who are here and at home. I'm here with Evan Boyle from the Copilot CLI team and a huge fan of fish. Fishing?
All things fish.
All things fish.
Yeah.
Evan, what is it that you say you do here at GitHub? GitHub?
Yeah.
At GitHub, yeah.
At GitHub. So I'm an engineering manager, but I'm a very hands-on guy. I don't think that you can build dev tools and be a manager in that space without writing a lot of code yourself and like living the life of your users. So my team builds a bunch of things. We build the core agent loop that powers the Copilot CLI and the SDK and increasingly all of the agents across Microsoft and GitHub. So that agent loop and runtime, the SDK, the Copilot CLI, and newly the GitHub app.
Yes, which we saw in the keynote. And by the way, Evan was with us 3 nights ago when we rewrote the whole demo from scratch.
At GitHub HQ until midnight.
Until midnight. Interesting times. All right, so we're going to look at the Copilot CLI today. I was actually on the bus coming over here this morning.
Yeah.
And was talking with someone, and the person behind me tapped me on the shoulder and said, "What is the Copilot CLI? I keep hearing about that, but what is it?" So maybe we should just start there.
Yeah, we can totally start there. So I am in the Copilot CLI right now. I just did a talk with Cassidy, and we created this repo here. And so this repo, basically, we asked people to open issues to decide what we were going to build live during the session. Pretty fun stuff. Got 60 issues open. And then with the Copilot CLI, what we did was we asked it, hey, go read through all of these issues. If you shift tab here inside of the CLI, tab, you can see all of the open issues. You can see all of your open PRs. And so we had the Copilot CLI go analyze all of those issues, pick out the best one, and then we went to go implement it. So what the audience asked for was this little octocat that was going to sit here and shower you with emojis when you did Git operations.
Just any Git operation.
Any Git operation. So we fed that issue into plan mode, created a plan, and then let it go on autopilot. And so it built this initial version, and then we asked, hey, audience, go open up a bunch of requests for ways that we could improve this. And somebody asked for goblin mode, which is what you could see here right now.
Is that because GPT was talking about goblins a whole bunch for a while? They fixed that?
They did fix it. They put out a really interesting paper about it, actually. Yeah.
I would like to know why that is.
And so we actually just got to the point that we had, so we picked out 5 features: goblin mode, sounds, eyes following the cursor, visibility.
Wait, eyes following the cursor? Does that work?
Oh, that one didn't make the cut, I guess. And then slower animations. Okay, so I think what I'm going to ask right now is instead of opening a PR, and I'll do this with voice too. So I'll hold down the space bar, see this little voice meter pop up. All right, instead of opening a PR, I want you to just push directly to main.
That sounds like a great idea.
Hey, this is my repo. It's not my personal repo, so
just force push to main.
I don't do that on our team repos, but for this one, it's okay. And I'll turn up the volume here and see if we can hear. So the goblin here, the goblin cat purrs every couple of seconds, and then it meows when you commit. Shipped it. There we go.
Nice.
So this was an Electron app that we created with the audience in the course of, 20, 25 minutes.
Very nice. $1,600 worth of tokens.
I don't think that many, no. Only, this is like $5 or $10, I think, something like that.
That was all it was?
I got to do the math, but 1,300 credits. I don't know what that converts to.
Okay, so on the CLI, I have a question.
Yeah.
Why am I in a terminal and not in an editor, Evan? Why do I need this exactly?
I think the nice. Oh, there we go. It's making noises. I don't know if you heard that.
No, I can't hear.
So yeah, I mean, I think the terminal for me brings an awful lot of focus. There's no distractions. I can see the logs. Also, it's kind of fun to feel like a little bit of a hacker, right?
Yeah.
So it's easy to multiplex these things. I can use tmux and run multiple instances. If I have a big monitor, I can cascade multiple of these across my screen. And we've even turned the CLI into, like, if you like working in parallel, but you're working on a small monitor like this, we now have this /new command. So /new lets me start a new conversation. And so I could say, like, go do some research on open issues that we might want to address, right? But then I can go to /sessions, and I can see all of my other running sessions in this instance. So the Copilot CLI can now manage multiple sessions in parallel, have all of those tasks running, and you can switch between them. So if I go back to this original session, all right, it's live. Now I'm going to ask it, hey, go close out those issues we implemented. Add a friendly message and a thank you to our community members. Cool.
So wait a minute. So when you do new /new, it starts a new session.
Yep.
But the other one, it sort of backgrounds.
It backgrounded that existing session, and I can see everything that's going on in parallel and switch between. So hey, I trust it to go and close out these issues. I'm now going to go back to my research session, right? So research open issues. Crawling through the issues, reading my README, right?
But it's super interesting to me though. Like, why are we back in terminals? Why are we here?
Why are we here?
Because I agree with you. I don't know if how many people have used like CLIs here recently to do coding and development. See, like, look, there's not a lot of folks. Look, like a couple hands here, but how many people are using editors and agents? So if you haven't tried using a terminal and a CLI because you're like, why would I do that? It's because it's a magical experience, and I can't put my finger on why that is. My preferred method of working is with Visual Studio Code open and the terminal as an editor tab, because you can do that, and I'll have multiple of them. That's how I work now.
Yeah.
The terminal just feels so good, and I don't know what it is.
It does, and I think that, you know, for a lot of people who haven't tried terminal coding agents, like for me, I've never been a Vim or an Emacs person, and I know that when you think terminal, you think, oh my gosh, I've got to learn a ton of hotkeys. It's going to be complicated. I'm going to be stumbling over myself.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think.
That's what people think, right? But, you know, TUI applications have gotten so rich that they almost feel like a web app, right? They feel much richer than they used to. Like this, you know, this view that we have up here with issues, with pull requests, with gists back to my session, like it begins to feel more and more like a full application, almost like your IDE.
And I've noticed that there's actually less keyboard shortcuts in the terminal than there are in Visual Studio Code.
That's true.
Which is weird. And also, someone the other day was like, I want to click on the tabs at the top. And I thought, well, you can't do that. It's a terminal. And then somebody was like, no, we already let you click on things. We can make that work.
We can't. Oh, and it does work.
It does work. They shipped it.
We implemented it.
Amazing.
So this is this is one of the things that's really funny about working on a team that is so heavily bought into AI. I mean, you can imagine the team at GitHub that is building the AI tools is the most AI forward, utilizes AI the most. And so it's been a couple of months since I did I think back in March, I did a survey, and with 10 people, we were shipping 2,000 PRs a month across app, CLI, SDK, agent loop. And so every time I come in contact with the CLI code base, I have to assume it's completely different than a week ago. If I built a feature a month ago and I come back to add something to it, I have to rebuild my view of the world because the velocity of this code is so high.
Yeah, moves so fast.
Yeah,
I was talking to Moss, who built the new UI here, and I was asking, I was like, how much agentic coding do you actually do on the team? He's like, Well, I don't know what everybody else does, but I do a lot.
A lot. Yep, a lot.
Yeah, very interesting. All right, let's talk about some of the other features of the CLI here. What are some of your favorites? Because a lot of them are behind slash commands.
Yes, a lot of them are behind slash commands. So I'm going to go ahead and start a new session. And we'll go ahead and do it in here. So let me bump up the font. I'm going to run Copilot. I'm going to do it in YOLO mode. I don't always do this, but for the sake of demos, I want all of this to kind of stream while I'm working. So one thing that I really like to do is /review. So this is multi-model code review. And so what I'm going to say, I'm going to dictate here. I'd like for you to do multi-model code review with Sonnet 4.6, GPT 5.5, and Gemini. I'd like you to then compare the results and only feed me issues where the models are in agreement. Cool.
Is agreeance a word?
I think I just made it up. Agreement.
I bet it understands it anyway.
It'll understand it. That's the beauty of LLMs is they pick up what you're putting down.
And they don't care about spelling at all.
They don't care about
I frequently
spelling.
watch people type and they'll be like, "Oh, I misspelled that," like backspace. It doesn't matter.
I just mashed the keyboard.
Just
for sure.
Just send it. It knows.
And so. Let's see. Oh, this is really cool. So this is what's called elicitation. When the CLI detects that there's some ambiguity, right? Like I ran this /review command, and it's expecting, hey, I have commits that are ahead of my base ref, right? Or I have unstaged or uncommitted changes. In this case, I'm just on main, so it's asking me what I want to do. Like, hey, do you want to review the whole repo? Specific branch, just the latest commit merge. I'm going to say, let's just go ahead and do the latest commit and merge.
Oh, then you get a free text.
And then it says branch name or commit range if applicable. I'm going to just say, you figure it out.
Oh, it wants you.
Best judgment.
It wants you to specify.
I don't have the commit number off the top of my head, unfortunately.
It gave you something there. It gave you like a I thought I saw a hash.
Maybe it did. Maybe it did. I just missed it.
Yeah, we're moving.
We're flowing here.
I don't have time to read everything the agent says. They write walls of text, man.
Yeah.
I'm too busy. I'm building things.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that because that's actually something that we've experimented with in the GitHub app and probably we will bring into the CLI is sort of different, being able to configure different levels of brevity. Some people really love being able to see in complete detail the entire log. Some people just want the final output.
Yeah, say it in as few words as possible. Like, I don't know if y'all notice, like if you have people who send you or you read things that AIs have generated, they're like this long, man. Like people send me an email that looks like they spent an hour on it. That was written by an agent. You're wasting my time. Boil it down to one sentence.
This is the beauty though of these coding agents, the CLI, is there's lots of ways to configure them. Skills, hooks, custom instructions. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and implement Burke's suggestion here. I'll hold down the space bar. I'd like for you to add to my custom instructions that I want you to be as brief and concise and to the point as possible, unless I ask otherwise. Like one sentence. Make it easy for me to read and scan. I'm just going to hit enter here. This is going to update my Copilot instructions file and generate a new instruction where now the agent is going to be a little bit more tailored to me and how I want to work inside of this repo. I'm doing this in the repo because I own this, but if I was working in a team, I would put this in my .copilot folder where I could have personal instructions that are specific to how I want to work with the agent.
Now, I notice you keep using voice mode.
Yeah.
Is that a plugin? Is that something how does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can toggle voice mode on and off here with the /voice command. And if you show models, we have an English and a Spanish Nematron model. There are other models that are available to download as well.
These are local models.
These are local models. I believe they're from NVIDIA, but
Nematron's
you have to check me on that. And the nice thing about these models is that they stream. So the first time you set this up, you have a download. Let me see if I can look back. So it's a big model. It's 700 megs. But the nice thing about that, all of it running locally, and then I don't have to hit the cloud or hit an inference provider for this.
Yeah, that's super nice. So a question, how many of y'all are using voice mode and talking to agents? Is anybody how people type to your agent? So most people, why? Are y'all uncomfortable talking to, just like speaking out loud? Because then it sounds like you're just talking to yourself. Is that what it is? Because that's how I feel. I feel uncomfortable when I do it. Different part of your brain. So like when you're typing, you're thinking. And when you're speaking, I don't know about y'all, but when I speak, I don't think, obviously.
Well, I would say for me, Scott Hanselman is the one who turned me on to voice mode.
He does everything in voice mode.
He does everything in voice mode. And when we were doing some early dog fooding of the GitHub app, and we had these weekly 1-hour Scott dog fooding sessions where we would watch him use the app, and he was using Handy at the time. And at first when I saw it, I didn't really get it. And I tried it once or twice, and it didn't really stick. But eventually I realized I'm kind of a person who likes to pace around my office while I think, if that makes sense. So I have like a little USB remote that's hooked up to that shortcut, and I pace around my office with my headphones on, and I ramble at my agent.
Like dictation.
Like dictation. Like I'm walking around in circles, thinking, staring at the sky. It works for me.
It's 1965. We're all dictating to recorders again.
Exactly.
All right. Well, Evan, thank you. Do you have any other sessions here? What should people do next?
I do. I have a 4 p.m. session with Mario about the GitHub app this afternoon. Already did a session with Cassidy this morning that was recorded about the Copilot CLI, going in depth on the features. The session with Mario on the GitHub app is at 4 p.m. today. Encourage you all to attend that. If you want to learn more about how the team and I use the GitHub app and use agent workflows to guard our focus and focus on output rather than activity with coding agents.
Awesome. And for those y'all who, listen y'all, and for those online, if you're skeptical about these CLIs and these TUIs, then I definitely want you, more than anyone else, to go install the Copilot CLI and just try it. Just try it, okay? That's my challenge to you, because I understand the skepticism. I was too. But then once you do it, you're like, wow, that feels amazing. So just give it a try, see what you think. All you got to do is Google the Copilot CLI. You'll find it. You can't miss it. Evan, thanks for being here.
Thanks so much, Burke.
We'll be right back. Thanks, y'all. See you in a minute. So I'm using Rust, and so here, let me walk you through what I did. So first of all, I took a photo of the challenge with my phone.
I did the same and airdropped it to my machine.
Same thing. And then, so first I had to ask, is my machine configured to run Rust? Can I build a website with Rust? Because I don't know. So it's like, Rust isn't installed in your machine, here's how you can build. I was like, cool. So yes, install what I need, and then I'm gonna get a prompt ready for you. And then this is my prompt. We're doing the Vibe coding contest. I'm gonna give you the rules. Yep. Then I said, boost the prompt. It's basically like add more fidelity to the instructions that they provided us. Yep. And then create a detailed plan. So then I went into plan mode. Yep. And then I said it would be better if we could deploy it, but we have to get it running locally. That's P0. If you have any questions, let me know. So then it goes through, and I don't know if it's going to show the questions here, but one of the first things it said to me was, it goes, hey, you don't need Rust to do this. You just need HTML and JavaScript. That was like the first thing the agent said. It was like, do you still want to use Rust? So then I switched to my custom agent, which is the beast mode rebooted. Yep. So my custom agent here does a couple of things that are important. So first of all, it forces the thing to use context 7. It forces it to run things in sub-agents. I know I'm not supposed to use sub-agents. I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. I told you I wasn't going to listen. And then it lays out some mandatory coding principles. Now, then the next thing that it does is I switched into autopilot, which I think is experimental in the CLI, but it's essentially the Copilot CLI's version of a Ralph loop. Okay. And then it just keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps going. It's trying to test, it's opening the local host, taking screenshots, and then we get down here to the bottom and it's like, okay, cool, I'm done. And I was like, well, how do I run it? And so that took me a minute to figure out how to run it, but it's up.
Dude.
So there's a couple things. So first of all, I used the front-end design skill from skills.sh, which I just have installed. Like, it's just there. And Theo told me that Opus 4.6 with the front-end design skill is like, that's really the most goated way to do design. So that's what I did. And then the agent browser skill is what it used for to test. To make sure that it actually ran. Because one of the problems with agents is that they can't close the loop. You're the one who pointed this out to me. Yeah. And so what they do is they're like, cool, I did it. And then you go and you're like, you didn't do it.
And you're like,
it doesn't work at all. So it has to be able to close the loop. So the agent browser skill enables it to use a browser and do that. I don't know if this actually works though. Hold on. Can we give people kudos? Let's give John some kudos. Hey!
Ooh, look at that animation.
Look at that animation. Wait, does it persist if I reload the page? It does!
Wow, that's really
impressive. Did I win?
Hello, my friends. Welcome back. We're here at Microsoft Build, and I'm super excited to be here with Julia. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you.
The thing I love about Build is we get to talk about the cool stuff behind the scenes, and we get to ask all sorts of questions. We have a live audience here as well, so they might ask some questions. Why don't you tell us who you are and what you do?
Cool. My name is Julia. I am a product manager on the VS Code team. I've joined the team last year in August, and yeah, it's been a fun ride.
But the thing is that you just don't work on VS Code. Like, let me paint the stage. We're in agentic coding era. Like, for me, it started last December. And we kind of go and we pick the model, and we just happily just go along and pick a model. And it seems super easy, but that's what you work on.
Yes.
It's not as easy as it sounds, right?
Yes. So I thought the same thing.
Okay.
Funny that you say this. I'm like, I'm in VS Code, I'm using the chat extension, and from time to time, like a new model shows up, and I'm like, oh, great, I'm just going to use the new one. Now, since I joined the VS Code team, I'm in charge of, or I'm helping the team, not in charge of, but I'm helping the team. It's very collaborative. What all goes into releasing these new models in our VS Code extension. And it is a ride, I can tell you that much. It's not as easy as, we get a new model endpoint and boom, here it is, and it just works. There are so many things and pieces that go into this, from us working very closely with the model providers and like getting their insights and what the new model is all about. So yeah, there are a lot of things that go above and beyond here.
So I'm just picking the thing, and I'm like, these things are all compatible or the same. Can you give us a sense for how not the same? These are all very special flowers, whether they're from a certain company or from a certain type. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I think the biggest aha moment for me was, even within the same model family, let's pick the GPT ones.
Okay.
GPT 5.4 to 5.5, even within this model family, it kind of had its own new personality, and we had to adjust our coding harness to it. And that's why we work very closely with them, because for us, the models are also a black box. So we are getting their insights, like what has their research team worked on and making the new model endpoint better. So it truly is like every new time we are getting a new model, it has its own personality, even more across different model providers like Anthropic and OpenAI. These even differ even more, but even within the same model family or like model provider section, it's already very, very different.
So we talk about models, even from 5.4 to 5, you talk about personality or characteristics trait, and you talked about the harness a little bit too. Do you have to make changes to the harness for every model? And if people don't know what a harness is, can you help them understand what a harness is and how new models make it so you have to change some stuff?
Totally, yeah. So I brought a little bit of
let's go to the screen here.
Flowchart diagram.
Okay.
Just to give a very high level of, hey, these are all of the steps that we have to think about. As I mentioned, we work very closely with the model providers. So I thought it was very processy. Oh, yes, of course, we learn about this new process. It's very casual. The model providers reach out to us. They're like, hey, our research team told us we have something that is working. And then our entire team, from the Copilot API team that gets the new model onboarded to also us on client side, like VS Code, we all go in and we start working. And in particular, we work on optimizing the harness. So what is this harness? The harness itself is the system, the environment your AI or your LLM is running. Essentially, the LLM only provides or gives back tokens, but how do we make changes? How do we edit files? How do we run in terminal? So this is what we consider our harness. And these are all of the changes we have to make sure it works once a new model comes up. And there are 4 very important things we always look at whenever we have a new harness. It's our system prompt. So for every model, for every different model, across even different model providers, we have our own system prompt. We have different built-in tools that these models can call. And even across different model providers, they tend to call different tools as well. So we have to make sure the right tool sets are being called. And then also context management. Different models have different or work with different model contexts. And then also the agent loop and how do we call it, how do we load tools. So we just have to make sure it works end to end.
So hold up. So you effectively, every time you get a new model, every model gets its own special flower kind of situation in the harness so that for us, as we're using this, we really can't tell.
Yes, correct. Well, actually, so let me switch over to my stable.
Oh, can you hit Control Plus a couple of times?
Yes, of course. There you go. All right, so this is a fun little project. It's called DJ Julia.
Control Plus one more time, because I'm old.
There you go.
There you go.
It's just like a fun little project that I have. So right before this session, I created this prompt, which is, hey, for my DJ app, I want you to create a new music pattern for me. And just to kind of show you, first of all, everyone can go in and explore what the harness does whenever we make these calls to the LLM. So you see a bunch of styling. It does a bunch of different things, right? It's searched. So whenever you switch to our chat debug logs, you can really see all of the different things that is happening behind the scene. So
hold on, you went really fast. Let's pause for a second. So there is a chat debug log where you can see effectively every step the harness has taken.
Exactly. Every step, every tool call, what is the system prompt that is being applied. So here, for example, let me close this real quick. You can see the request message is being separated between the system prompt. And you will notice, so this one is with the GPT 5.5 model. If you would do the exact same prompt with, let's say, Opus 4.6, it will have a different system message as well. That's how we optimize and we make sure every new model gets the latest and best together with the model providers that we work on, because they clearly know the model so much better. And it also helps us to really optimize and make sure it works truly end-to-end as well. And then also, if you're interested in seeing all of the different tools that are being called, as an example, the GPT model family always uses apply patch versus the Anthropic models. They use insert file. So just some nuances how different all of these models truly are.
So you talk about like how different they are. Is there a way you could show us like how they are different?
Sure. Let's try this here. Okay. So use this. Let's go back. And for everyone to see, I use this using the GPT 5.5 one. So let's just do this with the Opus 4.7 one. I'm doing the exact same prompt. So first of all, also another challenge we have in the AI space, even using the exact same model, it is non-deterministic. So every time you run this, even within the same model family, you will always get a different input or output. But just to show you how much they differ, even across within the same harness, and just having the different model here.
Yeah, because I mean, this thing is sampling, according to distribution of the model's output. I like to say stochastic process as much as I can. It's like a $5 word, makes you sound really smart. I don't know what it means all the way, but that's what they told me. But effectively, this is all probabilistic, and so it's going to be different every time, even within the same model.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you got?
So, all right. If you remember what we had before, our system prompt. Let's go here. There you go. So this was the system prompt we had previously. Just gonna close this. It does like a bunch of pre-classification checks and stuff like that. So now if we go to the latest one that we just did with the Claude one, you can see the instruction files are different. With the GPT 5.5, we had something to make sure it inserts before, because the GPT 5.5 ones, they are more prone to immediately go and run in terminal. But we wanted to hey, first explore a little bit and then go and run it, because we have seen so much more success with these kind of system prompts rather than using the ones that we previously had with 5.4. And all of this was worked together with the OpenAI folks.
And this is really impressive because, like, betwixt us friends, I built my own harness in Rust, and I started changing models, assuming that it was going to work, and things just stopped working. So you effectively have to, when a model comes out, it's like, all right, gang, let's get together. Let's figure out what the right prompt is.
Yes.
Let's figure out how they do tool calls, et cetera. You have to do all of that work.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I love that you're building your own harness, but one of the benefits for using our built-in one, and there's no harm in building your own, and of course making your own changes, is we do work very closely with them, and we are truly optimizing for all of the new checkpoints, and we are optimizing in a way that it will hopefully work for most folks out of the box, and you don't have to worry about it because we know how much work there actually goes into always updating and making these changes, and that's one of the benefits for using GitHub Copilot and VS Code
100%.
as well.
My harness is nowhere near as skillful as theirs, and it's literally for helping me write stuff. And so notice that even for a separate task, does your harness have to be different, or is this all optimized for writing code?
That's optimized for writing code. That's why you see in the instruction file, usually the very first one is, hey, you're an expert AI programming assistant. So we are putting the model in context of where it is. It's in a coding environment. It has to make sure it is not just like giving you text. It is going in, it is using our built-in tools like run in terminal, all of these things to make sure it works in the environment we are kind of grounding it into.
So I'm assuming you're not like, oh, we got a new model, everybody. Let's just use the last one and change a couple of words, see what it does. I'm sure there's like a better process to do this kind of testing. Can you tell us about that?
So to be very honest, a lot of the times whenever we get a new checkpoint, the very first thing, and this is something we get from the model providers, they tell us, just use the system prompts from the prior model, and let's just see how it goes. And we're like, okay, I guess, because they're also, so the reason why they want us to do that is they want us to see how good it already is without doing all of the optimizations.
Work,
yeah. And how do we measure this?
Yes.
So we measure this by running a bunch of offline eval benchmarks. We do this by internal dog fooding. So these are two in parallel things that are going on. And once we have these benchmarks run, we share the results with the model provider. And then based on that, they're like, oh, okay, I see. It's already maybe better, but let's start tweaking and let's start going in. How about this? So then we sometimes have had a model where we basically just removed everything and we're like, okay, we have to start from scratch here. And then we optimize it to make sure whenever the model launch day is, it truly is the perfect model to hit the crowd.
So, but there's got to be, like, for example, I'm a traditional dev. I did some machine learning. We had things called evaluations. We do things as devs as unit tests. Do you have something like that you systematically run through to improve the prompt or see, like, hey, it's this good, but now it's this good? What does that look like in your process?
So our process here, and this probably is going to touch a little bit of evals. So yes, we have offline evals, especially we run these before the launch. After launch, we also still optimize the harness, which is very important. It's never a ship and let's go.
Course.
It's always like we go in and we iterate even after. So what are the benchmarks or how do we evaluate it? There are a bunch of public benchmark out there. SweBench, one of the very known ones. And we still run these, even though there are a lot of controversy around these public benchmarks. One of them being, and the model providers have told us directly as well, the models are so smart now that you're always kind of going to get this. So use this as a regression test rather than really evaluating the quality of it. So we still run these, we share it, we see if the model has regressed. We use it for optimization of our harnesses as well. But then the more important one is we have our own internal benchmark, which is called VSC Bench. It currently has 100+ tasks or instances that we run every time. So before launch, we run across different reasoning efforts. We make some changes to the system prompt as an example.
Right.
We see how it changes, and we look at these, what we call model report cards, to see how it's performing against it.
So you're not just like YOLOing a model out.
No.
You have a full benchmark of a bunch of stuff that you're testing. Can you show us a little bit the card to help us out? Show us that.
Awesome. So I did this morning.
Can you control plus a couple
again,
of times?
Sorry, yes.
You're good, thank you.
There you go. So I ran this morning, and basically how it works is we have a VS Code Insiders instance in an ACA. So whenever we run our offline evals, we spin one up. It's always using the latest. So I ran it this morning, so it truly has the latest Insider version in it. And how I did this, I ran it against GPT 5.4 2 times and GPT 5.5. Typically, we try to run it 5 times because of the non-deterministic problem that we have with AI. Right. So then a next step, this is where it gets really exciting, is the performance metrics. We look at the resolution rate. So resolution rate is, was this task successful or not? And we evaluate this by certain assertions we have, and we think of it like a checklist, and it goes through and says, for this test case, was it resolved? Did it hit all of the check marks? Yes, and then it's resolved, and it goes in and shows 153 out of the 248 test cases were resolved. And this is how we can compare across the different model families.
This is pretty amazing. So what should developers take away from this? We got about 45 seconds.
First of all, always keep trying new models. Give us feedback if there's anything that doesn't work as expected. We are continuously operating and doing this. And also, I've done the same. I gave a model a one-try kind of thing, but because we are putting so much effort in these models, just make sure to maybe sometimes come back and give it another try. And also then evals, offline evals are a huge topic, and anybody building their own coding harness, it has been one of the tools that we as Microsoft have been super successful, and the model providers are loving. So definitely a space to dig more into.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for watching. We'll see you after this.
Thank you.
I'm so excited you're here because, as many of us, we've been experimenting using GitHub Copilot and assigning tasks, switching, using that model selector. And a lot of times I don't really know what model to add. And now, thanks to you and the work in your team, we have the auto selector mode.
The model landscape is changing so quickly. And that's great for AI advancements and our industry. But what it does add is that extra layer of complexity. So questions around what model do you use? What scenarios do you use them for? And how do you actually scale that when there might be a new model version or a new model that comes out the very next day? We wanted to be able to abstract that complexity away from you and actually automatically give you the best available model for your task in real time so that developers can focus on what they want to do. And so we do that through Copilot Auto Model Selection, or Auto for short. The best part about Auto is that it's extremely simple. There's no configuration, no policy toggles that you have to do. All you have to do is go into your favorite IDE, the GitHub Copilot CLI or Copilot Cloud Agent, and go into your model picker.
Hello, my friends. We are back, and I love AI. And at Build, Microsoft Build this year, there was a ton of models released. I think there were 7 MAI models released. But one of the ones that was super interesting to me, because I'm a dev, is MAI Code Flash. And I have some of the researchers here with us. We're going to ask the hard-hitting questions, and I'm going to try not to sound dumb because these are the smart dudes. Why don't you tell us who you are and what you do? We'll start with you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Yang. I'm the research lead of the training part of this model.
I'm Pengcheng. I lead the development in MAI Coder. Build the model.
So this particular model was specifically built with GitHub Copilot in mind. Is that right? So Peng, why don't we start with you? what does that actually mean?
Yeah, to me, the purpose-built model means we didn't take a general purpose model and adapt it for code at the end, but actually we built from the very beginning for GitHub Copilot scenario, and we optimize it for around GitHub Copilot experience from very beginning.
So for those that are like thinking like, okay, MAI Code Flash was optimized with VS Code, with Copilot in mind, what does that mean for people?
What it means, it's not just generate code snippets. It will understand the repository context, use tools, understand the user's intent, and make targeted edits, and respond quickly. Especially for GitHub Copilot users, we will optimize for the real user workflow.
I see. So why don't you tell us more about what that looks like in practice when you optimize for VS Code?
Yes, so I think it means it's not just good at some benchmarks, it's definitely good at many benchmarks, but in the real code agent, it also means like it interacts with you in a proper way. It asks your questions without long thinking for some simple questions. It do the unit test at the correct time, at the right time. It do the proper testing. So it basically optimizes for the best user experience in VS Code.
So tell me more about that, because like I was trained in machine learning, and effectively what I understand models to be is it's this huge structure. You push a lot of data through it, some linear algebra and calculus to optimize it. Tell me about the data that you're specifically pushing through it to make this model super good for VS Code users.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So that's why reinforcement learning plays a very important role here. So which means in this training, we let the model interact with the real product harness, with the real VS Code, with the same tool sets that developers use every day, with the same prompts you use every day. And it can interact with the repo, with the environment, like your daily suite tasks. And we can grade and reward model with a lot of, like, is the task fulfilled for you? And does it like have very proper product behavior, and also many things that you think the model should do the best for your daily suite task. And it's all be done by very good reinforcement learning with a real product harness.
I see. So there's a base model, and then you're doing reinforcement learning on top of it to adapt the behavior. Is that right? Tell us more about that.
Actually, it's multiple stages. Reinforcement learning is the last stage to make the model perfectly aligned with user experience in GitHub Copilot.
So tell me more. So you're actually, when you're training the model, you're training it with the actual VS Code stuff. Is that right? Tell me about the stages.
When we train the model, we have multiple stages. We started with supervised fine-tuning to make the model follow user instruction and response with aligned format. And then we gradually train the model with a lot of diverse data in a criminal way, from simple coding task to complex coding task, stage by stage. And the final stage is that we use reinforcement learning to make the model to learn in the real environment as a product. So, and evaluate in the real scenario, real environment as close to product, so that we make the training, evaluation, and the production in the same workflow. So that's the difference from our model. That's the difference of our model from a general purpose model.
And this is so cool, because I want to restate this, because as I'm hearing this, it's kind of super cool. You basically have a base model, and you do supervised fine-tuning first with simple tasks.
Yes.
Then with more complex. It's almost like you're taking it to school on how to be a good programmer.
Yes.
Simple tasks, more complex tasks, and then you test benchmarks over the top of that. Is that right?
Yes. And this benchmark is not general benchmark. So this benchmark is customized to use the same environment as our product, use the same harness.
So it's a purpose-built model for people that use this harness.
Yes.
That's really cool. So this is cool. Tell me about the model size, because one of the things that I tell people is, hey, if you're doing a generic task and you're not sure, you got to use a pretty big model and then learn and then make a fine-tuned smaller model. Tell me about the model size here and why that particularly matters.
Yes, MAI Code 1 Flash is a 5B model, active parameter model, but actually a MOE model. So the total capacity is about 137 billion parameter, so which is fairly large. I think model size plays a very important role here. It's like it kind of have a trade-off between the model intelligence, the speed, and the cost. That's the three things that we care about. And with this large MOE model, but with small active parameters, it actually achieves a balance point or sweet point for your daily sweet task. You don't need to waste a lot of tokens, but you still have very powerful models for your daily work. Yeah.
So tell me more about that, because you said a 5 billion parameter model, but you're using a mixture of experts. So tell me how that works. So for people that haven't heard that, what does that look like?
So basically, imagine it's a neural model and you have a lot of parameters, but in each token, in each inference, we only need to activate a part of them. And that part of them will serve a task. The rest of them can be activated for other tasks, for other tokens. So which means in each inference, only part of network is activated, and this saves a lot of cost.
Yeah, so the total model is only 5 billion parameters, or?
No, total model is 137 parameters.
But only active at a single time is the 5 billion because of the mixture of experts.
Yes.
And this is the cool part that I love about this. Machine learning has gotten so good that a mixture of experts effectively shuts off an entire part of the model using nice vector calculus, and it pushes the exact query through one of the experts. So that you're actually getting super fast inference speed. So effective model size is 5 billion parameters.
Yeah, not just one expert, it's like a mix of many experts. Yeah.
That's amazing. So what does that mean for speed and accuracy?
So if you look at our blog, our model, you can see the latency of model is super good comparing with the same quality and intelligence. And also, I think Pengcheng mentioned, we also optimize model for token efficiency. So if you combine model efficiency and token efficiency, you will find it's just a beast at its size.
It's just because it's like a big model with little models that together make it a little bit faster.
Yes.
So what has been the most exciting part for you and challenging parts of building this model?
I think actually there's a lot of challenges, as I said. From beginning, the model is just put in next token, so it cannot follow user instruction or use tools. So we need to do something called a code start to make the model can follow user instruction and do some simple reasoning tasks. So basically, it can just like children. We start from a very young baby and make it gradually go up to a postdoctor.
Yes.
So that's a good. The first step is the kindergarten, right? That's code start, and after that we can keep the model, make the model keep climbing and to the higher level.
Yeah. So a lot of folks, when I look, and this, I fall into this trap because maybe, I don't know, we like biggie sizing things. Sometimes we fall into this trap of thinking that a bigger model is going to be better at specific tasks, and that's not always the case. Sometimes a smaller model can be even better. Why is that the case for MAI Flash?
So I think model size matters a lot of intelligence, but not all of it. We take good care of the training. We use the same harness, very proper design data for this model to make sure the model can always climb on its rewards in training. So I think the outcome is very good. It's not just limited to its size. It's a very powerful model. Yeah.
Okay, so I think you've brought something to show us. Can you show us what we got? So we're going to go to the screen here, and you brought a little bit of something to show us in action. Is that right?
Yes. So what I'm showing is a demo we just made. This is using our model in VS Code, developing a front-end web app. You can see the model is very fast. You give it a prompt, it do a lot of things, like the token on the fly is super quick, and use the custom model is trained with VS Code too, and use the native VS Code very efficiently. And in the end, you can see it developed a very nice looking app in a very short time. And I think here's another demo. It's a bit different. The model is prompted to build I would say a retro style game. And you can see the UI looks good. We do put a lot of efforts on improving the model's front-end ability. And with the native harness in training, you seem to use it pretty efficiently.
Yeah, and this is pretty cool because now this particular model is available in VS Code for people to use. Is that right?
We are rolling out the model gradually, and you can use if you got the model, you will see you on Model Picker.
So, what has been the funnest part about building this model? Because, like, in this case, you're building a frontier model, but for a very specific use case. What are some learnings that you've had along the way?
learning, I think users' real workflows is important for us to optimize the model for users' purpose.
Yeah.
Instead of general benchmark. So without using the Copilot 10-minute grounding task, we cannot make the model work as perfect as today in Copilot.
And can you tell us a little bit about how you test these models so folks get a sense for, because you're not just like doing weights, but you're testing these models as they go. Tell us about the testing process.
So definitely we have very good benchmark results. If you look at the blog across many benchmarks, I think it's a frontier model at its size. As Boggan said, we also care a lot about your user experience. So that's why we do a lot of A/B testing online to make sure the model can fulfill your task, your engagement with the model is correct, you don't cancel too much for the model.
So if you've used this model, tell us what the experience has been like using this model. You said it's a little snappier, it's a little faster. Tell us about the experience.
To me, I think for most of the tasks, it's comparable to today's frontier big models. But just for some challenging tasks, we must recognize the scaling law. Right? We cannot disable the scaling law. Small model still has some limit for challenge, but for most of the daily work, I think this work works good for me.
So generally when we go from a bigger model to a smaller model, it gets very focused on the particular task that you fine-tuned it for. What are some things that like people should not expect it to be? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want people to use a model and be like, wow, it's not writing poems for me or something. Tell us about what are some things that are super good at, and what are some things that maybe you should use other models for?
So I would say for most of our daily suite tasks, backend, front end, different programming language, it's a very good model. But the writing a poem, do a lot of like creative writing things. We are not optimized for that, but I can still do something. But maybe you should use other models. Yeah.
Cool. So I hear you have one more demo. Can you show us that one? And this one, does this one have audio?
This one has audio.
Yes.
Okay, so are we equipped for audio, Tom, on this one?
We are ready for it.
Okay, they're ready for it. By the way, Tom's awesome.
So this is for fun project, so we can project.
Well, can you maximize it?
I can start coding agents, give them tasks.
That sounds cool. Can you run the web app locally so we can start testing?
I got it. Let me work on that. I need your approval to start the Vite development server.
Sure, I approve.
The development server started on localhost app.
Thanks. Can you now change the background color of the web app to a gradient of blue and green?
I got it. Let me work on that. The agent updated the project.
Thanks. Now can you check what kind of unit tests we have and see if there is any missing and create them?
I got it. Let me work on that. The test suite is ready to run. I need your approval to execute the NPM.
Sure, I approve.
The agent added unit tests for the profile header.
What's going on with the agents right now?
One moment, checking. All three agents are actively checking the current app structure. One is planning to refactor components into a
So tell us what we just looked at.
So this model is actually our weekend project. We combined our latest state-of-the-art MAI transcribe model, MAI voice model, and MAI code flash model for this fun project.
That's kind of cool because now that you have specific purpose-built models, you can start to put them together to do some really cool things. Tell us about how you came up with this.
I think it's very natural when MAI comes all these 7 models together. So it's kind of natural to think how we can combine them and how we can imagine the Swift developers in the future. So that's a very natural project. Yeah.
So what should developers take away from all of this? We'll start with you and then we'll come to you.
Take away, I think, imagination is important. Right? We can imagine in the coming few months we have even better things come out. Yeah.
Fantastic. What about you?
I think my takeaway is we are seriously training the best model for our product, VS Code, and other products. And this is just the beginning of our journey. Please stay tuned and looking forward to what will happen next.
That's amazing. And so as developers try this out, make sure you give us feedback because I'm sure you want feedback on how the model's working.
Yes.
Yeah,
Feedbacks are very welcome.
We love feedback.
And you're going to continue to improve this model and do work. Is that right? Tell me about the future of this.
So definitely, as Hoon mentioned, we need feedback so we can improve the model. And this is a mini-size model. Just stay tuned for some more powerful beasts.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for spending some time with us. This has been amazing. I'm a nerd. I love this stuff. So thank you so much. And we'll be back right after this. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about the project to port the TypeScript compiler to Go. Can you talk a little bit about the motivations, kind of the trade-offs, the challenges of making that transition?
Yeah. TypeScript from day one was self-hosted, written in itself. And that meant that TypeScript, the compiler, the toolset, everything runs simply as a JavaScript app. Now that has a bunch of advantages. Like heck, you can run the compiler in a browser. And then so you can have an IDE in the browser, with the full compiler and language service, and everything just works. But it comes with some drawbacks too. Precisely because of this massive adoption and then like the ever-growing size of projects that our users build, scalability has just become the number one issue. And then there are some inherent limitations of JavaScript itself. It's the language is by design single-threaded and does not give you access to shared memory concurrency. So you're leaving like 90-some% of the compute power on the table, right? And then JavaScript itself is it's an expensive language, to execute. It has a very permissive object model. You can just like walk up to an object and start slapping properties on it. And that means it's hard to optimize because this ultimately, when it runs, ends up being some hash table lookup and there's some caching and there's some da-da-da-da-da and whatever, but it's not like native code. So we knew we were leaving money on the table, left and right. And as much as it pained us to give up on self-hosting, I can't say enough good things about our team and about how smart these people are and how well they understand how JavaScript works and how surprising it is what you need to do to optimize. Like sometimes you have to do exactly the opposite of what you think you have to do in order to make this code go a little bit faster because of the way V8 is architected. And I mean, we had all of the tricks. We had found out and we had applied and whatever, and it was still just, we're never going to get any faster.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to Microsoft Build. We are here on the live stage, and I'm super excited to be here with Daniel. How you doing, bud?
Doing great. How about yourself?
Fantastic. So why don't you tell us who you are and what you do, and this is going to be a fun one. Tell us about it.
Oh, it's going to be great. So my name is Daniel Rosenwasser. I'm the product manager on the TypeScript team. I've been there for a long time. I started out as a developer, moved into the PM space because I just kept talking and they were like, all right, let's move them over here.
Nice.
Yeah. But so I've been working on TypeScript. So that is the language, the compiler, the editor experience that you know and love in VS and VS Code. And also, if you're just doing JavaScript in these editors, like we're supporting all of that stuff. It's all powered by the same guts that we've been working on for a long time now.
So I remember talking to Anders about, I don't know, it was a year ago or so, about a major change. But before we get to that, I realized, why don't you tell people what TypeScript is, the blurb? Sure. It's super cool. I use it all the time.
Yeah. So basically, many, many years ago, we found that there was like just this continuous problem for a lot of developers building out big JavaScript apps, right? All of us need to have websites. All of us need to have apps that are cross-platform, that are accessible in the browser sometimes. And so as we sort of needed to do scalability and like actually create more complex apps, we found that there were a lot of other things that we were sort of missing from our other languages. Like in C#, like that certain things are just plain not going to work.
Yeah.
Not just from like when you compile it, but like as you're typing it in the editor, you're getting a little red squiggle, right? The same way that in Word, you get something that tells you, hey, you might have made a mistake here, a typo. And so we knew that there was a great opportunity for great, solid safety and developer tooling that we could give people. And also, at the time, we were able to bring people modern JavaScript constructs that were still not really available in every browser and runtime. And so TypeScript was a way to take JavaScript and add syntax for types and add a type checker and a compiler so that you could bring all the modern features that you know and love today. And the cool part is, when I first started on that effort, right? I mean, I wasn't there from the very beginning, but I was there from early days. Yeah. And it was like, this is ambitious, right? This is Microsoft. Yeah. We're trying to do an open source project that is in the JS space, the JavaScript space. And a lot of people were like, I don't know. Even before I joined Microsoft, I was like very skeptical about that effort. And then I joined, and then I found out that really the team behind all of it is really passionate and had a very good sensibility of like working with the community and really trying to have a good sense of developer tooling. And so
it's been nice.
Yeah, it has been nice. So nowadays, I mean, I don't know if you caught this on the GitHub Octoverse this past year, but TypeScript actually became the #1 programming language on GitHub. Yeah. And so, you know, if you like beyond JavaScript, right? And so that is kind of nuts. If you had asked me that back then, I would have just laughed you out of the room completely. But now the thing is that's interesting is that TypeScript is now the #1 way for people to build JavaScript apps, period, right? Like we don't really think of these things as so distinct anymore. It's not like TypeScript versus JavaScript. It's I'm doing JavaScript development and I'm using TypeScript, and that's just kind of the core experience. So
yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
I think it's awesome. Like I use it all the time. In particularly large JavaScript projects, having type safety at the compiler level is super nice. Transpilation layer.
Yeah.
So about a year ago, there was a major shift.
Yes.
From because TypeScript was built on TypeScript, kind of TypeScript on TypeScript, but there was a major shift that happened. Tell us about that.
Right. So TypeScript has been built in TypeScript for over 10 years now, right? It's kind of this food process.
It's 10 years already?
Oh, over that, yeah. And it's like, you know, people call it dog fooding, right? Like you eat your own dog food so you know how good or bad your dog food tastes, or bootstrapping. Basically, by us doing that, that gave us a really solid sense of like what the experience is day to day. But the problem with TypeScript being built in TypeScript is it ultimately compiles down to JavaScript.
Yeah.
JavaScript has had a miraculous amount of development on all the engines, like in V8 and SpiderMonkey and all that. People have made it really fast for the dynamic, you know, interpreted language that people kind of knew from like 1995.
Right.
But, you know, ultimately there's an overhead, right? There's always going to be a little bit more that your engine needs to do. And so there was this sort of gap between what JavaScript is able to do and what you're able to do natively on your CPU, right? And JavaScript kind of fundamentally is single-threaded, right?
Yeah.
There's ways to do multi-threaded JavaScript, but then these threads can't really share the same memory without handing it off fully to each other, right?
Yeah.
And we looked into all sorts of solutions to try to make things faster, but we, you know, as TypeScript's kind of been promising on its, delivering on its promise to do complex JavaScript apps, that means that there's a scalability gap, not just in terms of scaling on your team, but scaling on a big code base. And so people complain, like, my build times are slow. I'm waiting for my editor to like actually load up all the code I've got on disk. And so, all right, let's cut to the chase now.
Yeah.
We actually chose to do a rewrite in the last year and a half or so, taking the existing TypeScript code base and porting it over to Go. And in that port, what we found is a typical sort of speed up that you'll find on many code bases is around 10x, right? Which is pretty mind-blowing.
Yeah.
And so part of that speed up comes from that native speed, and part of it comes from shared memory parallelism. So we're able to actually go faster, not just on one core, but across all the cores that you've got. And I've got a little bit of a demo if we want to dive into that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Too.
So just to recap, effectively, you didn't TypeScript isn't Go. It's
right.
Go is being used to do the transpilation, to do the type checking, to do all the other stuff.
Right, in a sense, like basically all of the code that we had in the TypeScript code base, we took like, you know, we've got different components. We've got a parser, we've got a checker, we've got like an emitter to like do your code gen. And each of those components was ported over to Go code. But at the end of the day, you're still using this to compile TypeScript code, right? It's still reading JavaScript, it's reading TypeScript, and it's emitting JavaScript, and it's giving you the same exact errors that you've had in the past.
And before we go to demo, because I remember talking to Anders about this. It wasn't like you just like wrote it in Go and wrote new unit tests. You basically took every part piece by piece.
Yes.
And tell us about that process, because it was not like it was a very methodical approach.
Oh, totally. Yeah. So this was also back when agents were a little bit more flaky in the reliability and stuff like that. So a lot of people say like, why didn't you could you have just viported it over, right? And so definitely at the time, no. But the cool thing that we did was we used agents to actually write infrastructure to automatically port parts of our code base, right? So like the initial stuff was methodically going through the scanner and the parser. So these two early stages.
Artisanal code, yeah.
And so once we did that, we kind of had a sense of the data structures and how all of the code would look and how we wanted the code to look. And that allowed us to say, like, okay, we have a sense of what we want. Can we partially automate this? So we actually had a script that would take a TypeScript file, right? All of our files are kind of uniformly written in a specific style. And we would say, like, oh, when you're going through the parser, rewrite parts of the parser in so-and-so way. And that way, whenever you're missing something, right, like you have portions of your component, you say, oh, well, I'm missing that functionality. That's literally a function that you're copying and pasting between the two code bases. And then you evaluate, is this new function how I want it, like, is it acting the way I want it to act? Sometimes you'll get a compiler error, and it's intentional because it makes you sort of think about, like, how should this act? So you're just sort of like ripping pieces of auto-generated code into the new code base. But the cool part about that is that it's all very deterministic, right? So if something is not right, you can always say, well, this script needs to be amended. I'll actually adjust the output of this thing, and I'll make sure that it's giving me something that is more predictable, ideal, and more idiomatic Go code for the sort of things that we're writing in the new code base.
So did you like use the AST to generate Go code, or was it?
Yeah. We would use the existing TypeScript APIs.
I see.
Well, we would use a really cool tool called TS Morph, which uses our ASTs and everything like that under the hood. But it's a really nice API, and we would generate Go code out of that. And that really sped up the development process. And we were able to like reuse all of our unit tests and our input-output tests, like our integration tests. And so over the last year and a half, we've been basically minimizing the differences in all of the tests, right? So we've basically been able to get, like, I would say over 95% of the tests ported over. Some of them don't apply anymore, but like that's because there are certain features that we removed as well. But it's kind of incredible how consistent and fast we've been able to move in that process. I don't think we would have been able to make some of the same strides 5 years ago, for example. But it's been incredible because we've got a lot of great users internally and externally who are giving us great feedback, telling us like, hey, you missed this spot, right? But like that was months ago, right? So it's only gotten more and more solid in the last few months.
So in general, if someone switches over to the Go under layer, they're not even gonna know, other than that, wow, this feels really snappy.
Right, yeah, so that's the funny thing. It's very interesting to sort of demo these sorts of things. Like, hey, I have a compiler, I have a faster compiler. Isn't that cool, right? And I can show you why there's a little bit more subtlety to that, but yeah, for the most part, most people will not really notice a difference. There is some stuff that we are trying to work on right now, which applies to the APIs. So if you're relying on stuff like the Vue.js editing experience or Angular or Svelte, like there are certain gaps. You'll still be able to get some benefits from this new compiler architecture. And in fact, you'll get like a fully, the story, like the gaps will close over time. Like actually pretty soon, right? We're working with all those DevTool authors. But most projects, I would say, are just like ready to actually start adopting this.
All right, now that we've done the preamble, people have confidence, let's take a look at what you got. Can you, there you go. You knew exactly what I was gonna ask. Let's take a look. What are we looking at here?
So, okay, I'm actually editing the VS Code code base right now. Like this is actually, if you go to like the VS Code repo on GitHub, this is their source code, right? So I'm gonna actually show you what it is to compile their existing code base today. There's a pretty gross command that I've pasted in here because if you try to compile the VS Code code base with the existing JavaScript compiler or TypeScript compiler, it runs out of memory. So you have to actually modify, you have to pass like certain flags to Node.js just to say like, by the way, I need some more RAM, or you can use more RAM, it's okay. So what I'll also show you right now is not that, because we're on Unix. Okay, so this is HTOP. This is sort of like a process monitor.
Right.
What am I doing here? Let's just do this. Right?
Look at us going old school. Okay. I love it.
Yes. So what you'll notice is that I'm currently on like, if you look at Core 15, it's kind of hard to see on this screen, but like if I zoom out, Core 15 up here is the only one.
Pegged.
Yeah, it's pegged, right? Like basically, this is sort of like the meme of a bunch of people, like construction site, and everyone's just like watching one guy dig a hole. And they're like,
everyone's supervising.
Yeah, looks good to me, right?
And this is an artifact of basically Node because it's on a spin lock until it has an IO request.
Right, right now it's just checking actually.
Oh my gosh.
So it's just checking, and it's only able to use one core at any given time because it's not able to like dispatch between different files.
No threads.
Right. When you parse, we go one file by one file, and if you say, I'm going to import this guy over here, this file over here, then it's like, well, I have to wait for you to finish parsing before I can do anything else, right? So, right, and then it handed it off to Core 28 or something like that.
So not efficient.
Not efficient. Took 97 seconds, in our opinion, 1 minute and 38 seconds real time, according to the system. That's a little bit hard to see, so I'll zoom in. Okay, so do we have TS-Go? Okay, we don't have TS-Go. So TS-Go is the binary that we have in place of TSC, the TypeScript compiler, until we're out of like preview stage, right? So if we do npm install at TypeScript/native preview.
Look at him artisanally typing stuff in. What are you, some kind of animal? What's going on here?
Let's do this globally, actually, because... all right, cool. So now we have TS-Go. Great. So what you'll see is 7.0, right? The next TypeScript compiler is actually going to be version 7.0, right? That's what we're, and it's nicknamed TS-Go for a lot of people. So if we try to do the same command with TS-Go, right? We'll do TS-Go, we'll point it to the source directory, extended diagnostics, and then we'll also time it too, right? And then we'll do this. We'll look back at htop. What you'll see is that everything is in use right now, right? All of a sudden, all the cores got saturated at the very beginning.
Whoa.
And then
they're awake.
For a very brief second, you might have seen like we went down to like 4, and then we really saturated again. So what happened there was we parsed all of the files in the VS Code code base. I think it's like 1.5 million lines of code. We checked only across 4 cores because checking is not a perfectly parallel problem. And then when we did emit, that was like, all right, throw at all the cores that you got, right? And that made it really fast. So you didn't see it in the background, but that was like 9 seconds, or just 10 seconds. We went from like 1.5 minutes to 10 seconds. Non-incremental build, full build. And what I also want to show you as well is that is just the command line experience. So for a lot of people, that's like, well, that's cool. You only have a command line compiler. What else do you got? Well, we have a native preview extension. If you literally go to the marketplace and you type in native preview, TypeScript's native preview is the first thing that comes up, right? And so it says, hey, this workspace, in VS Code, they're already type checking with the new thing, right?
So as you're doing that, why don't you tell us who's using this already?
VS Code, Sentry, Slack, Notion, Figma. Like we've actually been working with a lot of big companies internally and, teams internally and in companies externally, because they know that the quality bar has already been like, it's there for them, right? And they're using it in production, and they've got like much faster turnaround times for their CI. We worked with one team at Microsoft that told us that we were saving them 400 CI hours a month. And so like maybe in cost, that's like, hey, that's pretty good. But in terms of developer costs, that's great. In terms of like, I'm waiting for an agent to do a thing for me, that's really sweet also.
All right, so we got about a minute left. What do you want to show us in the last minute you got?
I want to show you that basically, let's disable the native preview. If I open up a TS file, you will sometimes see this little spinner here, right? That initializing TS config, all that, right? This is the existing TypeScript experience, and basically what's happening is it's doing that thing where it's going file by file and not able to load it all. I want you to say goodbye to that.
Let's say goodbye.
Let's say goodbye. So this thing, it's automatically enabled when you install. As soon as I open this, I can restart the language server over and over again, and it's just speedy, right? Uh-oh, you didn't see that.
No.
Anyways, it's fast.
Yeah. Hey, we're still working on code. It's okay.
Look, I mean, there are some rough edges. Of course, during a demo, it had to happen that way. But basically, as soon as you open this thing up, I mean, it's still running at this point.
All right.
Yeah.
This is amazing. Like, all I know is that, like, this is really cool. I'm excited to use it. Thank you so much for spending some time with us, bud.
Thanks so much. Yeah. And
all right.
Go try it.
We'll be back
it's
after
available
this.
for y'all now.
Who am I watching? Are we live?
I think we're live.
Okay. Great. Seamless transition. Hey, welcome everyone. We're so glad to see you here. This is multi-agent patterns in VS Code. You won't learn from the docs, but more importantly, this is a live vibe coding competition. And before we get started, this is my illustrious co-host, Mr. Kent C. Dodds.
Hello, everybody.
All right, and you have an exercise.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So as people are finishing coming in, every time I give a talk, I like to get people's blood flow going because it's good for your brain, so you learn better. So I'd like to invite everybody to please stand. If you're physically able, please stand up. Here, let's step over to the side so they can observe what we're going to do. Put your arms out like this. Squat down. Come back up. This is called exercise. We're going to do 12 together. Get back up, get back up. You got to count out loud. That was just a practice. So we'll start with ready, 1, 2, you got to count with me. Look at that. 3, 4. Oh, you're doing so good. Almost like you've done this before. 7. And you can go really deep if you really need it, or just like a little bit. I lost count. 1.
That's 10.
Okay.
No.
11.
No.
And 12. Okay, stretch up. And over to one side. And to the other. All right.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, feeling good. Everybody's awake now. All right, welcome. We have a live, what we're going to do here today, folks, is a live vibe coding competition. Last year, who watched this last year? You're a build and you watched this. A couple of folks. So last year, let me just baseline for you where we are in human history. Last year at this time, OpenAI had just released GPT 4.1. Okay? Wow. That was 12 months ago. Ridiculous. And last year, we made Frogger. Each person made their own version of Frogger, and then you voted on the one that you liked the most. They made it from scratch. This year, right, things are a lot different. We now have much more capable models, and so this year, oh, no. That's my illustrious co-host. This year we have Kent C. Dodds. Kent, you've been prolific as long as I've been alive, much like Addy. Tell us a bit about yourself and...
Yeah. So I'm a software developer, primarily JavaScript, and the web is my jam. And I'm a full-time educator, and I teach people how to build excellent user experiences. These days, you don't really need to know how to actually do the building part of that as much. And so I'm focused on teaching people how to know what to build. And so if you're tired of building the wrong things, then come talk to me.
All right. So I'm going to get some free instruction from Kent as these folks live code. But last year we did build Frogger. This year we're going to take it up a notch. So we were thinking, which one should we have them build?
Halo 1.
No, I'm serious. Which one are they going to build, y'all?
Yell it out.
AI could do anything. It's going to, right, number 2? GTA 6 is never coming. Number 2. Sorry, no, we're actually not going to do this. We can't do it. Now, what we could do, though, is what if we solved a real problem with AI, folks? Instead of building snake games, I saw someone had tweeted this out on X, and they said this: is there something like Google Docs but for Markdown? I need a cloud-based collaborative Markdown editor, please. So guess what we're going to build today? We're going to build a cloud-based collaborative Markdown editor. That is the challenge. Let me introduce our contestants here. First, we have Julia from the VS Code team.
Hello.
Hello, Julia. And Julia is going to be using VS Code and the local agent in VS Code. Here we have, all the way from the UK,
absolutely,
Mr. Chris Reddington.
Hello, everyone.
Chris is going to be coding by hand. Good luck.
Write them down.
Chris is going to be using the Copilot CLI to do the challenge. Further down this way, another 50 yards down the field. Here we have Mr. Pierce Boggan, PM on the VS Code team.
Yep.
And you will be using the Copilot app today.
New Copilot app.
The new Copilot app. And over here, Mr. Harald Kirschner, who's going to be using the Agent app, the new Agent app. So we have 4 different, yes. Do we have enough apps for doing agent development yet? Okay, maybe we need more.
Everybody's got their workflow.
And then while they do that, we, Kent and I, are going to build a voting app so that you can vote on the winner. And Kent's going to instruct me and teach me how to do this correctly. So with that, your first Harold, get your hands off that keyboard. I saw that.
The stakes here are very high.
Yeah. Your first task is to just input that prompt into the agent. I don't care where you go from there, but you have to start there. Yes, I'm aware the product probably already exists, but we're going to build it anyway because it hasn't been built here. OK. So while they do that, do we have any more slides?
Should we say on your mic, set go? I think some of them have already.
They've already gone.
On your mic, set go.
All right, it's officially underway. So I don't think we have any more slides. Yeah, we don't. We'll go back to that. All right, so if you would, Steve, throw up my computer, this one here.
Oh.
So Kent and I are going to build the voting experience for this. And we are going to be using a GitHub code space to do this. Now, the reason why we're doing this is because agents are kind of dangerous. Really, the only way to be productive with an agent is to put it into allow all or YOLO mode and just let it do its thing. But a lot of organizations won't let you do that because that's inherently unsafe. And so we're going to be in a code space, which means it's not on our machine. And there's special protections on code spaces to keep your keys from getting exfiltrated. So you can safely let the agent kind of run amok, and we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
All right. So,
and we can even have it run a server and make it public for all of you to be able to actually do the voting and stuff, and it's talking straight to the code space. Pretty cool.
Correct. Yeah, you're gonna connect directly to our dev environment, and nothing is gonna go wrong.
We are all safe. Yeah,
absolutely. Okay, so Kent, where do we start? We're here.
Yeah.
What are we doing first?
We've got it all set up. I don't know. I think we're primarily using. Well, no, this is the way you like to develop, is with the CLI.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
In Visual Studio Code. This is my preferred method in an editor tab.
Yeah, perfect. So I think, I don't know, let's just make a voting thing, no mistakes, right? And then we can just go razz these guys.
Make a voting thing, make no mistakes.
Yeah. No, don't say that. No, I'm joking. Well, let's think about, think as a product engineer. That's Epic Product Engineer is my thing. What is the product actually supposed to do?
Okay. It needs to be a web page. So that's the modality. People should be able to vote. They probably need to know what they're voting for. So I assume maybe we could do numbers like 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to visually show in real time what the count is on each one of those things. And it needs to, I guess, display a winner somehow. Either by us saying like finalize or
we click on it or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to break this down to like shippable chunks because this is high stakes. We got 36 minutes left. So we need to be able to get to a point where, okay, this will work if we're stuck with this. And then we can commit and then keep on adding stuff to that. So why don't we just start with a home page that says what it is, and that's it.
Okay, so just a blank. So let me see. I think do I have voice mode and stuff? I don't.
And we'll also want to, let's actually get that deployed. And once that's deployed on this machine, then the next thing we can do is get the QR code so they can actually access
it. Okay, so what am I asking for here?
Let's say we're building a voting platform for a coding challenge. Let's just start with something simple.
What are you using?
Just do a homepage.
I'm using WebRTC.
And we'll see what it comes up with. This is the. Have you seen that visual where you've got like the product development lifecycle where it's like we build this car and over time eventually it's like actually what the customer wanted. And there's like here's the waterfall approach where it's nothing like what you want and then finally it's what you want. And then Agile is like it's a scooter and then or it's a skateboard then a scooter and then it completely changes as you go. Like it's something you can iterate on. With AI, it's like it starts with this mega car with all these different features that you don't want, and then you subtly get rid of those things. And so that's one of the beauties of using AI and just kind of being free like this, is you just say, I'm going to be really vague, and then we'll like chip away and iterate on what's created.
All right, so what are we doing here? What's our stack?
Wow, okay, yeah, so this is planning mode, I suppose, and it's thinking, I don't want to make these decisions.
Mode. It just did this.
Yeah, okay. So you're never going to get this guy to use Next.js. We can talk about that later if you want. I think that this, so we do have some like real time and other things in there. So you might think, okay, well, I want like a real framework for that. I have built some pretty amazing things with AI with just vanilla. And I honestly, for a one-pager like we've got, let's just do vanilla.
You think we can get it done?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's see here. All right, it's creating the home page.
The cool thing about this, too, is like, this app is not going to get so big that we need to have like some complicated tree-shaking build process or whatever. So this is actually going to be great because we won't have to worry about a build or anything like that.
Yeah, really nice. Yeah,
we won't have hot module replacement or any of that, but I don't think we need that. So
yeah, I do miss the days when you could just write HTML and JavaScript and make a web page. We're pretty far from that. But yeah, so interesting. So we're starting from sort of a minimal, the most minimum thing. I noticed you kind of skipped the planning, or did you?
Oh yeah, I do not. I actually don't plan. Like the conversation is the plan, and you iterate on that to get to the ultimate end result. Now, like we're starting a brand new thing, and so it's going to be different from like the hundreds or millions of lines of hundreds of thousands or millions of lines of code that you're working in. But the idea is pretty similar. That when I'm building a new feature in a bigger app, I'm going to have a conversation with the agent, and I'm going to say like first I'll ask questions that I actually already know the answer to, because I want the agent to get the answers to those questions in the context about like architecture, systems, primitives, and then we iterate on that. And once we have this conversation filled up with the stuff I want, then I'll say, great, go.
All right, so we have a
This
page.
looks so AI created.
And people can, yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
The purple and the dark, yeah, this is
Should we
gradients.
Should we pause this and go Razzie spoke? I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, I think when we get to 30 here,
Okay,
we'll go
okay,
down
we
and
have 3 minutes.
give them a hard
You
time.
have 3 minutes, and then we're gonna come bug you.
Yes. All right, so where do we go from here? We have should we get the, now I think we need a QR code so folks can actually.
Yeah. So I'm
type
seeing
in
a bunch of stuff on here I want to get rid of, which we'll do later. Like I want to get rid of the sign in and different stuff like that. We don't need that. But let's just get a QR code so people can connect to it from their phones. So I would say people are going to connect to this or vote through their phones. So let's put a QR code on the homepage for the page. And
it won't know the URL, so I'll put that.
I think actually don't give it that. Just say window.location. It will get it.
Really?
Yeah, you can make a QR code in the browser.
You tell it window.location?
Yeah, just say window.location. It'll get it.
Really? I did not know that.
Oh yeah, sure.
So it's just going to pull it dynamically, use JavaScript on the fly to create. Okay, I'm with you.
And I'm curious because we're using plain HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's not going to. I mean, there are mechanisms it could use to go get a library for this, but I wonder if it's actually just going to implement it itself, which would be pretty
That
fun.
would be just going to add it from scratch.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what does it say it's doing. Okay, well, hey, it added
Uses
a commit.
QR code JS.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Done.
It's probably pulling it from, the CDN. Yep, let's
already
take a
done.
look.
All right, let's see here.
And then I want you all to scan this if it works. Okay, let's pull
That
up
did not work.
Maybe DevTools will show us something, or we can tell the agent. You could just say, agent, didn't work.
How do you open it on a Mac? I'm a PC guy.
Oh, Command Option I.
There we go.
There you go. Yeah, so we've got QR codes not defined. My guess is if you went in the network, you'd see that the request for the JavaScript file failed.
Failed? It probably got the wrong.
Yeah, there it is.
404.
Yeah, that's okay. So we can go.
This right here.
Yeah,
is
JS deliver
wrong.
is not working. It could be. One thing that I would do is I would just tell it use unpackage instead.
Okay, so use unpkg instead.
Yep. So for those that are not familiar, unpackage is a free service that you basically just give the URL, the name of the package, and you can give it like whatever version, and it will resolve to the main module of that package. So it's pretty cool. I don't know if they've got an SLA, so like use at your own risk. We are risking everything right now.
What happened?
I don't know. I'm not even seeing the sign-in that I didn't.
No, it's gone, and there's definitely no.
This does happen sometimes. What did it do? Okay.
Interesting.
It just said it switched. Here, let's do view source.
Okay.
Remember those days when you could do view source? Well, we are doing vanilla, so we can view source.
Oh, you want to view source?
I kind of want to just view the source.
It's been so long.
View page source right there.
I don't think I've done that in years.
Okay, so if you click on the QR code, man, that should resolve.
Nope, still not found.
Here, so
yeah, that's our issue.
Why don't you actually open that back up?
Okay.
And there's a way on Unpackage to look at the contents of the package. So update the URL and remove everything up to where it says build, but leave the slash in.
Everything up to where it says build?
Yeah, so leave
like this?
No, before or after that. Yeah,
after
everything after that. And leave the slash in, and that will give us a browse page for this, and now we can actually see, okay, so what's going on? Maybe they released a new version and changed, oh no, it was 2 years ago. But yeah, let's maybe go to bin, maybe. QR code, what the? An octet stream. It doesn't even have an extension. What is this?
I tell you what, I'm going to let you work on this.
Okay.
I'm going to check in with these folks down here. Your job is to get the QR code working. All right,
I will
here
do
we
that.
Go. All right, Steve. Let's bring up Julia's machine here. Hey, Julia.
Hello.
How's it going?
You want me to walk you through what I did?
Yeah, let's see. Are you done?
No, my agent is still working.
Okay. What's going on? Show me what you got.
All right, so as you said, I should be using agent mode in local in VS Code. I picked GPT 5.5.
Okay, on high reasoning.
High reasoning.
Interesting.
Because, I'm supporting a lot of the model launches in VS Code. And one of the things, we work very closely with the model providers, and OpenAI mentioned they've seen way too many Opus front-end UI builds. So they really wanted to make their latest models better in front-end development. So I wanted to give GPT 5.5 for a test with my Vite app that was scaffolded here. I used high reasoning. It created an IdeaMD file. So let's switch over and see what it came up with. Just a little bit of what users can do. And after this, I told it, OK, perfect. Let's just go and execute based on this idea. And as you can see, it's still working. So I don't know how it's going to look like, but I'm excited.
You're just going to one-shot the whole thing. I love it. All right, Chris.
Hey.
Hi.
How we doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm great. Having a great time.
You done?
No.
Okay. What do you got so far?
So we've got an outline. We've got a text box. That's great, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Does it support Markdown?
Probably, maybe. It's working through it. Okay. So what I've done is we've kicked off an orchestrator kind of agent. So that's kind of a pattern I use typically is have someone that does a plan and builds it out. Yeah, and then you have some sub-agents that
What are you using to do the orchestration? Just Fleet?
No, so I'm just using some prompting. So I have some
telling it use the sub-agent to do this.
Exactly.
And I noticed you've got yours full screen and then you're swiping over to see. Is that the way that you normally work?
Yeah, I normally have multiple tabs open.
But you're using workspaces specifically to.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Interesting.
And so we've got Opus as the kind of planner, so that more powerful model.
So you picked Opus.
Yep.
She picked GPT 5.5.
But then I'm having Codex do the implementation.
Oh, really? Oh, Codex.
Mix and matching.
Oh, multi-model. All right.
Exactly.
By the way, y'all, special round of applause for Julia. Julia ships all the new models in Visual Studio Code and Copilot. So when you see those show up, that's Julia. Can we give Julia a round of applause? It's a lot of late nights. A lot of late nights. All right. All right, boys. What do we got? Pierce.
So, I'm a little mad at you, Burke.
Why?
Because I was reflecting on your prompt. So you want markdown editing.
Collaborative.
Real time. And I was thinking, as someone working on a product that you're somewhat familiar with, that's literally a thing.
That already...
literally, it's called VS Code and Live Share. I literally already have done this. I'm done with the thing.
You have to build it.
This is already a thing.
Don't encourage him. Stop it.
So I started with a plan in the GitHub Copilot app. So we started in plan mode. GPT 5.5 high was kind of where I started. We built out a plan. I was a little sad. Plan mode did not recommend Monaco as the base.
Oh, did it not? By the way, Monaco's the editor that underpins Visual Studio Code. What did it give you? Code Mirror?
It gave me 5 other things. Okay. And I was like, I don't want any of that. So plan mode, it started its thing. It's working right now. And I think we're getting there.
Oh, whoa.
but this is all fake. Like I went over here, this is not the same as this, so we have work to do.
Well, real time
AI
should
has
be easy. This is a
hallucinated.
solved problem. Just
Yeah,
make it work. Make no
exactly.
mistakes. All right, Harald.
What do you got?
Last but not least. You're my favorite one, by the way. Don't tell these.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I started with research on what is out there.
Okay.
So that was my first. I just ran a research query in one session, like what are Markdown editors already running? There's a research report. So I'm gonna rip off all the ideas, or pick the best based on
Great
what's
artist
already
steal,
done.
right?
Yes, especially if you want to ship within 45 minutes. And then I did. Actually, I kicked off a design exploration where we have three things I want to try out. There's one idea is here, not just getting an idea of how this could look like. What do we have? C, we have B.
See, these are your mocks for what it might look like.
Kind of mock-up, yeah. Just send the design agent out and let it show me like, oh, this is like how we manage session maybe, or the other one is more on a design rationale around making it review easier and kind of evolving a session and how editing works. Because we all need to manage these sessions, so I need a lot more context when you throw me back into a plan. I really think the A has like a little post-it attached to it. So where's the little post-it? There's B. I think so far this is my favorite. But this one doesn't fit into the screen well, so this doesn't have a little post-it. Edge case analysis. I want that. So I want.
All right.
Every time I comment, I want a little post-it. So.
Good luck, folks. Looking good. Let's go back down here and see how Kent's doing on our QR code. All we need is a QR code. How hard could this be? Hey, let's go. Round of applause for the. Come on. If that's not impressive, I don't know how to impress you. All right. So you can scan this if you want to do it now, and then you'll have access to this app as we go. You'll need to click the little disclaimer there that says you're connecting to a code space. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't read it. Just click it. Yeah. Okay, we'll leave this up here for a second. I see some phones still up.
So I removed the sign-in page. I made it light mode because light mode is the best mode.
Light mode is the best mode. Sorry. Kent said it. Can't argue with Kent.
And so right now it's actually working on changing a couple of things because here it kind of assumed that we wanted to do like multiple challenges. We're just doing one.
Right.
And so we're just going to have it as a one-pager. So it might be done. I'm assuming most people who want it have got it. So here it asks a question.
Okay. What are the 4 entries people will be voting on? Team name, project titles, or placeholder names for now? Oh,
let's go get names.
People names.
People names. Yeah, there you go.
We've introduced our contestants, so let me give you the names. Okay, let's see here. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Julia, Chris, P. Boggs, and Harald. All right.
Super. And once we're finished with this, then we need to get it so that we can show some bar of like how many votes they've accumulated.
Correct. And now, can these individuals vote more than once?
That is an interesting question. Maybe it's like, I really, 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 really like
Right, like you could just tap it over and over and over again. Right.
I don't know. What do you all think? Do you want to be able to vote more than once? Who wants to vote? What? Come on, you're all like too fair. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. All
right, that's enough. Let's do that.
Fun because then it's like you gotta.
Who cares that
much about? Okay,
somebody's gonna write a script.
Do not do that. They won't. Look at these people are all upstanding.
Well, they didn't want to be able to vote more than once anyway. So you're right.
Now they're mad about it. Okay.
Except for that woman in the back there who is jumping up. She's writing a script right now.
So interesting. I gave it the names, and it's been cooking for a little while here. Oh, because it's updating.
Yeah, it's building a whole UI. Like we're changing quite a bit. I noticed that you were on Opus 4.6. Was that an intentional choice?
That's the default when you go in, so I didn't change it. I was waiting for you to tell me.
I typically use GPT 5.5, or in Cursor I'll use Composer 2.5. Also, that's Kimi-based. But I looked, and this had GPT 5.4, so I was like, we'll just stick with Opus.
5.5's here.
Oh, it is? Well, let's get 5.5 going.
Of course.
And then we'll tell it, clean up Opus's mess. Just kidding.
Oh,
Can
I
you
wonder
install
if
a new
it's
model?
I wonder if it's because I'm in a code space. Oh, I don't think I'm logged into the proper account. That's why it's not there.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
That's all right. Opus 4.6 this is just like a little blast from the past. Come on, a whole 2 months ago.
I have thoughts on Opus 4.6 versus 4.7 versus 4.8.
Oh.
Which I will share when we're not live on air.
Okay.
Talk to me about that.
Come chat later.
All right.
All right, says it's done. Let's take a look.
Okay. All right.
Now we're talking.
Vote for your favorite. Pick the entry.
Okay, so what happens if you
Are we
click one?
responsive here? Let's see here.
We're zoomed in. Oh, yeah. How does this look on a phone?
Yeah. It doesn't look, yeah, it's not too bad.
That could be worse.
We're going to fix this in a second anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So
what happens if you click? Check. Refresh the page. What happens? It's
no,
not
there's
persist.
no, yeah, there's no persistence.
Yeah, so let's talk about
next step.
That's probably the most important is like, let's get the persistence in, and then we can do the bars and whatnot. So this is running in a code space. There is a file system. We could just have it be like a JSON file, or we could do, well, I was going to say we could do SQLite, but that doesn't really give us much advantage over just a JSON file for a simple project.
And it needs to refresh on everyone's screen.
Yeah, so we're going to have like some sort of notification system, like when write, then pub sub sort of thing going on. So we're going to need WebSockets.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just make I would tell it, well, we need a server-side module.
Okay.
That is responsible for in fact, no, we want to save it to a file.
Yeah. Okay.
So say we're going to have a module that's responsible for persisting the votes to a JSON file. And that module will also be responsible for keeping track of when changes are made. And then we'll say like we're going to wire this up to a WebSocket, do that later.
We got 18 minutes.
Yeah, I think we have a chance.
Can we do it?
I think we could possibly.
Where is it? 18 minutes total or 18 minutes till the judging? Which one is it?
I'm thinking that's 18 minutes total.
18 minutes total. Wow. Jeez. Okay, so we really have like
15 less. Yeah, 12ish minutes.
Yeah, not that many.
Okay. Yeah, Node.
Node is fine. From now we just got to YOLO. We got to go.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. I'm feeling confident.
We're gonna make it happen.
When we get to 5 minutes left, we're gonna say, finish it, no mistakes, and we'll just see what happens.
Just finish, and it'll probably work better than all of the workflow steps that we've taken here to make this happen. So just out of curiosity, how many folks in the audience are using Visual Studio and working with agents? All right, nice. Visual Studio. Woo. Visual Studio Code. Hey,
there we go. Let's go.
Anybody using the new GitHub app? GitHub Copilot.
I used it yesterday.
Oh, that's quite a few hands. Yeah, that's right.
Let's go.
What about the agent app that's in Visual Studio Code? Any folks using that? A couple of hands there. CLI? Where are my CLI people at? Okay. All right, very nice. Nice mix of folks here.
Hey, we got something. Okay, so data persists. Nice. So normally I would like to.
It's a singleton event emitter, so any future websites.
Yeah, that's exactly how I would do it. Okay.
One shot.
And that's why I said we're going to wire this up to WebSockets so it would know, okay, I'm going to need some sort of event publishing.
Okay.
So I don't know. I think that we're at the point where we can say, no, let's just do record a vote. So we're not going to do WebSockets yet. When I click, it should record the vote. Or like make a request to record.
Should make a request to record a vote.
Yep.
Okay. And as a friendly reminder, I'm not using voice mode because we're in a code space, and I did not do the due diligence of installing voice mode. But if you're typing to the agent, you do not need to correct your misspellings. I don't know if you notice, but like these are barely words. Sometimes typing. It doesn't matter. LLMs are extremely good at language. That's what they do. So you don't. If you're like backspacing, stop doing that. You don't have to get it right.
And if your English is a second language, just talk to it in your native language. It's amazing.
Yeah, I can do that too.
It's really good.
It's brilliant. You know, I watched this documentary about AI where they were talking about how, like, in the future, AIs will start to communicate in a language that we don't understand because it's more efficient. And it got me thinking, what is the most efficient language for AIs to communicate in?
It's certainly not English.
Does anyone know? Anybody have any guesses? What is the most efficient language for the AI to communicate in?
You can throw a hot take out there.
Guesses?
That's okay. Esperanto.
What'd you say? Mandarin? That's one of them. It's not the top. That's like number 2. No, nowhere on the list.
Wait, do you have an answer?
Yeah, I know the answer.
Oh, okay.
It's English. And the reason why is because English is like a really semantically heavy language, right? Like if I use a word like bucolic, that means a lot to the agent, and also because of the training data.
Yeah,
that's in it.
that makes
so
sense.
Currently, that is the language. I just thought that was an
Fascinating.
interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah. I'm just trying to fill time, y'all. Go with me here. Okay, let's check in with our contestants while we're doing. Are you gonna? I tell you what, you check in. I'm gonna.
Okay, yeah. Hi, Julia.
Hello.
So, how are things going? You have
Good.
probably 10 minutes. How are you feeling about that?
I feel confident. I did have to switch my model in between.
Okay, what did you switch to?
I switched to an Opus one.
Opus, okay.
Yes. So the GPT 5.5 did a great job, and then it messed up a little bit of my UI, so I had to go in and I had to let a little bit of a UI finish, Opus 4.6, and this is what I have so far. So
sweet.
As you can see, 2 windows, split windows. This one is one of the users. And you can see, hey, it notices the users. So I can go in and I can type stuff, I hope. Test.
Nice and responsive. It's fast.
Something I noticed is I want to update the username because right now it looks like it's just 1 user, but it's supposed to be 2.
Okay.
I like the share link thing.
I like that too.
I do want to do like a little bit of tweaking on what you can do here. But yeah, so far, I basically one-shotted it.
Oh, I'm impressed. Yeah, I'm loving that. Awesome. Okay, let's see. It's Chris, right?
It is.
Sorry, I just want to double check that. So you're working in the CLI.
We are.
And here you go.
Yes.
I feel like I'm looking like at a markdown for Google Docs.
Yeah, so, go and put it.
Wow.
We got our things there. Obviously, it's not so pretty yet, but
I
we'll
mean,
work on that.
you're converting Markdown into like rendered out stuff. I'm impressed by that. Yeah. Awesome job. Keep doing that. All right. What's going on, Pierce?
All right, so I'm in the browser here inside the GitHub app. We have a little editor / preview for a Markdown, and if I pop over here, got some real-time stuff going on. So next up for me, got to add emojis, right? Any vibe-coded demo is not complete without emojis.
colon, smile, colon sort of thing?
Correct.
Yeah.
And then I wanted like something like VS Code pets, but in this editor, so I'm going to go do that. And then I'm feeling ambitious. I'm also going to have like just generate this doc for me so I can vibe even more.
Okay.
So I'm using Copilot SDK. So we got some things firing off right now. I'm a little nervous. That's a lot for 10 minutes, but we'll see where we land.
I love the ambition, and you're scope creeping on all of us right now.
That's exactly how
I love it, Pierce. All right. Harold, how is it going here?
So it's already done.
Whoa, really? This is the app?
This is the prototype based on the 3 prototypes before. I kind of pick and choose, like, these are the features I want, make me a combined one. So, and then I gave this prototype, it did also an analysis on what should the architecture be.
Okay.
There was like a separate research query I ran, and now combine the research plus the prototype, and now I have 3 agents doing that in different work trees, and maybe one of them wins.
Okay, hey.
So they all got slightly different prompts. Like one was build it based on my Copilot CLI sessions and just extracts all the plans. The other one I got a different spin, so I just more agents.
Yeah,
to get to maybe the best winner. I tried it last time too, and I think I won. I didn't win.
But in your heart, you won. So, you know what? In your heart, you might win this time too.
Yes.
You're not very cost sensitive, I notice. You're just, why 3? Why not 12?
So 2 of them run on GPT and another one on 4.6. So there's some other models against models as well.
Okay, yeah.
We'll see what makes better.
I love it. I'm excited to see what it comes up with. Good luck.
One's done. Let's see.
Oh, hey, here we go.
Let's see.
Now we're going. Okay.
So working. So this is actually coming out of my sessions already. So
this is a full product. Other people are making features of a product, but you're doing the whole thing.
No. But my Agentic clearly says, don't build a product. We're building a concept. Like, otherwise, it's like doing migrations.
Oh, right. Yeah. Watch out for that.
If I pivot, we need to throw everything out. And keep moving, right?
Yeah. You want to make this as messy as possible.
This is the one. This is my favorite thing to tell the agents.
How many of you all did an AgentsMD? No. Yeah, I didn't. Oh, you made an AgentsMD as well. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, cool. I'm looking forward to seeing it, Harold. Good luck. Good luck to everybody. How are we doing? Are we going to be able to vote on this, or are we going to have to fall back to raising hands?
I don't know. So I was able to. That's interesting. It says 127 because it's not public yet. Anyway, so I was able to make it so that when you click, it writes to the JSON file.
Yeah.
And so Julia gets recorded 1 vote. And then I said, implement the WebSocket. It said that it did. So theoretically, now, like if we had 2 of these instances open.
Yeah, just refresh that one.
There should be a way to like do this on Mac, right? You can arrange windows on Mac, can't you? There we go. So this one here, let's just refresh. So you should, in theory, let me make sure this is refreshed too. We should be.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are we done?
No, let's just try it. Can we test it out? Can you?
Yeah, you're gonna have to. Well, no, I have to make it public first. It's not public yet. So let's go back here.
This will be, to be clear, for all the, the technical people in the room. This is a trial run. This is not the final vote. We're testing.
Now, okay, should we test before we redesign? Because we're about to make this app pop. What do you want to do?
Let's pop it.
Okay,
we're not testing it yet.
Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to use Opus 4.6, and I'm going to use a skill that I created that knows about my design aesthetic, and that aesthetic is called poster board. It's just what I call it. And it defines a color palette, it defines typography, and it tells the AI to avoid specific things. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to say, give me 10 mocks for this site, put them in the same file, use the poster board aesthetic.
Can you tell it also to spawn multiple subagents to do this so that it's not doing one at a time?
Yes, we can. So it's writing in the same file. I tell you what, we'll try. So we're gonna say use the poster board aesthetic, and I'm just gonna point it because I don't have it installed here. Normally it's a skill, but it's just I'm just gonna give it the gist, and then if we want to use multiple subagents, all we need to do is it Control A to go to the front. It is okay. It's just fleet. So there's a command.
Okay.
And then the CLI's job is now to figure out like which work can be parallelized here. Can we actually do this? And so, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So I do this a lot when I'm designing. I'm like, give me 10 designs. I'll pick the one that I like the most, and then I'll iterate on that one and say, give me another 10, and like whittle it down until I get to something that's fairly good. And just so you know what we're after here, like if we go to, so let's go to, not AI Town, that was a fun experiment though, but like, here's some of my projects. Like this is what the design is gonna look like, right? It's the same. Any of my projects all look the same. Here's another one, right? They all have this like similar aesthetic. Some are light, some are dark, same color schemes.
I like
that. So that's what we're doing here.
You have a way you like to do it, and I love it.
Yes, I have my own sort of design system, and I just keep reusing it everywhere, and it all looks somewhat similar.
Does anybody else do that same sort of thing? I do not, and I think that's great. I'm gonna borrow that.
It's great. Like I was never talented enough before to do that, but now I can. Now I'm a designer.
Yeah, you just iterate with it. Like I don't like the way that looks. Try again.
Exactly. Okay, so it actually did. It's sent off to an agent here. It's using a general purpose. So it looks like it could not parallelize decided it couldn't.
It's probably because it's going to the same file.
I think so, but I like it to be in the same file so you can see them all.
Yeah.
So pick the one that we like the most. We got 7 minutes. Oof. It's close. Yeah. Coming up on it. All right. What are we doing tonight, y'all? Is there a party or something? Where are we going? We're all in it together.
Yeah. Is there a movie we should go to?
Yeah.
Any exciting movies coming out right now?
Did something very
Nothing?
at the end.
No.
Nobody's doing anything tonight? Are you kidding me? Come on. What are we doing?
We're too tired from the Chainsmokers thing yesterday.
I didn't even get to see that. Was that good?
It was pumping.
Was it?
I
was in your tech check. Oh, was it loud?
Oh, it was great. Yeah, it was fun. I don't know. How many of you were up front, like right next to... Can you hear? How did you hear me say that? I don't know. It was so loud, but like I felt it in my chest. I wasn't even outside for some of it, and I was like, "What is happening?"
That's wild. You know, I had no idea they were going to be here, and so during the keynote, I was backstage, and I'm standing there by the stairs talking to Kayla, and there's this crowd of people around these 2 guys, and I look over and I'm like, "Who are these 2 guys?" Right, like just standing right there, and then they went on the stage and like the Chainsmokers. What? Come on.
I could have given them a high five.
Yeah, we could have taken a selfie. I could be famous now. All right, this is the era we're in where we just watch agents cook.
Yeah.
This is what we do now. This is
Should
what it means to be a developer.
Should we just like hope and pray that this works and have them actually do their demos?
Oh, it's gonna work.
Yeah.
So we could test. Let's test. Look. So let's go make this. Let's go make this public.
Something's happening. It's very exciting.
Let's make it public. Port visibility public. Code spaces are amazing because you can, like, it's just so easy to, okay, and then we need the URL because it's going to be a bit different. And then we'll give you a new QR code. Okay, so y'all want to try this?
Let's zoom that up.
Okay.
Oh, Julia's already got a vote. We probably better unvote. How do we, I guess we'll have to edit.
Oh, no, we didn't think about that.
Or
one
maybe.
For Boggs. Look at, somebody really likes Harald. It's working. It works.
It's happening. Is it working on your phones? Is the numbers are updating for you? Am I getting yeses?
Yes. Well,
yes,
we need
got a yes.
We need a better visual. Wow, Julia's really.
But like,
Julia, you can't vote for yourself. Is that you?
Can you vote multiple times? I'm betting that they won't let you vote multiple.
Yeah,
I
you
wonder
can vote multiple times.
if you refresh the page, you can probably vote again. Don't do that. No.
No, I'm sure you can vote. You can just sit there and hammer.
Just go.
Yeah.
Just go.
Okay, so now let's go back here and see if we got some mocks here.
We're going to have to reset once they've actually been able to present their solutions.
Is it still running? Oh, and there we go. Oh, okay, so we have mocks.html has a mock. Whoa, what happened? Oh, it's up here. I see. Can
we open that up?
We should be able to. Am I right side or left side? I'm left side. Where is the file? It says it created it.
Can you command P to it?
I don't see it. Oh, what happened? It reloaded. Did it reload? What is going on in my turn? What is happening?
That's way old ago. Oh, hold on.
Oh, sorry. So I should be able to just...
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's right there.
Oh, okay. It was just took a minute to show up. It's getting a little...
We need to open
we have
that
4
up in a
minutes.
browser.
Yes. So let's see here. So these are the mocks we got. Maybe. Please. Open.
I don't know what that button does.
It's supposed to open a preview, but it's not working.
Oh.
All right, we may just have to run with it like it is. Let's see here. We could reload the editor. How could that possibly go wrong?
You know what I would say is I would say choose the one you like best.
Implement that one? Oh, yeah, because we're down to 3 minutes. We got to go.
Yeah. Should we have them present their ideas?
Yes.
You have 20 seconds.
20 seconds, y'all.
Let's start with Julia. All right, Julia.
All right.
We'll throw up the voting.
Let's see. What do we got?
So very simple, minimalistic UI. I have it in split screen, so you can rename your workspace whatever you want to do. You can easily add a new file. The fun thing I implemented, you want to change your name. You also want to add some color. Also bring in the vibe and change the different emojis that you have. I also, the last feature I implemented, I wanted to track edits. So if you click this, I want to see who made these edits and how. And then last but not least, you can easily share the link.
That is great, Julia. Here, let's give it up for Julia. Awesome. Okay, Chris, what do we got here now?
So we've got the editor. We've got a little bit of a sidebar now as well, so we can go and make some additional files. So there we go. We see that. We can go and start a new file over there. And we've got like our WYSIWYG kind of editor over here as well.
Love that. Cool.
Started making it a little bit like GitHub themed, so using the GitHub Primer library. So we're kind of halfway through that. I've got an agent using Playwright in the background to start assessing what they look like, so they can kind of assess, we've probably missed a package somewhere along the way, so we need to go and fix
I'm wearing Playwright socks right now.
There we go.
So that's cool.
Yeah, and we've got these little kind of tiles up the top as well to represent each of the users. And we're starting in the background to go and get some like user avatar type things in there as well.
Love that. Yeah. Awesome job, Chris. Let's give it up for Chris. Okay, Pierce, how is it going? You know what? I just realized I should have started with Harald because every time he's been the last one, he's had all this time to prepare.
I know.
Oh, well.
Well, speaking of time to prepare, you tried to warn me, Kent. You tried to warn me.
Did you at least commit so you could go back?
Oh, it's working now.
Oh, what a relief.
my API finally booted. Like literally when you were talking to Chris, it didn't work at all. I was like, I've added emojis and regressed all the functionality. So look at this UX. You can select text, and you too can scroll halfway down a page and hit that you love that, and then scroll back up.
Oh, okay. We got comments.
So we're getting there. We got some comments, but I'm not winning any awards for design here.
Yeah, well, Chris, he's got the help of the GitHub design library and everything.
True.
You could probably jump in with that. I don't know. I think it looks like...
It's serviceable.
It's serviceable. Good job. Let's go hear it up for Pierce. And Harald, with 1 minute left, you got 20 seconds. What do we got?
It's working my pitch deck right now. So if you to get funding. We are in San Francisco, so I got
yeah, you got to sell it.
Presence history. No, actually, let me show you. So we have two versions. So with one, the reading room, powered by all the PlanMD that I already have locally. So it just discovers it. Actually, if I refresh, we see it's reading all the sessions. It's actually working. So this is actually the plan that built this prototype. So I'm looking at the plan, and I can go into edit mode. So I think the live editing in Google Docs, I don't want to edit Markdown anymore. I want my agent to edit Markdown. So it's more around quick actions and commenting. The other prototype actually ended up like this, where you have a commenting and an activity log, more to like Google Docs historically, and then you can quickly comment, like make this pop, which I'm a product manager, so I don't have words. So. But it can also do quick prompts, and it has like extra suggestions built in. So this is
it's featureful.
And none of these repos exist, but this is more prototypey.
Cool, and you have two.
Hello, my friends. Coming up, we have Foundry Toolbox. But before that, take a look at some of the cool stuff happening here with GitHub.
GitHub Universe is a place where I'm so excited leading up to it.
Here at Universe, it's very much choose your own adventure based on what matters to you.
There's an emphasis on just a creative energy and vibe.
Everything is very interactive. Here I can touch, play. I feel that I can spread my curiosity.
The makerspace had a really cute GitHub lamp that we got to create.
GitHub Universe is the perfect place to come to as a developer looking to advance in your career. It's all about getting to access the knowledge that is needed on your teams.
Talks have been like really, really good. I'm spoiled for choice in the number of talks there are.
There's so much more representation of things like open source and general excitement around being in the developer community that I don't necessarily feel at other events I've been at.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to the build stage. I'm so excited to be here with my friend Linda and Atul. Now, I have a confession to make. So Linda and I worked on the same team for a little bit.
Yeah.
And about I don't know, it was a month ago.
Yeah.
Look, she's remembering. she was like, hey, there's this new Foundry Toolbox thing, and I was like, hold on, I don't know if it's gonna work. And she's like,
You're wrong.
She's like, you are wrong, Seth. And guess what, friends?
You actually were wrong.
It's actually true, because we used, in the keynote, we used some of the features in Toolbox, and it really helped us out.
Yeah.
So before we get started, why don't you introduce yourself? We'll start with you, Linda, and then Atul.
Yeah, hi, I'm Linda. I'm a product manager in Microsoft Foundry.
Fantastic.
I'm Atul. I'm a partner engineering manager at Microsoft.
So I'm a huge fan of Foundry. You know, I worked there for a long time. Why don't you set up the problem that Toolbox is supposed to solve?
Yeah, I would say Toolbox is really solving the problem when tool starts to scale up, with agent adoption scales up. Think about like 5 agents that you're building. You want to connect to 5, 10, 20, 100 different tools. Some of the tools are using Open API. Some of them are MCP, A2A, skills, built-in tools. And those tools have different authentication, authorization, different protocols. So our developers need to write custom code to handle the wearing of different authentication and protocols. So that's the first problem. The second problem is, think about when I have like 5, 10, 20 tools, and when I try to use my agent for a specific task, not all of the tools are actually needed, but the tool definition got exposed in front of the Foundry, the model, so easily. So the token usage, context window got blown up really easily and quickly.
So it's basically a combination of authentication, multiplicity of tools so far, but I feel like there's more things.
Yeah, the last was actually the governance, where I want to make sure that all of my tools have some guardrail policy applied to it. And right now, developer need to write custom code, integrate with different policies one by one based on which tool they're calling, which agent framework they're using. It's a lot of custom work, not really easy to scale up. It's hard to reuse whatever they have written.
So authentication, multiplicity of tools, and governance. And this actually really bit us when we were starting. Because I just thought, let me just map the tools myself. Why would I not do that? Atul, why don't you give people a sense for like the kind of code that people need to write and how this makes life, how Toolbox makes life better for devs?
Absolutely. It's really easy to get started. The first step developers typically do is they curate all the tools they need for their agents to do the task. Imagine you have 20 to 30 tools at your disposal, and all the tools have different protocols that they need, MCP, A2A, OpenAPI. They may have different authentication needs for their enterprise. So once you have curated the tools, you simply create a toolbox and attach all the tools into the toolbox. What Toolbox gives you as a response is basically an MCP compatible versioned endpoint, which you can attach to your agent, and then agent just interacts with Toolbox to invoke the right tools on demand. When, as Linda talked about the context board bloat problem, Toolbox enables you, like you just simply add a tool search tool, and then once you have tool search tool enabled in Toolbox, then Toolbox internally takes care of routing and selecting the right tool for your agent task at hand without exposing all the context of the tools and their description to the agent, and that saves multi-fold context bloat, token usage, and cost, right? And finally, if for governance, you simply create a guardrail in Foundry, attach the guardrail in the toolbox, and then Toolbox starts working for all the pre-tool, post-tool invocations. The guardrails are applied out of the box. It's really that simple. All you do is click few steps, create a toolbox, invoke the toolbox, and that's it. It works across all the frameworks. It works across different compute infrastructures, and that's it.
So one of the things that I was telling you, the reason why I stressed about it originally, is because if you put too much in a tool, in an MCP tool, for example, it could potentially pollute your procedural memory, context space. But you had already solved that in your mind, and you talked a little about it. Why don't you expand on that a little bit on how this fixes that?
Yeah, so basically that's the tool search capability. Yeah. So with tool search, we only find and retrieve the most relevant tools based on a user's query, based on each time's the user prompt. It will find the most relevant tools for a specific user prompt. But we understand some of the tools you want to expose to the model all the time. So we have also the ping capability where you can ping a specific tool, so it's always exposed to the model. And also, Toolbox can be smarter gradually based on the behavior and the conversation that has been happening with the Toolbox. We will learn from your conversation and auto-ping some of the tools in the Toolbox. So customer doesn't need to do anything. Their most frequently used tools got auto-ping.
And so that's the cool part, right? Because I worried about having to actually set up all the tools correctly, but you don't have to be with tool search. But let's talk about the process. Is it effectively you're only exposing tool search as a single tool, so the LLM calls it, then it puts that tool call back on the thread? Tell us how this works.
Yeah, so when you enable tool search, when you call the MCP endpoint, as the list tools part, they only see two meta tools, tool search and call tools. So the model will be prompted to call the tool search and find the most relevant tools, and then you use model's judgment to call which tool they think is most relevant.
So this is even smarter than I thought. So there's only two tools that you're exposing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Find it, call it.
Yeah.
Is there a way, and I don't know if there's a way, and maybe there's a better answer for this and I don't know it, but let's just say I have like a customer ID and I just want to do a tool binding. Is there a way to pass through tool bindings that way in Toolbox? Like if I don't want to put a customer ID in there every time, is there a way for me to just put that into the tool somehow? How does that work? How do I fill tool parameters out myself?
So as you configure the tools, it really needs, let's say you're configuring an MCP endpoint, you just define the parameters, you just define what's the MCP endpoint to invoke, and what are the authentication modes and credentials. That's it. Once you have created that tool, just attach it to the toolbox, and there you go.
That is amazing. But then the other thing you can do, and we found this out, is from a toolbox, I'm able to access individual tools as well. Is that right? Tell us about that.
So you can access individual tools. You can select from enriched tool catalog we have. And actually at Build, we're releasing a few more tools like Work IQ, Fabric IQ, Browser Automation, etc. So customer can select whatever tools they want and bring their custom tools if they want.
And the part that to me is really cool that I cannot stress enough is actually super hard to do is the authentication. especially with things like Work IQ, right?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
So Work IQ has a lot of tools. You can have Teams, Outlook, there's a BizDev chat, and it exposes multiple tools behind MCP endpoints and A2A endpoints. So if you're really looking for an all-up A2A agent interaction, you just configure the Work IQ BizDev chat, and it can interact with all the Work IQ tools under the single hood. So all you do is attach one Work IQ tool behind the toolbox, and it starts working. You have, again, you configure the right authentication credentials to Work IQ on how you want to interact it. If you want it as an MCP endpoint, configure it as an MCP tool, and that's it. Attach it to Toolbox, it starts working.
And that's the part where I kind of didn't have the foresight that you all did, was the authentication and the governance.
Yeah.
Because those two pieces are actually harder than just, hey, let's just attach a JSON schema to the actual LLM call. You have to do much more than that. All right, so I want to see it in action. Do you have something you can show us?
Yeah, let's do
All
it.
right, let's do it.
So what I have here is a Phoebe toolbox that has the field operations. And you can see in my toolbox, I have attached 3 tools, and a custom MCP server that looks up my inventory.
Can you Control Plus a couple times? My old eyeballs are like, there you go. Oh, whoa. I'm not that old. Holy cow, Linda. You already proved me wrong once in front of everybody. You don't need to make me old too. All right, here we go.
How about this?
There we go, it's perfect.
Cool. So we got the custom MCP, which has more than 10 tools behind that, which can look up my orders, look at my inventories. I have Open API tool and also a knowledge base integrated that looks up my.
Hold on, so because this got lost when I was zooming in. This is a special toolbox area.
Yeah.
I see, and so you can actually create multiple toolboxes for multiple reasons with any combination of tools.
Of course.
Okay, so I think that's the part that was lost on me as well. Sorry, so keep going.
Yeah, so this is a tool I have created, but also I'm also adding a bunch of skills. That's what we heard from customers.
And that's the other part that we could tell us about the skills that are in here.
Yeah, so the skills here is really for just help my agent to know how to use the tools.
Mm-hmm.
Tools is really telling them what to do, and skills is how to do it.
I see.
2 problems we have been hearing from customers. One is they want a private skills catalog where they can manage and source version. And the second one is they want the auto discovery and auto loading of skills. And they want to be able to update their skill, iterate over their skill without redeploying their code. So that's how Toolbox MCP endpoint is powering with it.
And see, that was the extra thing that I totally messed, because it's not just that you attach tools.
Yeah.
Because it's the description of the tools and the parameter descriptions that really influence the procedural part of the LLM call.
Correct.
But you're saying you're augmenting that additionally with skills.
Yes.
Okay. So how does someone attach a toolbox to their LLMs?
That's super easy.
Okay, let's see.
So here I have my endpoint. I can simply copy this as an MCP endpoint. I have my agent code written here.
Ooh, Control Plus a couple times.
Yes.
Nice, perfect.
So this is an agent that I wrote with Microsoft Agent Framework. You can use any agent framework as a tool set. And I just integrate with my Toolbox MCP endpoint. That's it. I don't need to write another 100,000 lines to integrate with different tools I have.
And this is the part, Atul, that I want you to speak to a little bit. Because effectively what you're doing is you're multiplexing a specific collection of tools for a specific job that multiple agents can use with the right authentication, and you attach it to the LLM as a single thing. Is that about right? Tell us about that more.
That's about right. So all you do is now, if your agent earlier had exposure to 50 tools, their descriptions, their parameters, now all of that code is squished to one MCP endpoint. That's like a tool. That's the tool that gets attached to agent. Agent invokes the toolbox, and toolbox knows what is the right tool to call. No context bloat, no token consumption, high consumption. You just give the intent to the toolbox, and toolbox MCP endpoint will find and give you the right endpoint.
Especially if you've enabled search.
With search, yes.
Because there's just 2 tools going into the procedural memory.
Exactly.
And behind the scenes, how are we using? Is there like an LLM call behind the scenes for Toolbox?
We really use algorithms like BM25 to search that space of tools. So let's say you have 50 to 100 tools in your toolbox. Then we have the CPU-bound algorithms today. BM25 is the popular one. We will have more LLM-powered search capabilities coming up soon in the toolbox. So once you give the right intent, Toolbox takes care of finding the tool and giving you the right output and no context bloat again.
This is almost, friends, like RAG, but for tools.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm having this realization now, like, after she's like, hey, you're wrong, Seth. Totally wrong, because it makes sense that if we would do RAG for information, doing a RAG kind of approach for procedural or process things that we want to call makes perfect sense. So we have about 48 seconds left. What should devs know about this? Can they use it today? Tell us about that.
Yeah, totally. We're in public preview now. All the features that I have talked about, the unified MCP endpoint, tool search capability, bring your own guardrail. And we also have a lot of things coming soon.
So we are going general availability for Toolbox this month. We have a lot of governance controls coming up. Customers will be able to view the dashboards with, what is the tool getting invoked, how much token it is consuming, what's the ROI. Control, apply all the policies, all the network traffic going out with MCP tools, making sure data exfiltration, prompt injection risks are minimized. So a lot of governance controls you'll see lighting up in Toolbox soon.
Well, I'm a huge fan. Linda, thanks for proving me wrong and making an awesome feature for folks to use. Thank you so much, and we'll see you after this.
The CLI team wanted to have a welcome banner for the experience. I've never made ASCII art before. I've never tried to animate anything. I've never done anything for a CLI before. But I was like, I bet I could figure this out with Copilot's help. I went to Copilot and said, build me a web app that lets me input text files and then play them back as animation. And within a half an hour, I had an MVP of that basic idea. Then I sat down with Copilot and started planning out an actual web app. I built this tool that I'm calling ASCII Motion that is exactly the tool that I wanted to exist, and now it exists. You can draw directly onto a canvas with just letters and numbers. We can apply gradients. You can use ASCII typings. Down here, I've got an animation timeline. These are individual frames that I can set the duration of and control playback. Taste and art takes a lifetime to develop. Technical skills are a whole other lifetime to develop. Copilot gives you access to those technical skills in a way that superpowers the creative skills. I'm Cameron Foxley. I'm a brand designer at GitHub, and now I'm an open source maintainer.
Right, welcome back.
They're like, hurry up, Burke. Okay, we're doing a show here.
Tom's so mean to me. He's like, come on, go, do it now, go.
We're doing it live.
We're live. Hey, everybody. What's up? Welcome back. Where's lunch?
I was asking the same thing. I got a stale donut back there for you. I bit a little bit off of it. Are you okay with having
Yeah, it's
another?
fine, as long as you softened up that.
I
that
sure
part.
did. I
Okay.
licked the whole thing.
Perfect.
It's ready to go.
It's disgusting. How is everyone? Yeah? Having a good time? Really? All right, here we go. What are we doing tonight?
Can we come?
Yeah.
We have no plan. We're seriously, we have
No one has
nothing.
invited us
no
to
one,
anything.
They don't invite us to things.
It's not even a joke.
No,
Somebody was like, there's an OpenClaw meetup at GitHub, and I was like, can I go? And they said, no. Like, what the heck?
Well, I know. I went to a thing the other day, MVP thing, and nobody invited me, and they had to like write something on a name badge, like, oh yeah, you were supposed to be here the whole time.
Nice. Now they tell you. Okay,
Yeah,
Seth.
Yes. We have official business to get done here.
I have talking points.
Yeah.
We've been talking agents all day. Here is the surface. Let's talk about the GitHub Copilot app.
Agents are great. Wait, I thought we were doing.
I love AI.
But workflow is scattered across. By the way, this is weird because I usually do interviews, but he's interviewing me, and so it's like the Spider-Man meme right now.
We're pointing at each other.
That's
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
That's right.
Well, we're gonna have to figure out how to make this work. It's
Okay.
gonna be a disaster, start to finish. But we're talking about the GitHub Copilot app.
Yes.
Which is, because I know what you need, is another app.
Yes.
With which to do agentic
Yes.
coding. And you're in luck because we've got one for you.
That's right. And now here's the thing, though. Because I like to categorize things in my head so that I know where things fit.
Right.
Because I have like an OCD brain. I need to know where things fit, or I will not fall asleep.
Okay.
So we have the CLI.
Yep.
We have agents in VS Code.
Correct.
Now we have the GitHub Copilot app.
Why do we have the GitHub
And
Copilot
this is where I'm starting to think, like, it depends on where the code is in your workflow and where the projects are with respect to your workflow. Look, hear me out.
Okay.
When you're in the CLI, you are zoned in on a very specific project, very specific task, nothing else.
Okay.
And you are not necessarily super interested in seeing the code while you're doing work. You are interested, perfunctorily, right? Is that a word?
Yeah, no, it is a word, but I'm not. I'm a simple man. You're going to have to dial it back.
I know. Okay, so I am not interested. I don't even know how to say it.
Otherwise,
I'm not
sorry.
interested in looking at the code. So
what is another word for perfunctorily?
Perfunctor. I think I used it wrong. Everyone's
We can't
looking
even
at it.
think anymore.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Use the CLI for this one because you're not looking at code, right? You're focused in. So that's CLI. When you're inside of Visual Studio Code, you might be working on something in a specific project, but you're very concerned about, for example, you're building an SDK, and you're very concerned about API shape. You want to see the code that's being put out. You're working with the files and looking at it. Notice that that's one click stop up, right? Because when you're in the CLI, you're literally looking at, I'm going to solve this thing and do it, but I'm not looking at the code, and if you are, it's somewhere else. In VS Code, same agentic harness, but you're looking at the code as it's going on. The Copilot app is a click stop up from that because that is multiple projects at the same time. You see? So if you're working on a lot of things at once, like you're starting your day, you might have like 5 or 6 projects. GitHub Copilot app, start your day, see what's going on. If you can go to my screen here, you can see I have a home thing. I have what am I working on? Add fetch first guidance for work IQ. You can see your particular work. Oh, I have a lot of security things I need to do.
Yeah, hey, take care of those Dependabot.
Dependabot. Right, notice that this is now zoomed out from the I'm super laser focused on a project, not looking at code. I'm super laser focused on a project.
Yeah, you're like at the repo level.
I'm at the
down.
multiple repo level. So that's how I like to think about it. What do you think about that? What do you think about that?
Well, I want to hear more about it. Like, why is it that we would want to have this view of the world other than because it seems to me like what you're describing is if I'm in VS Code on a project, it's like a bottom-up view of the world, and this is like a top-down view.
Okay. And here's the thing, and this is the part, everyone's like, the cost of code is now 0 and tokens, it's the cost of tokens. But the reality was, and here's the secret, and I'll tell you, make sure, I'll whisper it because I want anyone else to know. Code was always the easiest part.
Yes, that has always been true. I would agree.
Like when you're pen to code, pen to
keyboard to
pencil.
Okay.
When you're doing the code, you have already thought everything through. There's nothing else to think about. You're writing it, and then as you're going, you're thinking about, oh, this isn't working like I thought.
You're coding and thinking as you go.
Yeah, but
right?
the higher level of what I'm trying to accomplish is over. Because you're writing like, I'll give you an example. I'm writing a website, and I need a submit button to launch something into outer space.
Okay.
Right? It was super easy, right? When you're doing that, you already know all the systems that you're going to integrate with. You already know that there's going to be a button. You already know that you're going to need to handle
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like you already know most of what's going on, and you're at the last mile of the work of like putting from keyboard to code.
Okay.
And that's the thing. But the real work happens when you're trying to decide what to do and when to do it and what it belongs to.
Okay.
And that's where the GitHub Copilot app is awesome, because you start your day and I'm like, let's go back to my screen here. I have a lot of stuff I need to have my agent do. There's a lot of stuff that I need to figure out. It looks like I have some releases here. Looks like I need to do some other stuff, sketch edits or whatever. I have a holistic view of what's going on, and then I can start to zoom in with the GitHub.
But now that's just the projects that you have loaded in. Right. This is the other thing I like, is because on GitHub you see everything.
Yes.
And in here it's just this stuff. It's
Correct.
like a subset, just what I'm working on. I like that a lot. I don't know about everybody else, but like when it comes to GitHub notifications, like I go in there and I look and I'm like, nope. I go right back out again.
No, because I have in so many projects that I don't even look at how there's I don't know what that view is on .com where it's like all the things, and I'm just
it's everything. It's literally everything. Yeah.
But this is not everything. This is what I have to do now. So this is the project level. But the cool thing about the GitHub Copilot app is it allows you to start at the holistic level, decide what to do, and then when you go, for example, I was trying to get some Foundry local stuff to work. Notice that in quick chats, this quick chat thing is not in a project.
Yes.
It's me ideating about work.
Yes.
And so notice that again is outside of a single project. Not the holistic view of life, but maybe I'm trying to think about a thing to do a thing. And
that is super nice, because it can't touch any of your files.
No.
Because a lot of times I'll ask a question in the AI, I'll be like, oh yeah, it's this. I went ahead and made that change. No, I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
I didn't want you to actually do anything.
Yeah. And not only that, but this can span multiple projects. So for example, I work on a lot of side apps now that help me do presentations. I built something called CutReady.
I've used one, yes.
I built something called Snipsy to help me hotkey. I built something called Elusum to help me show.
You should build something to help you name things.
Yeah, those names are delightful. CutReady, doesn't that sound like a thing?
Amazing.
Snipsy.
Obviously AI generated.
But the thing about, for sure. But the thing about it is they're all Tauri apps. Is that how you say it, Tauri? How do you call it?
You gotta stop using these words, bro.
No, Tauri is a real thing.
Tauri?
Yes. Tauri.
Has anybody heard that word? Raise your hand if you've heard that word.
Come on.
No one has heard. You just made that up.
Come on.
In front of all these people.
Tauri. Here. This thing right here.
Tauri.
Did I call it wrong?
Yes.
What's it called?
Tauri.
I'm showing up at a party saying a thing wrong like an idiot in front of me.
Well, I didn't know you were talking about a technology. I thought it was an English word.
Oh, no.
Okay.
This thing.
Tauri.
So this is cool, right? Because this is like an Electron, super thin web view with Rust in the back end. And all of my clients.
What is this? This is what you're building on?
No, that's what I'm building on.
Okay.
Yeah. And so as I'm building these things, I've noticed that there's shared infrastructure that I'm using across all my apps. And so, for example, in the GitHub app, I can start to ideate in quick chats. Hold on, several of my projects are using the same thing, and I find that we've written the same thing over and over again. Is there a way for us to put these things together? So, for example, Agentic is the harness I used that I wrote in Rust to do agentic stuff in my Tauri. This is where I do the ideation for this kind of thing.
Now, can you click into that for a second?
Yeah.
Now, I did notice that in the quick chat, so down there, you actually, so the other thing I like is I'm chatting, I'm like, okay, I actually want to do this. You can then pick the project. So if you go down, you can then attach the quick chat session to.
Oh, I didn't know that. Where is it? By the way.
Right next to you, right next to your cursor. Over, right there. Boom! And you can just pick it and be like, okay, now go do it. So it's disconnected until you want it connected, and then it's there.
It's disconnected until we're connected.
Until it's connected.
Like our dinner plans tonight.
Right, we have none.
None. We're disconnected until we're connected.
Right, with all these folks.
Yeah. So this is the cool part. This is the cool part about this. But then the last thing with the GitHub Copilot app is you can actually zoom in again and start to work on like your own, for example, hey, resume, this is Elusum is my program, my thing that's an agentic, draw stuff for me to explain stuff.
Okay.
I can actually go through and look at all the stuff that it's doing and then zoom into the exact changes. So notice that the Copilot app allows me to start holistically with my work. I can think about multiple projects at once, and then I can zoom into a single project. So this is why these are all different apps, but they have different, for me, headspaces. So sometimes I'm in the CLI a lot. So for example, here you can see I was doing some work with Elusum in the Copilot app and in VS Code because I was interested in the API shape. But then I can go over here and take a look at some of the changes that were there. So that's how I tend to navigate these things.
Now, Seth, let me tell you the thing that I love most about this app. This is the single best feature of any app
Is it
ever.
Canvas?
No.
Oh, I was going to show that next.
Whenever you start working on a new project, what do you got to do? Like an existing project, what do you got to do?
I got to get a drink.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No.
No.
You go out, you get the URL, you clone it, you have to clone it to your machine, and then you have to open the editor, like it's a whole thing, right? But find a new project to work on.
Okay.
This is such a simple thing.
Okay.
But this is the thing I find most compelling.
My to-dos.
No, go to GitHub.
GitHub.
So pick one off GitHub.
I did.
Did you?
Yeah.
Go to GitHub repository, and just pick anything. So imagine you're starting work on a new project.
Ooh, let's
here.
pull Agentic. That's the thing I was just telling people.
Boom. And then it's just there, and you can just start working. Like, there's no clone. There's no opening the editor.
In a work tree.
I know it's in a work tree. I know it's a small thing, but like this is the kind of stuff that really excites me.
But it's better.
I don't care about.
Hold on. It's better.
Okay.
It's better.
Sure.
Let's talk about Canvas, because we got like 2 minutes.
Okay,
We totally
let's do
nerded out. So Canvas, the thing I like about Canvas is and this is the zoom out now, this is like the drop the mic situation. We are used to talking to these things via chat. Like I got to interact with this thing via chat.
Right.
Canvas allows the LLM or the agent harness to actually create a canvas where you can interact with it a little bit differently. So for Elusum, my diagram generator thing, I built a canvas that allows me to like explore the repo and make sure I know. So for example, if I go over here, I want to say Elusum at a glance. And I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. I don't know. Tell me what core is. I can actually click on this thing and it will go back. And the agent will be like, hey, look, this is what this thing is.
Oh, it sent a prompt to the agent.
Yes.
Ah.
And I can talk with the agent to update the canvas. So now I have this way of interacting with and this is only going to get better. This is super early. This is using the diagram generator that I have. It allows me to know and interact with the agent harness in a different way, not just chat.
Yes, this is super interesting. The idea here is that you want a UI to interact with the app that doesn't exist. So you just create it because you can do that. For instance, like one of the ones that I created was similar to what you did, but I said, show me all of the projects in this app and put main in the middle and then show me how far they've diverged from main just by positioning so that I could visually see which ones were like way off, like way behind. So that's like the kind of stuff that you can't get, you can just build it.
I mean, look how cool this is. I click on stuff and I'm like, hey, it's like, hey, look at, because this is the internals of how these things are drawn. And it's like, hey, the inspector is a control panel for editing, blah, blah, blah. Well, tell me about the document. And it's just very cool. And then I can also go the other way as well. And it's just a super cool feature.
It's awesome. You know what I love,
Tell
Seth?
me.
I love that everything is moving so slowly and it's so easy to understand all the new features and technology. You know, it used to be hard. Now
you're smearing my makeup here, Burke. I just
I'm exhausted.
Yeah,
all right, Seth, thank you very much on behalf of everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Get out of here.
All right, we'll see you.
See you. Bye. We'll be right back. welcome back, everybody, online, watching online, and here at Build. I see some familiar faces sticking around through every session. I love you. You especially. Thank you very much. All right, this fellow in the front. All right, now, I'd like to welcome Justin from the VS Code team is here. Here's my talking points. Let's get right to them.
Sure.
No. So we're going to talk today about the integrated browser, I believe, which you work on.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
This is a feature that you built inside of Visual Studio Code.
Yes.
And this is a completely different way of working with, of building things and programming that is kind of showing up everywhere. It's in the Copilot app. I think the first place I saw it was Visual Studio Code. So tell me more about what this is and how it works.
Sure. Yeah. To clarify, I actually don't work on it entirely now anymore. It's passed off to a couple other engineers on the team. But yeah, we started off about a year ago on this. It started in the simple browser. And one of the problems that we were trying to solve was being able to kind of have local development and help with the local development all within VS Code without leaving the browser or without leaving the application and going to an external browser. And what that ends up looking like is having this integrated browser which can do everything from launch locally hosted websites. It can also do things like log in to any website that you want as well. So to kind of show off what that looks like, I'll go ahead and share my screen. There's nothing up there, but I'll go ahead and share my screen here. I'm not sure what the audience will see out there yet.
Yeah, can we get Justin's screen up? They're working on it. There's a mad dash back there. It's down here.
Cool. So maybe they already see that. Cool. Perfect.
Oh, this doesn't change, does it? Wow. I've only been here all day.
It's okay. I just got here. But
thank you.
Yeah, so to kind of show off what that looks like. So I'm going to go over here, and there are a couple different entry points to this, actually. So the first one is a little bit more on the nose. You go over here to the command palette, and you do open integrated browser. So I'm going to click on this.
Can you zoom in a bit, maybe?
Yes, let me zoom in a tiny bit here, maybe one more time. And you can see I can go over to like github.com/ and you can see here, I already logged in myself, so I'm already logged in here. But
so you're just browsing GitHub
yeah,
inside
I'm just browsing GitHub inside VS Code. It's not supposed to replace an external browser, but it's something that you can use in app development. So I'm going to go over here. I already launched this on port number 6967, but here I have a little...
What is this? Pokemon.
Yes, it's a little app that I've been working on just for myself. A lot of my PRs into the public VS Code repo are unfortunately based on Pokemon names. And this is just helping me kind of gauge like, oh, when exactly was this issue made? What exactly does it do?
That's a Bulbasaur. I know that because it says Bulbasaur. I was a little late. I'm in the wrong demographic for Pokemon. Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries. I know Pierce has been really into Pokemon recently.
Yes, and I know his kids are too.
Yes,
big time.
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, something great about this integrated browser is you can do a bunch of stuff with this. So one of the original features that we had is this button up here, which lets you add an element to chat. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this, and you can see I can go over and hover on any specific element, and it'll add that element directly into chat.
So this is kind of like if you had the browser DevTools open and you're doing the pick, and then you're going, okay.
Exactly.
And what exactly does that add to the chat there?
Yeah. So it adds a element screenshot. So you can see here there's a cute little photo. It also adds a bunch of information about the div, about the URL that it comes from, what the element is called.
So wait a minute, hold on, if I could. So attached element, it says what the element is, the URL, the path. Yes. What is a path?
Yeah, the path is just the total path just coming from the very top.
Oh, okay, so it's like parent walking down the tree.
Exactly.
Okay. And then the outer HTML, interesting.
Yeah, so that can be particularly helpful if you don't want the agent to spend too long searching for what exactly we want it to work on.
So you're basically giving it the page and then the element out of it within the context.
Exactly.
Okay, very interesting.
So it's pretty cool because you can also customize this. Let's say we don't actually want to attach all of the CSS. We actually have a setting for this where you can disable the CSS or disable parts and bits and pieces of this. And
it includes the CSS too, so it knows about the styling.
Exactly.
I thought it was just adding just the element.
Yeah, we added it. We changed it so that it adds a little bit more as well. Here, there's on this hover, this kind of shows a more concise and a little bit more of a quick what you need to know from that element. So you can just hover over and it will show this. But yeah, this is a great way for you to pass off to the agent. A couple other buttons in the integrated browser. You talked a little bit earlier about the Chrome DevTools. That's something we have here as well. Sorry if this is not particularly zoomed in.
That's all right. You got a lot going on here.
But you can see here, we have the Chrome DevTools. I can load some stuff in the console.
Oh, the whole DevTools are there
Exactly.
now.
The entire DevTools is in here. I could do the same thing, selecting elements and trying to see exactly what it is. The last thing that we have here, which I think is pretty cool, is actually something that some of the engineers on our team recently added. It's called the emulation toolbar. And what this means is now I can click on this button. This is the emulation toolbar. You can set the dimensions, DPR, the scale.
Devices.
Exactly. So now I can put this into mobile mode. I'm scrolling using my mouse like this. I can also select some presets here, and it'll change based on those dimensions. So this will be really easy for just quick and easy mobile development.
Okay, now I have a question for you. Can the agent drive this browser without further integrations required? Like, do I need Playwright, Agent Browser, all that stuff?
Exactly. This is actually something that we added, and you actually don't need anything else besides everything that we have built in VS Code to have the agent drive this. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this button here. It says Share with Agent, and I'm going to remove these for now.
Oh, and I see the glowing border around the edge.
Yeah, so glowing border means we're now sharing the browser with the agent. So
or it means you're talking to Siri. One of the two.
For copyright purposes,
we'll cut that. Cut that from the VOD.
As we're showing Pokemon on the screen.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
But really quickly here, I'll ask the agent to navigate to the calculator tab and run some tests. I spelled tests wrong, but it should do the job. So we'll let it work a little bit.
Adjusting the warp drive. I like that.
Yeah.
Didn't you add those too?
I did add those too.
The fun little.
I did add fun little tidbits. But yeah, you can see here, so it took a screenshot first to just kind of try to see where exactly it is. It's going to do some searches.
Now, while this is running, the other thing that's pretty important about, you don't like YOLO mode?
I wanted to keep it off for dramatic purposes.
Oh, okay. One of the things that's important about being able to pick elements is that, like, I don't know if y'all know, but tokens are expensive now, more expensive than they were 3 months ago. And so a lot of times you'll say, like if you're messing with the nav bar, I'm guilty of this because we have unlimited tokens, and so we don't live in reality, right? It's one of the best perks of the job. But instead of saying, like, I want to XXX with the nav bar, then the agent has to go grep your files and find out where the nav bar is. And agents are like post-trained on grep, and they just go nuts. They will read every single file that may even have remotely to do with the nav bar. And 2 million input tokens later, you get the result. It's much, much better if you go click and add the element, and then the agent doesn't have to go do that. I can't stress this enough. If you want to save tokens, stop giving the agent vague instructions. Tell it exactly which file, pick the element. Otherwise, you're going to burn millions of input tokens with the agent having to find things and stuff. You do not want that. Okay.
It's unfortunate that you're talking about that, and the agent currently is actually having a hard time finding the calculator tab.
It's doing the exact thing I just said.
It's doing the exact same thing that you said. So yeah, to kind of try to debug all of this, I'm actually just going to have it relaunch and launch the app.
I like your, you got some great prompts there. LAKSJDH, LAKSD. Very, very generic.
And on some tests. Yeah, so this is kind of the full end-to-end workflow of it going to the calculator tab. It'll launch. I had a great demo of it going through and like clicking on a bunch of stuff. But unfortunately,
the gods
said no.
Smote you.
The gods said no. One really quick thing is that we actually have Playwright integration with this as well. So I mean, it's doing the thing now. We have Playwright integration with this as well. So one of the things I showed off earlier was the emulation toolbar. With the emulation toolbar, it's actually really great because you can go through and through Playwright, it'll run code. And it can do things like, oh, I'm going to change the viewport. So I mean, we see this working now. So really quickly, let's just say test in different viewports. And instead of using these browser tools that I just showed off here, these where it just went and like did a bunch of clicking, now it's going to read the page and run some Playwright code, which will test and take screenshots of different viewports, different scale, like different sizes, and it'll do all of that for you directly in Playwright.
And this is all in VS Code. There's
All in
nothing
VS
you need to
Code.
install. This
Nothing
is
else
just
you need
there.
to install.
And you get it for free.
Yes,
How you're giving away the integrated browser.
Exactly, exactly. Free with your
One-time offer.
subscription.
Your money. If you don't like the integrated browser, you get your money back. All right, Justin. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so
Round of applause
much.
for Justin. We'll be right back, folks. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Now, listen, folks, I don't know if you've noticed, but things are a little bit different these days. We've changed a little bit in the past. Yes. And no one knows that better than our next guest, who is having to live this and figure this out every single day. This is Courtney, a PM on the VS Code team, and we're going to... Yeah, thank you for being here. I'm excited to actually hear about this because I'm curious, like, how you're doing that. Like, we're building the tools, and in order to understand how they're useful, we have to use them, but there's no instructions on how to do that. So tell me a bit about what you're doing. How are you using AI to do PM work?
Yeah, like you said, everything's changing. Everything's different these days, but we're all just, we're using the tools day in and day out, and so constantly experimenting with new ways of working and changing how we're approaching agents and AI in general. And so the PM role, I think how I've seen it change in the last couple years, or I guess a year and a half. It feels a lot longer than that sometimes.
But time is slowed down. Have you seen that move where it's like, it's from Interstellar, where he's like, this little move is going to cost us 5 years.
Yeah.
Like, that's how it feels.
That's how it feels, yeah. But, I mean, prior to AI, a lot of the PM work was very much like document-driven. So it was classic, like, okay, let me go surface some user feedback from different channels, different formats, and then kind of aggregate all of those learnings, turn them into a document, make sure the document's formatted well, all of the words fit together perfectly, and then I'm going to pass it off to engineering to hopefully get a buy-in. And now these days, that feedback loop and the like iterations of all of this is a lot more condensed, to where PMs are able to like go through this cycle multiple times in a day, even, and prototype a lot easier. So in the past year, I've spent a lot more time in the code base than I ever have before, which has been a great learning experience.
Yes, and you pushed some PRs, I know, because I've used some features. They're like, hey, who added this? They're like, Courtney added that. Oh, sweet.
The PM team is surprisingly in the code base and pushing PRs often. They're not always merged, not always even undrafted, but
outright,
they're there.
Unceremoniously rejected?
Yeah,
So what you're saying is you're working much less now. Life is easy.
It's a breeze.
The agent does everything.
I'm chilling,
You're like 4 days a week, tops.
Tops, yeah. The 4-day work week is happening on the VS Code team actively.
Now, I have this note here that says there's kind of a new world that we're in where, you know, we get user feedback on X and Reddit. Boy, do we get user feedback, let me tell you. And then, right, by the end of the day, that's in a PR sometimes. Like, that's the new flow. Whereas before, it was kind of like, all right, we'll put that on the backlog.
Right. Or it was like, we'll wait for someone to create an issue that has all of the information, all of the repro, anything like that. And now it's like, oh, someone posted on Reddit at 11 a.m. Let's go explore this, try to dig into it a little bit more. And then if we see it's a real problem or a problem space that we see emerging, we're able to kind of go explore prototypes, iterate on it, and then bring that to engineering with both like the problem, the user feedback, as well as a, not always a working solution, but like a prototype at least. A prototype, which is nice because, like I said previously, a lot of this work was in documents. And so I, as a PM, wasn't able to do all of my due diligence, obviously. I wasn't able to, and I'm still not able to make all of the right architectural decisions or know the right code quality. That's definitely still the engineering domain for sure. But the agents can do a lot of that initial like code scanning, iterations of prototypes to a point where I can have gone through enough like UI, different designs or different edge cases or finding different things in there before I'm bringing it to the engineering managers and the engineering team. And then they're able to do kind of that last mile work on the PR potentially, or they're able to take it and be like, okay, I have a much better idea of the user scenarios, the user pain, or just like where your head's at, rather than having to go read a long doc or try to explain it in series of meetings and constant.
Right, like what you imagine in your head is not what the person reading the issue imagines in their head.
People can't read your mind. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah.
So do you have like examples or demos here you can show us?
Yeah, so here's one small thing I did. So we were getting a lot of, VS Code is super customizable. It's one of the beauties of VS Code, but it also can be hard to navigate at times.
Oh.
And so this was back in, I think, February. We were getting a lot of feedback where people were like, do you have this setting? Can we do this in VS Code? Like, how do I navigate chat-related settings? Because I don't even know where to begin.
What is this one specifically?
So it was making the settings editor a little bit more navigable. So we were going to reorganize some of the chat-related settings. And then instead of having endless scrolling on the chat panel, we're going to have it paginated. So I can kind of...
yes. Just show me an example there so I know what you're talking about.
Let's see. Setting. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. I'm in my VS Code now. Let's go here. So, for example, this it looks pretty much the same. Like I said, it's more of just like a re-architecture.
Right.
But so previously, if I scroll to the bottom here, I would have just kept going.
Oh, that's right. It was
endless.
And the left side moves down as you scroll.
And so now it's paginated. So it's much more organized and things like that, as well as moving this chat as a top level setting. So it could be a little bit more discoverable.
Gotcha. And this is one of the biggest pieces of feedback we get, is that this is hard for people to understand.
And so I was like, okay, we've been seeing this on Reddit, we've been seeing this in issues, we see this on X. People are constantly like, how do I even begin here? So I started like maybe iterations with some designers, some quick Slack messages back and forth, and then I put it in a PR, and I sent it over to the engineering team, and I was like, what do you think about this? Like, do you have any other ideas in addition to just some of these like low-hanging changes that we can make in the UI to just test the experience? So I put it into a PR, and then had Copilot do a code review for me, which was great. I got some feedback and was able to keep iterating, and then the engineering team just went ahead and jumped into this PR, did some last mile work, last mile changes, and then we were ultimately able to merge this into the code base.
What's the timeline there from like open to?
A day.
1 to 24 hours.
All in a day, which was really nice. And then the engineering team was able to then go figure out how to continue to like iterate on the settings experience to make it more discoverable.
Is that harder for people is a guy like Josh, I think, works like way down on the like quality? Because like the people that are down on the end of this, in other words, like if you're submitting PRs, and I started doing that too, like aren't the people way down the line then getting pummeled?
Yeah, inundated with PRs. Yeah. I that's definitely a problem, and I think that's what we're seeing on our team as well, is like it's not the code is not as much the blocker anymore, but more like being able to review the PRs, but also understand like the quality gates. And I think that's something as a PM too, is all of my explorations that I'm doing in the code base, not all of them I'm gonna go send to engineering to be like, review this PR, I need to go make it into the code base. Some of my explorations never make it into a PR, and I'm able to just like kind of type up my learnings a little bit more in an issue, point to specific code, maybe attach a prototype that has wouldn't go work in production at all. But then engineering is able to kind of go take it when they have a moment to add it onto their iteration plan. So I think you have to kind of measure what you're sending to engineering as a PM, but you're able to, like I said, iterate on some of these solutions a lot faster and figure out like, oh, in my head, that felt a lot better, but when I actually put it into the product,
yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It was bad.
Interesting.
Yeah. And so you kind of have to check yourself on those as well. But one of my coworkers has a really cool Harald. I don't know if he's joining you on this stage later
Never
today.
heard of him.
We don't know Harald.
Yeah.
But this is a prototype that he did, and this is not like a PR. This isn't in the code base at all, but it's just kind of a working prototype that he sent to engineering to expand the customizations UI that we're doing to also include tool permissions, because we found that tool permissions are scattered through a lot of different settings, and there's not a good central way to understand which permissions you've set for X, Y, or Z.
It's impossible.
Yeah, and so he mocked up this UI to send to the engineering team for feedback, because he was like, we already have this UI, people are giving us good feedback on it. Like, what if we extended this concept to permissions as well? And so this was a working prototype that he was able to send to engineering, get some feedback on, but it never made it to a PR. It was just kind of a proof of concept.
So, because this looks like the UI that's in the agents.
Yeah.
But it's not. Is it the same one? And he just added the tool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in my VS Code, this is what that UI looks like today. It just covers customizations.
Okay.
But he was basically saying, like, what could it look like if it also covered permissions? Like, is that something that would fit well into this
adding it in.
model?
Yeah, it's crazy now that we can just sort of build essentially the feature, and it's like, okay, here's the feature. Not really. But for all intents and purposes, and then once you see it in action, you do have this because I've done this where you should try this where open a PR or an issue and mock up the thing that you're trying to open it, and by the time you do it, you'll be like, I actually don't want to open this issue.
Yeah, no, 100%.
You realize this is like actually not a good idea.
Yeah, no, and I think that's helpful too, and it makes us as PMs kind of evaluate the user experience like from a zoomed out perspective a lot more as well. Because before we would just zoom in on one particular issue and kind of try to move that along in the iteration plan, and now we're able to kind of see and feel a lot of this stuff in early stages and be able to evaluate the user experience and the user delight much faster than if we were without AI in our
yeah,
toolkit.
It's phenomenal. I'm curious from the audience here, how many folks are using AI to open issues? Not PRs, just issues. Like when you have issues.
Couple.
Just a couple of folks. Interesting. So that's another thing. Go back and try this because we do this as well. It's when you find an issue and you're in VS Code and you have the agent open, don't open an issue. Just go to the agent and tell the agent to open an issue.
Yeah.
And if it's writing verbose issues, give it instructions to stop writing verbose issues. Right? Explain as quickly as possible. Provide reproduction steps. And this is how we open issues. Anymore is just have the AI do it. So that's a great way.
I mean, I think everyone's kind of roles are evolving with AI. They're getting a lot different, but I think my role as a PM I've learned a lot more about the product and the code base itself as well. And it's enabled me to spend a lot more time on like synthesizing all of the different user feedback that you get. We talked about Reddit, we talked about X, we also have so many issues, and so we're able to kind of gather those different sources and then prototype in the code base and then help our engineering partners a lot better. In this new way of working.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I know we're out of time here, but from the diametrically opposed views of like AI is going to replace people to, oh no, actually, you're doing way more and you're way more in the details than you were before, right? And like PMs are doing way more than they were before in terms of the scope of work and what AI enables you. I'm finding the same thing, by the way. Same exact thing.
Yeah, but it's cool because at the same time we're able to work with a lot more like different teams as well. So I get to work with you a lot more, the engineering team a lot more in different ways. So definitely encourage people to kind of experiment with different ways of working with AI and with their team as well.
Awesome. All right, Courtney, thank you so much. Please give Courtney a round of applause, and we will be right back.
recently finished building this robot dog who I've affectionately named Pixel. So Pixel is equipped with a Raspberry Pi 5, and then there's a teeny tiny Raspberry Pi camera for his nose. There's a touch sensor on its head, and then as you can see where all the joints are, there are servos available to help with facilitating Pixel's movement. I would like to do an experiment with GitHub Copilot, whereas I want to see if GitHub Copilot can create its own script to control Pixel's servos, but not just to do anything. I want to see if GitHub Copilot can create a script that will move Pixel like a dog. So let's see what GitHub Copilot came up with. All right, he seems to be looking for my face. And I can also try moving him a little. Okay, he saw it. Oh, so cute.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. It is, what time is it? 1:15. How's everybody feeling? Still pretty good? Still awake, alive? Awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic, awesome. All right, yeah, let's do it. Get it out, get it out. We'll get it out together. Come on. No, that's it? That's all you got? Let everybody hear you. Whoa. It's fine, I'm with you. I'm running on fumes too. But we have Tyler here, also from the VS Code team.
That's right.
You said Courtney and Justin.
Yeah.
It's a parade of who's who on the VS Code team.
That's right.
And we're going to be talking about, interestingly enough, it's a bit of a right turn, because we're going to talk about the Claude agent in Visual Studio Code, which is not Copilot.
That's right. But
okay.
It is and it isn't.
It is? Okay. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Okay.
It's very funny. So one of the things I've been working on these past few months, I guess, is the Claude agent integration in VS Code. And what that means is so I'll show you. So Anthropic has an agent SDK that they ship, and so this is like the SDK, similar to the Copilot SDK, right? It's the thing that wraps Claude code. And one of the things that we can do with this is we can leverage this SDK, but still have it be backed by a Copilot subscription.
Okay.
And so what that means is it gives you the freedom of choice between all of these different options between local and Copilot CLI and Claude and Codex as well. And so you have the flexibility and choice between.
How many? I can't see because there's a clock there. But what is that?
There's a few, and we'll cover why there's some
local,
duplication.
Copilot CLI, Cloud.
Yeah.
Copilot CLI again.
Yeah, we'll talk
Claude,
about those later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Getting ahead of myself.
Hold on, Burke. Relax.
Get a little worked up.
Anyway, so that's the idea, is that we're leveraging the same harness that is in the super popular Claude code, but it's still tied to your Copilot subscription. So you can leverage this today. Instead of choosing local or Copilot CLI, you can choose Claude. And this is super cool because there are a lot of enterprises that are they're exploring these different harnesses, right? And it feels like every day there's a new the number one harness is constantly changing, right? And so
well, it depends on who you ask, but you log on to Twitter or Reddit or whatever, and you're like, whoa, what? Everyone's moving to a different harness? Super.
Right.
Awesome. We're going to do it again.
And so what's nice that the Copilot ecosystem provides you is that you don't have to change your billing implementation as you switch
sign up
between
for another
all of these.
subscription.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right? You just have one subscription, your Copilot subscription, and then you have the freedom of choice when it comes to whatever harness that you feel is right for your scenario.
I'm curious, how many folks have multiple subscriptions to different? That's a lot of folks.
Right?
How many people have multiple subscriptions? You just forgot, you don't know. You're just getting dinged for $20 every month. It's like Netflix.
They don't want to admit that.
Yeah, they don't want to. No one
Yeah,
knows.
yeah.
What's the service that you sign up for that notifies you about? I know there's one. Somebody should vibe code that.
Yeah. Anyway, so just to show you that's what I'm talking about today is our integration of the Claude Agent SDK in VS Code. So I also outside of work I cosplay as an event coordinator for.
Do you really?
In a way. I mean, I organize events for like a greater improv community that I'm a part of. We don't have to get into that. If you're really curious, you can ask me about it, but we don't have to get into it. So I like have this festival that I'm planning coming up, and this is the website for it. And so...
Did you design that?
Well, I mean, I told Copilot to write it for me. There's Claude.
Swing disc. I kind of like that.
It's good, right?
Nice aesthetic.
Yeah, it's nice. I actually fed it so my friend designed a PDF for the flyer, and then I just fed that right in, and then I was like, make a website for this. Look, Compliment Fest, there's a whole backstory of why it's called Compliment Fest that I don't have time to get into, Burke, okay? But anyway, I've added confetti to it because you have to add confetti
to everything,
in 2026. It's just how
That's
it works.
how you know AI is good,
right.
is if there's confetti.
Right, exactly. So this is like, so this is the Claude agent harness using my Copilot subscription, making these changes for me. And so that, like, since we're talking VS Code, it also works in the agents window. So I've got that here as well. So this is the agents window. I think you had a couple of folks at some point talk about this, right?
The agents window?
The agents window.
You mean just the chat? Oh no, the agents app. You call it an agents. Is it the agents app or a window?
It's a window.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, we talked about the agents window a little bit.
Sweet. So yeah, Claude is also there in the agents window, and so that's cool. But one thing that like my team has started to realize is that we have like all of these different agents, and like we need a story for kind of like allowing more and more agents because there are more like coming up, right? There's like Pi and other agents out there that people want to leverage.
Well, we say agent and like harnesses.
Harnesses.
That's a very vague.
I know.
I feel like nobody knows, or a lot of people don't understand what that is.
There's like a harness, and then within the harness you have different like custom agents that you could
yeah,
run, right?
Super confusing. But essentially, it's just like the code. It's the agent loop.
Yeah.
And all of the prompts and the code that's actually making all that work, call tools for you.
Exactly.
And there's different ones. Copilot's one, Claude Code's one, Pi is one, it's an open source one.
Codex one.
Codex is one, yes.
Etc. Right? And so like one of the things that my team has done recently is we worked on something called the agent host protocol. And if you're curious what that is, you should take a look at this. Agent host protocol. Agent.
It's in there somewhere.
It's there, yeah.
Hey,
Agent host protocol.
What is this?
And this is something that we're working on right now. And it's essentially like a protocol for communicating between like agents and clients. And so the idea is that you have like an agent host, which is running on some machine, and you can connect to that host and spin up sessions on that host. And I think you had Justin. Did he talk about like the remote stuff at all?
No, he just did integrated browser.
Great. So I'll show you what that looks like. So now I'll pick a different Claude here, local agent host in this case, and then I'll send a message here. And it doesn't really matter what it's doing. I mostly just want to get access to this button down here, which is allowing remote sessions. So I'm going to turn that on, and that's gonna start, and then that gives me the ability to open up here insiders. Well, vscode.dev/agents, and then what that gives me the.
Oh, you can access it on the web.
Yeah, on the web, and. Am I going to have to go through an auth though? I'm so sorry. I try to avoid.
I hope it's two-factor for your sake.
It's to be fine. We're good. We're here.
So I didn't know you can load the agents window in the browser.
Yes, and it's connecting to. So there's Compliment Fest, right? Great. As we were seeing it before, right?
It's connected to your local machine.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll pick Opus again, and I'll say hi.
Can you zoom in again?
Zoom in. You got it.
A bit more. There we go.
I don't know why my window is not like fully maximized, but anyway. So this is running like on my machine. I mean, obviously, because it's in my browser. But like, I could like pull it up on my phone, for example, and like.
But it's like port forwarding. It's like a public URL.
Yeah, that's right.
But you have to sign into to access it.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is like some of the things that we're working on right now for like moving from like desktop to a phone or like connecting to like.
So you can keep working.
Exactly.
Stop sleeping.
Burke, you need to keep working.
Keep working.
Keep working, Burke.
Don't have dinner with your family. Prompt your agents. So
That's
cynical.
the message here, folks.
So dark.
That's the message.
This is where we are in at build. It's 2 p.m. We've lost. The filter is gone. All right.
That's right. What else? Yeah, so those are a couple of things where we see Claude. The other thing we see is in this one. You know this one, the Cloud Agent.
Yes, very familiar.
Yeah, so if you go into Settings, Cloud Agent, you can like allow Claude Coding Agent and Codex Coding Agent. You'd like turn those on.
Oh, so it's the Claude agent running in the cloud.
Yeah.
You can do that?
Yes. Come on, Burke.
I didn't know that. So you can delegate to Claude in the cloud.
Yes.
Claude in the cloud.
Claude in the cloud. That's right.
I'm enamored with this design because it doesn't look anything like AI.
So I'll choose Claude. Sorry, Cloud.
Cloud.
The amount of times I've said Claude is too many, all right? Cloud. I chose Cloud in VS Code, and now I'll pick Claude, and I'll say hi, and then it will go in, whoops, I'm sorry.
It will disappear.
It'll
There we
disappear because I tabbed away from it.
And it changes into, all right, there we go, to the cloud.
So then it'll go and do the thing. I mean, I just said hi, so it's not doing anything crazy, but it's, so.
Wait, you pushed hi to a branch?
Sure.
Somewhere a $25,000 computer is doing nothing.
You pay my token bills, Burke.
Yeah, sorry. But answering that prompt, wonderful.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's running in the cloud. In this case, it's going to open up a PR with that work, which was adding confetti, right? So I can go ahead and open this pull request, and I can see that Claude.
Oh yeah, the Claude agent is there. I didn't know you could. I did not know you could do that. I thought you were locked into the Copilot agents.
Freedom of choice.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's kind of brilliant. Okay, so you can use, with your Copilot sub, you can use the Claude agent within Visual Studio Code.
Yeah.
You can delegate to the cloud and get that same agent. Mm-hmm. You can remote in to your machine where the agent is running instead of being with your family. We talked about that's a huge benefit, right?
Yep.
What else should we know about Claude?
Yeah, I mean all of the like customizations and all that stuff that works in Claude Code also works in this case, right?
Okay, so you could if you have a setup there, you can bring it. And it just kind of just works.
So if you're one of these people that have like multiple subscriptions, you can use the same tools, right? And share amongst those. So
brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tyler, for being here. Let's give Tyler a round of applause, if you would. Thank you so much.
Confetti's gone. What the heck?
And we're going to have you back to just talk about Compliment Fest. There's so much lore here. We don't get to know anything.
So much lore.
All right, man. All right, we'll be right back, folks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're in a really interesting space, I would say, to have such a strong community of technical designers around us. But something that I've seen online and in conversations with people outside of Microsoft or our business unit is it's just so fast. Like something is changing every day. There's a new model coming out. There's a new term. There's a new skill. There's a new custom agent. There's a new harness. There's all these new vocab words that come out every day or every week. How are you keeping up?
Every day someone's like posting something new about this new AI tool that they use, and it's like, wow, should I be getting all this? Should I be using this tool? And coming from the perspective of like a new grad designer and knowing what other college students are kind of learning in academia right now, I think it's really easy to get carried away with these and feel very pressured to use them. But I think it's really important to take a step back and really evaluate these tools that are being used and deciding which one is the one that you're going to commit yourself to. And once you know what to use, start building with it.
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. And we're joined by Joanna, who's the design lead on VS Code. How many designers are there on VS Code?
There are 4.
4 designers?
Yes,
okay.
A small but mighty design and UX engineering team.
Yes, and there's actually So interesting backstory here for those of you who are here. You get to hear this. There is a UX channel in the chat, and it's one of my favorites because you'll see tons of stuff there that y'all it never sees the light of day. But like all the prototypes, you're like, I've been thinking, what if chat looked like this? And you're like, that's amazing. It's one of my favorite places to hang out, just like watch what y'all are building.
Yes.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's great because a lot of the engineers also own UX, and so we're able to have a small team and work really quickly because everybody's thinking and sharing and owning the UX together.
Yeah, it's very cool. Like I wish I was a designer. You know, like some
You
people.
could.
Yeah, like if you could have one ability that you don't have, what would it be?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Probably like printmaking, like physical posters and graphic design, like a little bit more of that.
It wouldn't be like singing, like Celine Dion or something. Like you could have picked anything.
I could have picked anything, and I picked something like very close to my job.
You're living your best life. Okay, so almost shipped designs. Are there a couple of examples that we can see?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I have kind of a walkthrough of what our journey to the agents window looks like, and that includes a lot of things that are close but not quite what we ended up shipping, and some things that we're still thinking about. So I have here in Figma, you can see back in December, we were starting to think about what the evolution of that agents panel that we launched last fall was going to look like. How can we make it easier to switch and check on your agents while you're focused in VS Code? And so we start to play with this menu that's attached to the central search bar as a way to quickly find those things. And you can see in the product today, we have a similar menu, but we grew and learned more about the feedback. And so we started to think more about what a full screen experience would look like. Still within the concept of the same editor window, but we started with the welcome page. And we ended up shipping something close to this, but one of the key differences was what kind of information we wanted to show here. And so this took a lot of feedback, user research to learn about, what data across what workspaces do you want to see things, and we really learned that a lot of folks wanted to see sessions across different projects.
Like how do you make that decision? Is that just like looking at telemetry? I mean, this seems like this stuff is hard. It's extremely hard. And when you see products that are like really well designed, that are just easy to use, that is extremely difficult to do. So I'm very curious about like how do you figure out which one of these designs is the right one to go with?
It's a challenge because we're working in an existing product with existing patterns and preferences, and then trying to support new ways of working entirely.
Modalities that we don't really know what they look like.
And so we're learning about them on our team, and our customers or users are learning about them, and it's kind of like building the boat while it's running type thing.
Yeah, or
like
changing the wheels on the bus. So who makes the final call on that? Is that you? Are you the one who says like ship it or don't ship it?
We're always kind of improving on it, so there's not usually like a final call. We'll put it into insiders first, we'll experiment, we'll
that's right. Test,
run
roll out,
research, we'll get feedback, and then we're just kind of continuously touching a lot of these problem spaces as we learn more, as our users learn more. No one really calls it final on the team. We just kind of keep going until we're happy with it.
Okay, and y'all have something called UI Power Hour. UI Power Hour? Is that a thing?
I don't know.
It says what it is, how it works, and why it matters at this velocity?
I have no idea.
No idea what that is. All right.
I'm so sorry.
The AI has hallucinated facts. AI designers shipping their own fixes.
Okay,
with Figma MCP.
Yeah, absolutely. We have taken advantage of the capability to take designs from Figma, just like this, and move them into code more quickly, and more importantly, take code and update our Figma components so that you can work in either tool, whatever's easiest for you. And all of our designers ship code as well. And so we have
really? Are you submitting PRs?
Yes.
Now, is that a change from like 12 months ago? Or has it always been that way?
A lot of former designers like David Dossett have been very integrated in the code base as well. But it's kind of a new thing for us. So we're finding that balance of when to submit PRs, when to just create prototypes, when to just work in Figma, what's most efficient. We have a lot of web-based prototypes as well that we use. Like this is from last December as well, when we were starting to talk about our new themes and color refreshes and what were some of the experimental styles that we wanted to play with. And so prototyping these to make them interactive was excellent. And we didn't end up shipping this exact code, but it gave us something to share with the team, gather feedback, and you can see some of the options that we had here, like the shadow on the panels, the lighter panels than the rest of the background. These are things that we ended up changing.
Look, the VS Code icon in the top right corner with the flashing. I like that.
Yeah. That's, the evolution of this is the update button that lives up there now.
Yes.
But we got feedback that the flashing button was a little too much.
A little too annoying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
but maybe we'll just add it for you.
I really like it. Okay, so what I'm hearing, Joanna, because I heard this from Courtney as well, is that everybody is like everybody is now. Would it be accurate to say that like everyone's a developer? In other words, like PMs are submitting PRs, designers are submitting PRs. So that to me seems to be like a huge change.
Yeah.
The job is really expanded beyond just design.
Everyone's a developer and everyone's a designer as well. Like I said, a lot of our engineers,
that's very true.
They're able to come up with new ideas and get farther in the UX process than they would have in the past because they have, more design guidelines that are available, and the code can look at what's happened in the past, and they can bring a prototype to us for feedback.
Very true.
And so, we get to share a lot of responsibilities because of these tools.
It moves in both directions. I'm curious, do y'all think that like maybe in the future, like the job is like you do everything? Do you know what I mean? Like you're a designer and a PM and an engineer. Like everyone literally does everything. We don't have siloed disciplines anymore, or no?
The way I think about it and the way our team thinks about it is depth versus breadth. And so my depth will probably always be in user experience and visual design, and that's where my deep expertise comes in. But with AI, you can have more breadth than in the past. So for instance, writing a Kusto query used to take me forever, and it was really cumbersome and difficult to do. But now I can look up data on our telemetry and make decisions off of that much easier. So I can put on that like analyst hat or PM hat, even though I don't have that like extreme depth.
So for those folks who don't work at Microsoft, Kusto is like a public thing too, I think, but Kusto is like a language for querying telemetry and data, and Microsoft is very data-driven, right? It doesn't just make decisions on the fly. Everything has to be backed by data. So we used to have people whose sole job was to write Kusto queries and then make dashboards and present that data. That was Devin. That's what he did. And if you needed data, you'd have to go to Devin because he's the only one who knew. But I guess now, like, just anyone can do it.
We're able to get farther on our own.
Holy crap, this place is coming apart. As far as design goes with agents, one of the things I've noticed is that like we talk about AI psychosis, and one of the ways that it like manifests is that now I think that I'm a good designer. And so the AI makes the design, I'm like, I really like that. And other people will show me their thing. They're like, I built this with Opus or whatever, and they're super proud of it. And it's just purple and gradients all over the place, right? And I'm like, that is a monstrosity. So it does seem like, yes, you can do, but also there needs to be someone in the room who's like, we're not going to do that. Close.
Yeah. That's where the depth and the taste comes in.
Yeah.
Having folks, and similarly, having engineers who can tell me that's not possible or that's not smart or it's going to slow down the app when I have this fun idea. Having these complementary depths really helps find the right balance for the product.
So I know we're kind of off the rails of design, but I'm interested in this because like if you're old like me and I've been around for so long that I've just like seen everything, right? So it's like taste and experience is more of just like I've just done every stupid thing you can do. And so I know how it all ends, right? I've burned myself every possible way. I'm just covered in blisters. If like how do we develop the taste if you don't get to get burned anymore because the agent's doing all the work. Like I'm worried about like how do we create more of these folks?
That's why having a validation loop and making sure what you're shipping is solving the problem that you intended, and you're getting feedback and you're kind of closing the loop on decisions that you're making. That's how you'll actually find out, like, is this little thing that I vibe coded, added really quickly, is it actually solving the problem, or does it have a greater sense of importance and permanence because it's out there and available? So holding ourselves responsible for making sure that the things we ship work and taking things out when it doesn't work, because it's so easy to just add.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It is easy to do. I almost feel like we're at the point, especially with AI, where it's like, I don't know if y'all have ever, if there's any, are there like artists in the room, like people who paint or draw? Like if you draw, then you know that like when you're drawing, there is a point at which you should stop drawing, right? Like from here on out, you're just gonna make it worse. And I feel like that's the same way with AI. Like you can build every possible feature, but you should really stop and consider whether or not you should do that.
And that's been a big theme with the agents window, because we want to provide a place where you can focus and easily navigate and complement the craziness of running multiple agents in parallel. And that requires kind of pulling back things that, historically might have been an option in VS Code. And so I'll even show in Figma here what that started to look like when we realized we needed kind of a separate window and a space to look across multiple projects and have that focused view. We really questioned every single element on the screen of whether it was going to be
distracting or necessary.
Needed, or does it help me make decisions in this moment, or does it, add more information and options and distractions? And so we played a lot with what the output looks like, what the session list information needs to include, and then even at this level, what information do I need to start my day? To check on things, to babysit multiple agents at a time, and how do we balance that with not making people feel overwhelmed and like there's too many things happening at once that it's out of their control?
Well, on behalf of all developers, am thankful for designers who can help us ship good-looking stuff. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Joanna.
Thanks for having me.
You're my favorite designer. Don't tell Elijah I said that. All right, thank you so much. All right, folks, we'll be right back. We're going to do Doom next. I don't know how. Folks, we're back. I'm joined by Anthony Shaw.
Hey,
Tony Baloney.
Tony Baloney's on the stage. Hey, Burke, how's it going?
Yes, good. I'm doing well. You are a technical advisor.
I am, yeah.
Yes. And previously Python advocate at Microsoft?
I've been working on Python for 5 years at Microsoft, yeah.
There's like, am I supposed to read this entire bio? There's like
no, it's fine, don't
900
worry.
things. You won a Nobel Peace Prize?
Only a couple of them, yeah.
Amazing, unbelievable. All right, now, literally the title of this session is, the next 16 minutes is, this sentence makes no sense. Is Doom a tensor? Yes, and why? Yes, here, and yes, and here's why. What does this even mean?
Okay, we're going to do
and by the way, this is not what we agreed to talk about.
What did I agree to talk about?
No, you sent me a message. You were
3
like,
IQs.
I'm so sorry. You're going to hate me, but we're doing this instead.
Yeah, I thought we'd just go on a bit of an adventure in this session over the next 20 minutes. And we're going to talk about tensors. I'm going to explain how CPUs work, machine learning models, inference. We're just going to go fast and go quick.
In 15 minutes.
In 15 minutes.
Best of luck.
Okay, so is Doom a tensor? First of all, what is a tensor? So if you look at something like an Onyx model, a tensor is some data which has a size and a shape. So normally we represent these as a matrix. So for example, if it was an array that is 1 dimension and it has 4 items, and then we had a model that outputs 1, then it could be the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and you could run the operation sum, and it would give you back 1 number, which would be the number 10. That is the simplest machine learning model I could come up with. All it does is add the numbers together. It takes a sequence of numbers and returns you back the total. So we're gonna go deeper and deeper and deeper until I make Burke cry. Okay.
I'm already there. It only took 1 slide.
Okay, so that is the simplest one I could think of. Here is a tool that I love to play with called Netron. Netron allows you to actually inspect AI models and explore what's inside them. So yesterday we announced a whole bunch of new MAI models, image models, there's reasoning models, there's all sorts of stuff. I love to actually just explore what's inside them, how do they work. And the way that we can do that is in Netron, we can actually open up one of those models. The model that I've got on screen is a text embedding model called Harrier. And inside there, you can see this is basically the graph that explains how to actually execute this model. So the input to the model is your tokens, so the text, and then also something called the attention mask, which we definitely don't have time to explain. So
I do know a thing about attention. We should have a whole session on attention because that's the most interesting part.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
So you might think that a model is basically just some weights. That's not entirely true. It actually has instructions to explain how you take the weights, the user input, and you process that through the different layers to get the output tokens. So that's what it kind of looks like inside. I was looking around at this, and I've been focused on thinking about how some of these nodes can be optimized for some new hardware that we've got coming out. I don't know if you heard that announcement.
I did. I was coveting it, but I don't think they're going to give it to me.
Okay, yeah, we have, so we're working on a project with NVIDIA. We've got this new Windows Surface device, the Surface Ultra.
I believe so.
The Ultra.
With what, 128?
Up to 128 gig of RAM.
Unified RAM?
Also has on the SoC, it has a GPU. So I'm really excited about how we can make that work.
Yeah.
But I noticed that Onyx itself is Turing complete. Some of those instructions include ands, ifs, loops, stuff like that. So I thought, if an Onyx model is Turing complete, can it run Doom? Okay, can you see where this is going? No, you're still getting there. Okay.
I'm 50% with you.
Okay, so to answer the original question, is Doom a tensor? We're going to get there. And we got 12 minutes. Okay, now hopefully you're familiar, but we announced this a few builds ago. This was in 1995.
Jeez, Bill Gates looks younger than I am right now.
Doom runs on Windows. So we've got that one nailed. There's absolutely no reason to run it in a tensor, but it's fun because we get to explore how they work and how Onyx models are put together. So
Onyx is the model, right?
Onyx is the model, and it includes instructions to how to take the user input, the tokens, process it with the weights, and compute the output.
So would it be accurate to say the question is, can an LLM run Doom?
Yes.
Okay. That's a bizarre... I don't believe you. I know. That doesn't even make sense. They can't spell strawberry.
So I thought, what is the lowest level of compute that somebody has run Doom on? And is this project called Potato Doom?
No.
Potato Doom, essentially they created a string of potatoes and used that string to power a small device which ran Doom.
Okay, so the potatoes aren't running Doom. They're just powering the device that's running Doom. That's a little bit of misinformation. Fake news.
Okay.
Fake news.
So I thought if we're going to figure out in our Hobbit land, how are we going to get this running in a model? I think we have 3 options.
Is this an AI image?
Maybe.
Okay.
Option 1 is write a C compiler, so we compile Doom from source into Onyx. That's option 1.
Okay.
Option 2 is create a CPU emulator. And option 3 is go for a walk. Who's in favor of option 1 in the audience? Nobody. And option 2. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Option 3. Okay, a few of you. Okay, option 2 is the correct choice. If this was an adventure game from the 90s and you pick option 1, option 3, you've lost the game. It's game over, I'm afraid. So I thought, okay, what would be a simple CPU that we could emulate purely in Onyx nodes? And the answer would be the RISC-V architecture, because it's fairly straightforward. We can actually, it doesn't have that many types of instructions. I can compile Doom from source into machine code, and then I can interpret that machine code purely in Onyx. Do you believe me, Burke?
I mean...
Or am I losing you?
I'm just a JavaScript developer.
Okay. So with this, I had a little bit of a trick up my sleeve, which was that I described this problem to Copilot and said, Copilot, this is my idea. I need to get this working for tomorrow. Are you on board?
Oh, you did it yesterday?
No. This was a week ago, okay? And I started off with Opus 4.7, and it wasn't convinced. It said this would take several weeks. And I rolled back to my old friend, Opus 4.6, because it is a bit more gung-ho.
Yeah, it is getting a little bit more like, nah, I'm not doing that.
It tries to talk you out of things, I found, with some of the newer versions. And I'm like, I need you on board for this project, because we need to make this work. So I didn't have a disassembler to hand. So I actually compiled Doom into machine code, and I wanted to show you what that would look like. So I've put together a disassembler in a different tool that we can use, which is, are you familiar with this one?
Excel?
Okay, yeah, that's it. This is Excel. We can actually just read Doom in Excel, and we can disassemble it in Excel. Because there are not many instructions in the RISC-V instruction set, we can just do this entirely in Excel formulas.
This is so cursed. Everything about this is cursed. It just gets worse.
Okay, we're nearly there. So if we can understand and read, just using Excel formulas, machine code, I had a question. This is going to get worse, Burke.
Okay, please.
If Excel can read the machine code, can it just interpret the machine code for me?
No, you're going to run Doom in Excel.
Yeah, so I thought I'd add in another spreadsheet.
Wait, is Excel turning complete?
It turns out yes is the answer.
No way.
So I added a sheet which is the program, and then I added a sheet which is the memory or the RAM. So the RAM would get stored there. And then I basically just added the registers as columns in the spreadsheet. And you can just do flash fill in Excel. The problem with this implementation is that you have to keep dragging down, otherwise you run out of instructions. And Excel, unfortunately, only has up to about 1 million rows. So,
oh, really? There's an upper limit?
There is an upper limit. And you discover that by doing experiments like this.
You found it?
We found the upper limit.
At which point what happens? Like the whole thing just freezes?
I think it just runs out of letters on the left-hand side.
Like literally there's just no more rows?
Oh, no. There's nowhere for it to go.
It's like this is like going to the end of the internet. Like have you seen in that commercial where it's like you have reached the end of the internet and the guy's like, there's nothing else to do. You reached the end of the internet.
We've reached the end of Excel. Okay, so that's point 2. Doom runs on Excel. I think we've ticked that box.
Do we already know this?
No. This is new. This is live and announced at Build 2026. I've created the promotion.
Yeah, here it is.
We've added this promotion to our Build announcements. It should be in the...
Why is it all from 1985?
This is AI. This is AI generated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I asked AI to make me a 90s-looking advert showing how Doom runs in Excel. Okay, so can we run Doom in an Onyx graph? So that's my next demo. So I'm going to show you Netron. And what I did with Netron is I basically built a graph that represents a CPU. And the inputs to our model are the game, which is 8 megabytes of RAM, and also the compiled game, and the CPU itself. So I have to zoom out because it's a bit big. So this basically represents a RISC CPU, and it's got all the instructions in the RISC CPU, and it can process those nodes, calculate it, and basically treat the RAM as a tensor.
Okay.
Okay. Now, would you like to know how fast this is? How long do you think it took for it to output this frame?
One single frame.
Yeah.
Yeah, how long did it? It's got to be something like 30 minutes.
So I set this running, and I was going to one of my kids' soccer games. It was a long drive to get there, and I said to Copilot, when you get the first frame that is not just black, I want you to go and drop it in my OneDrive, and then send me a ping on Teams, so that I can just have a look at it and see what it did. And I'm jumping around like a silly person on the soccer pitch because I saw this flash up, and I'm like, I can't believe it worked. But it was 6 hours.
What is the frame rate on that?
So I don't know how many decimal places it was, but I worked out if this was a CPU, it would be 2,000 hertz, or 2 kilohertz. It would be a 2 kilohertz CPU. So I had a bit of a conversation with Copilot. I was like, your graph implementation of this Onyx model, this is not performing. Like, what can we do about this?
Very well. There's room for improvements.
So that's where I want to kind of change the tangent of this talk from something entirely pointless and exploratory into actually what can we do in scenario areas like this where Copilot or something like it has put together something and you're not happy with the performance. Now, my tips with performance generally are like work with the cheapest and easiest thing first, which is caching. It's always caching. You just cache the output. I think like computer systems these days are just caches and caches and caches. So for Copilot, I'm like, okay, how can we cache the output?
Okay.
It couldn't do that.
It couldn't cache the output?
No.
Okay.
The other option is you reduce work, so you just reduce the amount of compute that you have to do. So after a couple of iterations, it compacted that graph and actually thought about it and tried to reduce the number of nodes. And the next option is...
How much did you get out of that, number two?
I got to about 4 kilohertz.
Okay. So it's one image every 5 hours?
Yeah, I think it's three frames, 1 frame per 3 hours.
Okay,
yeah.
there we go.
So not quite playable. And then the other option is scale up, where you just make the computer bigger. This is currently the biggest computer we sell. It has a ridiculous amount of processing power.
Is this the Ultra?
It is not, no.
It looks like it.
I would be in trouble for bringing that on stage.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And the other option is scale out, but unfortunately, Doom is single-threaded. So my tips for coaching AI agents on speed is that when you start them off, you need to give them a benchmark at the beginning, because otherwise they're going to make a bunch of assumptions about how to make things faster, and they're not going to base that on facts. They're not going to base that on reality. They're just going to jump in and be like, oh, we could just parallelize things, or we can introduce threads, or they're going to try all these new approaches. But if you don't start with a benchmark, it's kind of guessing whether or not it's going to be faster or slower.
Okay.
The other thing you can do is you can use the contrasting hypothesis or the rubber duck. Have you used the rubber duck feature?
Yeah.
Okay. You can use the rubber duck, which is a really cool feature in Copilot CLI, where it can kind of review things for you and challenge it. And then you as a human are the kind of one who actually has to look and see, like, did the thing that it do to optimize that make it faster?
Yeah.
So here is the working demo of the final result. I've sped it up by about 1 million times. Otherwise, we would use up the remaining 2 minutes. This is the Onyx model. Unfortunately, Onyx...
How are you clicking? How are you...
Onyx doesn't have a screen. It just outputs numbers, so you have to take the frame buffer and then convert it to a GIF. But yeah, that's the only downside with that implementation. There's no keyboard controls, there's no sound.
Well, who's firing the gun?
It's the demoed reel for Doom, yeah.
Oh,
so it's running the demo program.
It's just running the demo program. Wow. How many tokens were burned on this?
I think it's best I don't answer that question with Martin within earshot of me. Hey, Martin.
Is Anthony above me on the leaderboard? Aha! I'll take that.
There is no such board.
There
okay.
is. Oh,
so, to bring this back to something concrete, yes, Doom is a tensor. That's brilliant. This is not efficient. It's not a good idea. I don't recommend doing this. The thing I do want to talk about, though, is that these nodes in your model, they are specific to the computer that you're running on. So, like some of these, for example, in the Harrier model, matrix multiplication is specific, like the implementation is specific to the CPU, GPU hardware that you run on. So I think what's really important is that if you download a model from Hugging Face or something like that, you need to understand, is it actually optimized for the hardware that you're running on? Just because you've just bought a new GPU or you've just plugged in something that has a Tensor Core or an NPU, doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be faster. In most cases, it doesn't actually know how to use it. So you definitely all need to learn a bit more about these models. That's my summary. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
That was amazing, man. That was amazing. I love that. I'm going to be honest, I think I've learned more in the last 15 minutes than in the previous 6 months. So I appreciate that. And most importantly, we learned what we already knew, which is that you are a million times smarter than I am. All right, get out of here.
Copilot.
All right, we'll be right back. Thank you. All
right.
If people come away from this event with one thing that they're going to start adding to their development workflow to really level up, what would that be?
Okay, I actually think the biggest, I talk to so many developers one-on-one, and I also go visit customers who are doing big, large rollouts like Copilot, and by far, I would say the biggest limiter for people is just they have to give it a chance, right?
Yeah.
And if you haven't already given agents a chance, like Burke said, with Opus 4.6, the latest harnesses and models, you're going to get an amazing experience. And the thing is, you have to keep trying, because something that didn't work 3 months ago works today.
Right. So the pace of advancement is, it's hard to even articulate to people. And so I would say you're absolutely right. If you tried it a few months ago and you're like, man, that's frustrating, you were right. You should try it again and keep trying it until it works for you.
All right, thank you. We're back, and we have Harald from the VS Code team. Is there anybody from the VS Code team that's not here on the stage today? I feel like it's literally everyone.
Of people, we took over the stage.
You did?
Yes.
Courtney and Joanna and Justin.
That's awesome. Yeah.
This guy Tyler, you probably know him. Okay, you're a PM. You're a PM on the VS Code team.
Yes. I think my title in Slack is PM-ish.
That's your official title?
Yeah, because it's so shifting how we work. It always has been. VS Code has always been very technical on the PM side. As you saw with Courtney landing PRs, when you join the team, actually, the first thing you do, even as a PM, as an advocate, as a docs writer, is you have to write the VS Code extension.
Yeah.
So it's an engineering.
Did they make you do
culture.
That?
Yes.
Which one? What did you write?
I forgot. It's 5 years ago, and now I wrote 10 more extensions. So it's one of my extensions.
Yeah, you've written a lot of extensions.
Yes.
Okay. So today, though, we're talking about the agent sessions window. Is it the agent sessions window or the agent window?
The agent window. Sessions was the first name.
Now it's called the agent window.
Now it's the agent's window.
What is the agent window?
Yeah. So I want to quick overview. So we have this classic VS Code, like how you basically would write code in the past, or how most people are still writing code. And if you want to see code, then you would use the VS Code editor. You switch between files, you're in a code mode. And we see that in the user research, that people sometimes just need to spend time in code to build the mental picture and don't necessarily work with a lot of agents. But once you start working with agents even across multiple projects, there's a lot of overhead and switching between VS Code windows and regaining context. And that's where we have the agents window, is that allows you, it's basically the same way you can just get up here, open an agents, and it opens the same workspace you have open in this multi-workspace environment where I can now have all my workspaces and all the agents that are running in PRs, in different work trees, and even remote in one place.
So this is a new app?
It's the same app. It's the same
app.
VS Code app, but a different form factor on top of it.
Okay, so do I have to open VS Code to open this, or can I just open this?
Eventually you can open this. We actually had a separate app for a while until you could open both.
Yeah, I thought I remembered it.
Yes.
And then you could open VS Code from the window or vice versa.
Yes.
Okay, so that's coming.
It's coming, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so show us around here. How is this? It looks, I'm going to be honest, it looks like VS Code.
Yes, so you get the same kind of homey feel of VS Code with your theme. We're bringing over more of the extensibility as well. But like all your language extension that you have installed and other extensions will power
your themes
the
work,
agents as
yes,
well.
which is super nice.
A lot of the settings of how you handle Git. So on the last day, basically, as soon as you hit new, you basically ask like which of these workspaces do you actually want to spawn something in, which agent, and then you can pick the harness. We already had Tyler here to talk about Claude, and we had
do those have to be local folders, or can it be?
They can be remote as well. So I can pick local,
or from GitHub.
GitHub repo, or remote, and that's what I've actually been using a lot. So right now it's not online, but my local desktop that I have a dev tunnel running.
At home?
At home, yes.
So, I think, do y'all know about dev tunnels? So if you don't know this in VS Code, you can go to the gear and say, turn on dev tunnels. Is it called dev tunnels?
Yes. And any window you have, just basically go
and it
in.
will give you a URL that you can use to access your computer from anywhere via the web. It just puts VS Code in the browser, powered by your machine wherever it's running, secured behind your login.
Right.
It's like the greatest feature in the world.
Should be its own session. All the ways you can do remote.
It's like the most slept-on feature of Visual Studio Code.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're on a remote, any instance, you can basically do code tunnel, and it opens up the tunnel. You log in with GitHub or Microsoft.
Yeah, I have one
it just
running
shows up.
all the time. Yeah.
So that's just working out of the box. So we have that running. But I mostly work in different repos, sometimes cross repo, sometimes remote, where I just run things on my home machine. But in this case, I have a lot of things. I do work a lot in open source, so it's nice to see everything in one place that I have going on and just check in, like how's this PR going. So it's somewhat more of a agent orchestration control center kind of situation.
So
and it has
each one of these are sessions. So I see VS Code.
Yes.
VS Code CD notes. I can't read that.
Which one?
VS Code docs.
Yes, docs. We had the game show earlier.
Oh, that's that session.
Agent RC is an open source project to create custom instructions and repos.
So they're in like these collapsible. Is there a different view, or is that the only view?
There is a little more sorting. You can sort by updated and time and workspace, but I think that's where I hope we figure out more of the how do you really manage agents aspirations as well. Right now it looks similar to how many other UIs manage their agents.
Yeah.
But I mean that's an unsolved problem. That context switching, and we see that in many of our user testing and even ourselves. It just burns you out.
Really, really hard.
Right.
Yeah.
So we want to solve. That's one of the big problems we want to solve.
So when agents are working or done, how do you know? Like this is one of the things I struggle with right now in all of these. Like for instance, in the GitHub Copilot app, great experience. Whenever an agent is done, it dings, and so now my computer is just like ding, 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 and I don't know which agent is done or where it is, but I don't know what else it's supposed to do to tell me that it's done.
So my hack I had, if I go into my customizations, I have it off right now because it would be very interesting to get that on a live stage. I actually have, where's my hook? Let's see, that's why. I open a new window. So customizations allow you to control it also somewhat. And I know you saw demos of people doing fun things with hooks to get audio going.
Yes.
My favorite is if I go in customizations, also then hooks. There's a speak summary hook. So this one is basically a hook that uses Siri's local speech models to use what Autopilot does. If you see CLI Autopilot, it's meant to complete everything you gave it and not asking for anything in between.
Correct.
But in the end, it calls this tool task complete with a description of what it did to get the model to kind of reframe what it was supposed to do and what it finished.
So it finishes, calls the hook, sends it to a local
and then it speaks it back to me. So I have my computer saying,
it
"I
says
finished."
to you,
Yeah,
I'm
yes.
done, and here's what I did?
Yes. Yeah.
No way.
Yes, that's so much fun.
Can you demo it?
No. I should. I haven't made it, but I used it for a while, and suddenly my computer in the office speaks, okay, you have to go back, and then, but it's really cool.
That's brilliant. I got to try this.
Yeah, I want to, that's what I demo it, but.
Sorry.
Because we wanted to
I'm
talk
sorry.
about the agents.
I'm sorry.
window.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
You have a minute and 26 seconds.
Okay, what else we want to talk about was the cost optimizations we did. So we have the, I did actually this quick analysis, what we did, and had it write it. There we go. Open it up. Wait, where's my cost improvements? Let me open that. Where did we put it? Changes. Okay, cost improvements. Let me scroll up here. So we've been doing a ton because we're shipping this new pricing model, and we want to give people really the best experience, the best what they can get for a token.
Insert tokens for them.
So if you have seen the auto model we have, does routing actually based on task complexity and gives you a 10% discount of what you're running. So that's my biggest recommendation. Use the bigger model for planning, and then use auto for implementation. And that will look at like what you're trying to do, and then route it to the best model, including the new models.
Auto does that now?
Yes.
So will use MAI fast.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
interesting.
well. Yeah.
So plan with the big model.
Yeah.
And then send it on. Auto is not autopilot.
Right.
Auto is the model.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that will save you tokens.
Different. Yeah. And that's like basically.
Do we know how much?
It's 10% discount.
Yeah, but do you know how many
cheaper?
tokens that you're saving versus like just
No.
burning it on Opus 4.6?
We should eventually tell you that's a good idea, but
yeah, that would be
it's
interesting.
also automatically done, so we can maybe tell you in hindsight of what it would have been on the big model.
That would be great. You should show that. Yeah. Yeah, it's like when you go to Kohl's and they're like, you saved $55 today, and you're like, you feel good about yourself.
Yes.
You're like, I'm
I need to get money
smart,
back,
man. I'm so good at this game. Yeah, Tom
I played it.
Tom wants you to leave. I want you to stay. Yeah, unfortunately.
There's a bunch of stuff. You check our release notes. There's always something about cost and token savings. So check out those as well.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Harald. I'm sorry I took up all your time asking dumb questions. All right, thank you for joining us. We will be right back.